DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. Win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. And DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code TheFanLA. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code TheFanLA. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo.
Welcome. It is an incredible Friday here in sunny Southern California, even though the sun hasn't quite come out yet. And that's right, it is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, the legendary, one and only, five-time ring getter, the one and only Derek Fisher. D. Fish, how you doing, my guy?
Número 4.
That's not how math works.
That's not how math works,
so close,
Lindsay.
So close.
No, I'm good, Dak. I'm good, man. It's NBA Summer League time. It's Nike EYBL time for the high school boys. So the entire basketball world essentially is here in Las Vegas. And so our friends at Odyssey, man, I pulled up at the studio this morning.
Nice.
And so I'm at the radio station here in Vegas, Odyssey family, and knocking it out, man. So looking forward to some good conversation today, some good discussions.
We got lots to talk about, D-Fish. And yes, those of you that are joining us live on YouTube right now, you can see right now at The Fan LA, D-Fish currently over our Zoom right now because, ladies and gentlemen, he is in Las Vegas. And How is Vegas? What is the plan for what's your plan for Summer League? What tables are you hitting? What shows are you seeing? And where can we expect you to get a nice steak dinner tonight in Vegas, my guy?
I'll be at the kitchen tables. That's where I'm
Smart
going to
man.
be at.
Smart man.
Yeah, no, I've done my time here in Vegas, man. No tables needed for me. Um, yeah, it's all about hoops. That like this entire weekend is all about hoops. Go check out some of the summer league games. See some of these young guys in live and in person. Same guys I got a chance to work with, during the combine, getting a chance to see how their journey's gone over the last couple months. And then my two bonus boys are playing Nike EYBL hoops over at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
Nice.
So they have a game later this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. So it's hoops all weekend, man. That's what it's about.
Good, because we're opening up with hoops, and it's not in the rundown right now, but because you're at Summer League, you see it last night. A little bit of a battle last night between number 1 and number 2, DeBansta versus Peterson. Dude, that looks like that might be a little spicy matchup for years to come, man.
Yeah, Peterson definitely he made it known that he plans to kind of carry that chip on his shoulder for his entire career.
Did not like going number 2.
No, he did not. And I don't think DeBansta's running from it at all. Both guys, show flashes last night of being like, legit NBA pros. DeBansta's length and athleticism is just kind of otherworldly, and he has such a great feel for the game already. Darren Peterson's a natural scorer with the basketball, can make a lot of things happen. And I think both the Wizards and the Jazz are like two of those teams in the West and in the East that, you wouldn't be surprised if they end up in a play-in scenario, at a 8, 9, or 10, just because there's enough talent. It's just a matter of those teams, gelling and coming together. But DeBansta and Peterson, they showed some flashes last night of why they went number 1 and number 2 in the NBA draft.
They really did. They really did. Got lots to talk about today on the NBA side. Listen, also today, we got to talk a little bit about the Dodgers. We got to talk a little bit about Luka and exactly what the Lakers did and how happy is Luka after the summer of 26 has begun. And of course, we're still not any closer to our knowledge to Jonathan Kuminga being a Laker. We will get into that, not to mention the UFC back this weekend. Or is it? We will discuss on exactly what the hell is happening over there in the fight world, and very excited. In the 7 a.m. hour, comedian, former host of The Daily Show, you see it on MLB Network, Roy Wood Jr. joins us live. He's going to be joining us live from Philly. Very excited to be able to talk with Roy Wood Jr. today. D-Fish, so much to talk about. Oh, and World Cup yesterday. Dear God, Mbappe showing just why he is currently the best player on the planet. Cannot wait to talk to you about that as well. France moving on against Morocco yesterday, 2-0. But we got to start with a little bit of Bill Simmons, D-Fish. I never thought I'd ever open a show saying this out loud. You ready? Poor Bill Simmons. You poor thing. You know why, D-Fish? Because I'm reading this thing that Bill Simmons said, going like, this isn't about the Golden State Warriors. This is about Bill Simmons. But I would like to read you a quote, D-Fish, and I want your honest opinion on it. This, of course, is from Bill Simmons. The other thing that happened to poor Golden State is that I think that they thought they were getting LeBron and potentially AD. And now it's pretty clear they were being used as leverage as LeBron goes back to Cleveland. The Cleveland thing is done. That is, of course, from Bill Simmons, and he is not happy because, I don't know if you know this, Bill Simmons has been one of the loudest, if not the very loudest from the get-go on the train of LeBron to Golden State. So, first, what are your thoughts on his statement that LeBron to Cleveland is done? 2, do you think that they were used as leverage by Rich Paul and LeBron James? And 3, do you think that Bill Simmons thinks he's more upset about himself than Golden State because he got fleeced in this whole thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure where to start with this one. I think, um, yeah, I'm not sure how he knows or felt so strongly that LeBron was going to Golden State, and then now has been moved off of that from maybe some other reports or news or something that the Cleveland thing is done. And I'm not sure where. I mean, Bill Simmons has obviously been around a long time, has a lot of great relationships around the league. I wouldn't be surprised if he knows a little bit of what's actually coming our way. Um, Free agent discussions are all about leverage. So I mean,
Always.
I don't. Yeah, it's always about leverage, and you have to create a market for yourself. LeBron, number one, he did that by the way he performed this past year.
Big time.
So, if he had been a player at 41, 42 years old that looked like he was on a steep decline, then we wouldn't be having any of these conversations because
But it just
he
wasn't the
probably would.
conversation to have. Yeah, like LeBron
No, it wasn't.
LeBron last year, I mean, I don't know. I understand. With the exception of him having to miss games due to sciatica and arthritis in his feet, outside of those two very old men things that happened to him, he looked as young as he's ever looked.
He had a great season. And I mean, again, if you took his name off and you took his age off and you just put up his production, he would have been the top free agent in the world for everybody to try to get a hold of. So it's no surprise that so many teams are interested. There's just not as many teams where the fit is actually there. I don't think it's about money as much as it is about the fit and the situation. I know we've talked a lot about it feeling weird to see LeBron kind of randomly put on jerseys from, Denver or Minnesota or Philadelphia, et cetera. It's always kind of made sense that he would possibly land in Cleveland, but I think we all kind of held out a little bit of just basketball hope, not necessarily our personal like or dislike, but basketball hope that we could maybe see LeBron James and Stephen Curry playing basketball together, and whether they won a championship or not, it would have just been a treat to see those guys kind of playing chess together. However this plays out, it's exactly how LeBron wanted it to play out. And so we just still have to wait and see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Simmons is right about the Cleveland aspect of it. I just don't know why he was so strongly on the Golden State train at the beginning, if now it's 180 to now it's definitely Cleveland.
I think it's just simply, I don't know if it's someone lied to him, but you know how these things can change. And honestly, it might even be a LeBron James thing himself, because I always think back to the decision. Not because I want to think back to the decision. The decision, I honestly think, is one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life. I understand why it was done. It got everyone talking. It was viewed by everybody. And now what? 10, 12 years later, we still occasionally talk about the decision, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. That being said, in the decision, I'll never forget it. He said in that, where he was like, this morning I went to sleep last night with a different team and I changed my mind and this is what I'm doing. That was a day of decision of arguably the most consequential decision to that point of LeBron James's professional career. And he changed it not necessarily on a whim, but last second. So this could be a thing where LeBron James was probably all set to go to Golden State. Someone leaked it to Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons is writing the charge on it. And then something changed. Whatever that could have been, whether it could have been the Donovan Mitchell signing of it all, whether it had been things worked around with Harden. Maybe he found out that AD couldn't come over there from Washington, D.C. I saw Rich Paul talking the other day on that podcast, talking about, no, AD is going to be playing in D.C., and that's the first time I've heard someone definitively say that out loud. So clearly things have changed as time's gone forward, but if you look over at the prediction markets on Kalshi, it's still the same as it was yesterday. 5% for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and as you say, D-Fish, dude, we saw all of these photoshops of LeBron James in different jerseys. Well, here's some of those different jerseys we saw the Photoshop of. Minnesota Timberwolves, 5% trending or trading right now on Kalshi. Philadelphia 76ers, even though I think that'd be fantastic because I love what the 76ers have been doing. They're at 5 to 7%. Golden State, which was by far the odds-on favorite, is dropped significantly all the way down to third place, 15 to 16%. Miami Heat, his former home, 17 to 19%, and at a whopping 60% trading. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that prediction models are 100% right, but I got to say, over the last 2 years, prediction models have been pretty damn good at predicting the future. They predict that Cleveland Cavaliers will re-land their old stalwart LeBron James. And I'm going to say this. I think it's going to happen. I mentioned it earlier this week, D-Fish. It seemed like everything was going that way, and it was the Donovan Mitchell signing specifically. It was the amount of time that it seemed like Cleveland felt comfortably taking their time on their offseason moves while everyone else is just picking everything humanly possible. It was almost like they knew something was coming, and it could very well be this LeBron James situation. But I got to know, D-Fish, of all of the photoshopped things that we saw in LeBron, which one looked weirdest to you? There's a couple that looked really weird, dude. There's a couple that looked really weird.
Yeah,
I'll admit.
It's a good question.
The Golden State one, I wanted it to happen because what you just said, you know, getting an opportunity to see a full season of LeBron James and Steph Curry play together that's worth the price of admission for me. It just is. I would like to see it. I don't think we're going to now, but I would like to see it. But every time I saw a Photoshop of him wearing the full blue, the city uni, dude, that just looked really weird to me. Seeing LeBron and decked out all royal blue wasn't it for me.
For me, I think the Nuggets one is the one that looked most strange to me. And maybe just because of the battles, you know, and obviously the Lakers had a lot of battles with the Warriors over the last 8 seasons. But the Nuggets one, for some reason, just couldn't quite land on me. And even though I think the 76ers situation from a basketball perspective is like a really fun one to also visualize, it's still like that bright blue Sixers jersey that one still also just didn't visually look that great to me either.
Yeah,
but
it looked weird. It looked weird.
Yeah. They all look a little weird. And I LeBron is, he's a brand in and of himself. And I think a return to Cleveland would be in alignment with also how he's managed a lot of his career anyway.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. D. Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, Derek Fisher out there in Las Vegas for some Summer League action. And, of course, me right here in sunny Southern California. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. Where do you guys think LeBron is going to go? Where do you want him to go? And which of those Photoshop jerseys did you think looked weirdest? They all looked kind of weird, to be honest, but man, that him and Golden State stuff, just something about it just is not looking correct to me. That being said, what do you guys think? 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, get in the chat at the Fan LA on YouTube. D-Fish, we got to switch this over because something is getting very, very dicey right now in the NBA. And of course, one of the trades that have been very blockbuster-ish would have been, well, still is, and it's currently on hold, Kawhi Leonard rejoining his former team. And here's where we currently stand. The two teams have already agreed to terms on June 30th, which would send Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto in exchange for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and 2 unprotected first-round picks for 2031 and 2033, a 2027 pick swap, and 2 second-round picks. But everything, D-Fish, is currently on hold as we currently stand, and I'd like to give a little bit of context to why. The NBA is currently heavily investigating some tampering around the cap space situation that the Clippers had, and of course, this all goes around the allegations is that the Clippers and the owner, Steve Ballmer, circumvented the salary cap by funneling $28 million of a no-show endorsement contract to Kawhi through a company called Aspiration. It's a green financial technology company that was a prominent Clippers sponsor. Since then, this company has defunct. They collapsed into bankruptcy, and the co-founder, Joe Sandberg, was recently convicted and sentenced to 14 years in prison for unrelated fraud. Listen, the NBA is investigating this, and the reason why the trade is currently on hold is because there is a financial risk clause. Basically, if the league determines that Kawhi Leonard is at fault for any of this circumventing of the salary cap, then all of the punishments and suspensions would land on the Toronto Raptors. Thus, this trade is currently on hold. D-Fish, do you got some thoughts on exactly where we're at with this Kawhi thing and how we got here?
Bro, this is I cannot overstate how huge this is. This type of transaction, I was surprised originally when it was announced. I was surprised not because trades can't happen, but normally when you have this type of investigation happening, some of the details and logistics involved behind the scenes, these are the types of transactions that between the Players Association, the NBA league office, the team front offices, like they kick a lot of tires and really look under the hood before they make these types of transactions that involve multiple players, multiple draft picks, two teams, a lot of things involved. And normally there's at least some semblance of understanding that this trade would be allowed to go through. And maybe there'll be a little bit of a delay. The NBA will look into a couple things, but not a complete and entirely on hold trade. Not that it's never happened before, but this is huge. I mean, you think about Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick from the Toronto Raptors over to the Clippers. How do you plan out your summer? You're not sure which team you're going to be on when this all is said and done. If you're Kawhi Leonard, you don't know which direction your career is going, what the ramifications or consequences are going to be if the NBA does decide after an investigation that there was some wrongdoing. And so there's just a lot left here to really digest and understand. And I am surprised this trade initially was executed without them having a clear understanding that it would be allowed to go through. It's really surprising to me. So I'm looking forward to keeping up with this story and seeing how this plays out.
But D-Fish, where do you think it's going to play out? Like, do you think that we're going to get in a situation here where we don't see a Kawhi Leonard this next season?
Well, depending on what is possibly found in the investigation, I don't want to speculate. I think clearly he was able to play during the season last year. I think there was some parts of the investigation that were already happening, and he was able to go out and perform. I think Commissioner Adam Silver did state recently he'd like to see this investigation not rushed in any way and not handled with the proper care that it deserves, but also wrapped up in a reasonable amount of time that allows everyone to plan and make the appropriate decisions. And so is it possible that there's some form of suspension or consequences if there was some wrongdoing? Yeah, that's possible. What it'll be, how long it'll be, I don't know if we've seen this type of case before. And so sometimes what happens with the case that's, you haven't seen before, there has to be a precedent set that this can never happen again. And so unfortunately, rulings sometimes are heavier for that first incident because
you got
leagues
to
are trying to
basically
send a
set it
message.
up.
Yeah, you have to set a precedent that nobody can ever even come close to doing these types of things again. So, I hope that we do see Kawhi Leonard, to say that clearly. professional sports careers go by so fast.
They
And,
do.
you start talking about guys missing long-term windows, whether for injuries or, possibly this type of situation. You don't like to see it. But that's what the investigation will kind of bear out, and we'll find out what the facts are down the line.
That's right, guys. Well, what do you guys think? 855-97-LA fan. Do you think we're going to see a Kawhi Leonard this year playing for Toronto? Do you think we're going to see a Kawhi Leonard at all this season based on these allegations? And, of course, where do you guys think LeBron is going to go with this new information? Bill Simmons says it is done. Well, we will find out if whether or not he is going over there to Cleveland. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA fan. Where do you guys think LeBron is going to go? And, of course, coming up, Roki Sasaki. Can the LA Dodgers really count on Roki Sasaki? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Later on in the show, in the 7 o'clock hour, we got comedian Roy Wood Jr. joining the show. He's going to be a part of the Swingman Classic for Major League Baseball. Looking very forward to talking to him about that. Not to mention, D. Fish, I can't wait to talk to him about his time on The Daily Show. I'm a massive fan of The Daily Show, and his work on The Daily Show was chef's kiss type of work. So cannot wait to talk to him about that and his comedy career and everything going on with Roy Wood Jr. On top of that, we opened up, of course, talking about the Kawhi Leonard situation, keeping you guys abreast on that while that deal is held up because of the investigation by NBA. But we also opened up talking about LeBron James and the hurt feelings that Bill Simmons currently has, because it's very clear, D-Fish, Bill Simmons was a little bit fooled by some information he was given, and now he's saying the Cleveland deal is done, which leads us to speculating, where exactly do we think LeBron James is going, and also which of the mocked Photoshop jerseys that you saw LeBron in these last month looked the weirdest. Let's go over to Oscar in Baldwin Park. Oscar, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Fellas, buenos dias.
Yo, what's up, Oscar?
Buenos dias.
Got todos out to D-Fish. Much respect, D-Fish, man. First of all, your Laker teams, man, it gave me memories that last me a lifetime. So, God bless.
Thank you, Oscar. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Mamba. Real quick on LeBron. We got to give up to the prophet Bill Simmons. I guess he knows it all. So, we'll take his word that he's going back to Cleveland, right?
Well, I mean, Oscar, we can take his word, but didn't we take his word a week ago when he said it was Golden State was the done deal?
Well, yeah, I'm being sarcastic about that. That about to rubs me the wrong way.
He rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Don't worry, Oscar. It ain't just you.
Well, you know what? I would have liked to see him go to Golden State. I think that would have been him and Curry. But at the same time, I don't think he would have. Like that, I think that would have messed up his legacy going to Golden State. They always beat him in the finals. Mm-hmm. But and then the Photoshop jerseys, all of them, man. I think he should go to Cleveland or Miami and call it a career.
I love it. Oscar, you know what's so funny? Like, and D-Fish, whenever I would see LeBron those first couple of years wearing a Laker jersey, it felt like I was watching a Photoshop situation. It took me a solid, 2 full years before I got used to LeBron rocking the purple and gold. I eventually got there, but I'll freely admit, they all look weird. I'm with Oscar. Each one of them looks strange to me, and I can't really pinpoint why. The guy's played for 3 different organizations in his career.
He has, and he's been insanely impactful in all 3 organizations. So, I mean, all the jerseys are definitely going to look weird initially outside of, seeing him back in that Cavs uniform. I mean, that's the only one that you could visualize, him just it looking like he went home. And, I would understand all of the reasons why that situation and scenario make a lot of sense. Again, it's not just going home. I think LeBron just still enjoys the chess strategy of basketball and helping figure out how to move the right pieces around and helping players understand certain situations. And I think he could see himself being a true add of value, and not that he's like a mentor type of guy that can't still perform at an all NBA level, but I do think he enjoys having a role that would allow him to still do a lot of teaching and showing guys the way. So I think the Cavs situation does present that type of opportunity.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what the decision is. What do you guys think? 855-97 LA Fan. Where do you guys think LeBron James is going to end up? Let's switch it over to the Los Angeles Dodgers. We talked a lot yesterday, D-Fish, specifically about pitcher Roki Sasaki, the 24-year-old Japanese player who has had flashes of greatness and a lot of it's been, I mentioned it yesterday, very Dickensian, very tale of 2 cities when it comes to the career in Major League Baseball thus far in 2 years, well, a season and a half, I should really say, of Roki Sasaki. And the question yesterday was whether or not Roki will remain in the starting rotation. And I think he will remain there for at least the time being. before I do firmly believe in the playoffs, he'll be moved, or right before the playoffs, I should really say, moved to the bullpen to have the similar role that he had last season. And a lot of this is barring, D-Fish, people's health. We need to make sure Snell's healthy, which, by the way, Blake Snell did say that he is feeling no problem in his shoulder for the first time in a while after the surgery that he just got. So that is phenomenal news to hear for Blake Snell. So I'm expecting Blake Snell to be healthy. Tyler Glasnow, I jokingly but not jokingly said, I'm not expecting Tyler Glasnow to be healthy. He gets hurt very, very easily. Big guy, very wiry frame, and he just always goes down. But this is actually more of a conversation of whether or not we trust Roki Sasaki. Now, I'm going to go ahead and throw the blanket statement right now that I do trust him. But I think we can pull back the hood a little bit, and I can explain why I do trust Roki Sasaki. One, unquestionably his performance in the playoffs last year. 9 appearances, an 8.3 ERA, 3 saves, in a position that he'd never been in his life, D-Fish. That being said, that's not the only reason I truly think he's going to be fine. I will admit there are problems with Roki Sasaki. When he loses his command, a lot of issues take place. But Raj and I were talking before that. And he's like, why do you think he hasn't been able to make the transition the same way like a Yamamoto did or a Shohei Ohtani did? And D-Fish, I just kind of said to him, to me, it's all about age. This kid's young. At the end of the day, this is a 24-year-old kid. His 3 years where he dominated in Japan were between 2021 and 2024. 19-year-old kid to a 22-year-old kid. And yeah, the Dodgers worked really hard to get him over here because they saw a 22-year-old pitching phenom. Yeah, I want to get my hands on that. Everybody else did too. Now, here is what his stat lines have looked this season, and this is why it's frustrating a lot of people, because I did talk about yesterday the dominance of Roki Sasaki during those 3 years over there in Japan. 19 strikeout game, which is tying the record in Japan's history. 13 straight strikeouts in a game. That's actually a world record in all of professional baseball. He had a dominant record. His career ERA was like a 1.79 ERA over there in Japan. He was an absolute dominant force. Yet over here, a career 533 pitcher, and of course this season having his ups and downs. But people have been kind of taking his first half this season, D-Fish, and kind of breaking it up and saying he just is too inconsistent. And I do hear what they're saying, but here is the first half of this season. On May 17th, against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, he really started to show his flashes of what he's capable of again. He goes 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 earned run. We talked about that game quite a bit. He looked fantastic in that game, but we also said, it's the Angels, maybe we should pump the brakes. May 23rd, Milwaukee Brewers, another very solid outing. 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, only 2 earned runs. Good job against the second best team in Major League Baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers. Goes up against the Phillies. The Phillies, a team that I think the Dodgers will have trouble with in October. I think a lot of teams will have trouble with the Phillies in October. Well, 5.1 innings pitched, 3 hits, only 1 earned runs to that juggernaut offense. Then he goes against the Angels again, dominant performance, no runs in 7 innings. And that's where things kind of change, because on June 12th, he faces the Chicago White Sox. 4.1 innings, 7 hits, 7 earned runs. That's a bad day. Don't know what to say. Pitches were in the zone, got hit up. Baltimore Orioles, not too bad. 3 earned runs in 5.2 innings. That's a quality start as far as I'm concerned. Then he faces the Padres. 3 earned runs in 4 innings, gets pulled early. Faces the Padres again. 3 innings pitched, 6 earned runs. Then, of course, this week against the Colorado Rockies. A very solid and good performance. I really think, looking at these numbers, D-Fish, Roki Sasaki is not doing bad at all. Could he do better? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, he is the 5th or 6th starter on this team, D-Fish. He's putting out a performance that they need. One, he's eating innings. He's staying healthy. Oh, and the Dodgers have 61 wins.
That's the most important part, is that the team is still finding a way to be successful. you talked about the youth. I think that's also an important aspect of this. There are very few, young guys that walk into a league in year one or year two, take over the entire league, and just, nobody ever catches up. We spent a lot of time talking about LeBron, right, over the last few weeks.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the only guys I can remember in recent history, walking into a pro sport as a 19-year-old, 18-year-old kid, and he hasn't looked back. You think about Tiger Woods, like he walked onto the pro golf circuit, didn't look back. The list gets pretty short after that, of people that just walk into a pro sports league and dominate and don't have those really significant ups and downs in their career and in their journey. I think you also have to note last season in 2025, Deck, he only pitched 10 games. So he's already up to 16 games pitched at this point, halfway through the season.
Oh, yeah.
Correct. So that means people have seen him twice as much. They've seen his stuff twice as much. There's twice as much video and study and understanding of where he likes to place the ball, et cetera. So you are going to see people getting to him more often as he pitches more often. And then it'll be incumbent upon him to make the adjustments, which he's doing. Dave Roberts is showing a lot of trust and confidence in him, even at times, which he talked about a couple of days ago, allowing him to battle and work through being up 3-0, the game being tied 3-3, and then having to figure out. He bowed his neck. He found a way to grind out, getting a couple more outs and getting his team out of it a tough inning. And those are the types of things that will help him over the course of his career long term. And so I think the Dodgers can count on Roki Sasaki, but the entire season is not in his hands.
Not at all.
Their entire success is not in his hands. And so when you talk about a young guy that's in a world-class pitching rotation, I believe he's doing a solid enough job that he still should be in the rotation, and them preparing him for more responsibility as he gets older and matures in the league.
Unquestionably, and Dave Roberts is the right manager for this kid and this team going forward, obviously, with him going past his 1,000th win this season. Guys, coming up, Conor McGregor. He's back! Is he? Is he really? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
I'm going to destroy Max. I'm going to eliminate Max. The final opponent of mine, still within the UFC ranks. All of my other opponents are gone. Max is the last one left. And on Saturday night, he gets eliminated for good.
Max says he's the best boxer in the UFC. Do you believe he's the best boxer in the UFC?
I think his boxing is abysmal. I don't rate it once. He has one gear, and it's not impressive. Very rarely have we seen magic inside the octagon from Max Holloway. Little evil Holloway. Saturday night gets destroyed.
That's awesome.
That was Conor McGregor drunkenly saying things on a podium. Conor McGregor hasn't fought anybody since 2021. Conor McGregor has actually had more court dates than he has had fights in the UFC. And I don't know what the hell Conor McGregor is talking about. Guys, Conor McGregor is rejoining the UFC. It was announced about, 5 months ago. And it was announced very, very specifically, D-Fish, right around the time the UFC was getting an outrageous amount of backlash because of everything that was happening with the White House thing. And then, of course, a lot of people talking about how UFC doesn't develop new stars anymore, of which they do not. Conor McGregor coming back out of basically retirement, and by the way, still facing a lot of allegations and charges, to come out here is all the proof I needed that the UFC is not in a good place right now. I don't know what to say, D-Fish, other than, to me, this fight would have been really, really cool in 2014. In 2026, I can't stress this enough, I couldn't care less about Conor McGregor and the UFC. The UFC, dude, has absolutely destroyed itself over the last 5 years. I don't know if it was COVID that made them choose to take that cash grab with the Paramount Plus deal. It seems on paper, by the way, that the Paramount Plus deal that they decided to sign would have been more accessibility for its fans. Quite the opposite, D-Fish. I'll give you a great example. Sports are supposed to be communal, right? Like we're supposed to enjoy sports as fans together.
I mean, that's the idea. I mean, you've seen a lot of pro sports leagues, including the NBA, NFL, et cetera, going more towards streaming. So I think from an economic perspective, you see a lot of sports going in this direction, but it still should be accessible, no question.
Yeah. Well, again, it should be accessible, yet it's somehow not, because the only way you can really watch it is, of course, on Paramount Plus. But guess what? That's not how I ever consumed the UFC or boxing. I like to go places and watch these fights with other fight fans. I like watching boxing matches like at a bar or at a restaurant or a place that's showing the fights. The problem is a lot of bars are no longer showing the fights. It used to be event viewing, but because of the Paramount Plus deal and the streaming aspect of it, bars are being charged an exorbitant amount to be able to even show the fights. For example, I used to go to about 4 different bars in LA to watch UFC fights. All 4 of the bars no longer show the UFC fights because they can't afford to pay the package that the UFC is demanding them pay, as opposed to the old model of the pay-per-view model. So one, you have a problem with the UFC that you can't really get access to it unless you specifically subscribe to Paramount Plus. 2, there are no new stars or no stars, frankly, at all in the UFC. This fight, to me, is nothing because Conor McGregor is way out of his prime. You can hear him on the mic. Even his mic skills are out of his prime. And frankly, he fought Holloway in 2013. You know what was good about that fight? It was right around the time I would have cared about that fight. Conor McGregor in 2026, especially with all of the very alleged allegations that are out there and the things that he has been convicted for, it's embarrassing that we even have to put him on television in the United States. Ireland won't put him on TV, yet we seem more than happy to throw him out there. It's embarrassing. The UFC is embarrassing, D-Fish.
Well, did Conor McGregor, he kind of helped build the UFC into what it is now, right?
Absolutely.
In terms of his Yeah, like his star power, his brand, his following, that kind of elevated the entire platform of the UFC. So my guess is that they feel like they owe him an opportunity to get his brand back because he has lost some shine, he has lost some glory, and maybe this is a way of showing him an opportunity to kind of make some money, win some fans back, hopefully with a solid performance. But you're right. I mean, I don't think many people are making this a thing they have to put on their calendar. But names are draws, and so it's similar to movies, right? Like if you see certain names on a movie, then you're going to show up because it's George Clooney's in the movie. Like, so more people are just going to watch it, whether it's an Oscar-worthy performance or not. It's George Clooney, and I think Conor McGregor has a little bit of that appeal to some people. But yeah, this is definitely an outdated matchup for sure.
Oh, yeah. You said the key word there, Fish, Oscar-winning performance or not. And my question is, not being a UFC guy like you were in the past, but the few fights that I had.
You used to be a huge fan.
Right. Well, not me, but the ones that I did watch as a very casual fans were involved Conor McGregor, a handful. It's been a minute. So what type of performance can I expect here? I mean, can he... I mean, gosh, just when you're not, I would have bet that he would never get in the ring again when you have that much time off. I just don't think returning to the ring is a good idea. This is a brutal combat sport. So what kind of fight do we expect? I know we got a lot of numbers and stuff in front of you. You don't need them. I don't know who the hell he's fighting. Holloway is, but
Holloway is a former BMF champion. Like Holloway is one hell of a fighter.
Is he a striker, as you would say? Or
yes, he is a striker, but he also has a good ground game as well. But you heard him talking about his boxing skills because he is absolutely a striker, and he's trying to say, well, his boxing skills are no good. Your boxing skills are. We've seen you box. What is this? Conor McGregor is currently 37 years old. That is quite old in the UFC. Now, add the fact that he hasn't fought in 5 years. That's quite old in the UFC.
Yeah.
And I do agree with you, D-Fish. He did make UFC what it was, not what it is today. What it is today, I don't even know what it is today.
Who's their biggest star right now?
You tell me.
I don't know.
They don't have any stars, dude. They have no stars, which, by the way, is one of the biggest complaints about the UFC. They signed a $10 billion deal, yet they're not barely paying their fighters. Now, here's where the UFC has gotten everything right. Having it all under one umbrella, under one championship, and making your quote-unquote stars, especially in the past, fight each other.
Oh, yeah, you get the fight you want to see. Unlike boxing, you don't have to wait 7 years.
Unlike boxing, where you got guys that are controlling their own destinies in boxing, which is basically an overcorrection in the opposite direction. There's got to be some sort of middle ground someday in the fight world that we can actually turn it back into something. Because I used to interview Lou DiBella all the time, boxing promoter, very famous boxing promoter. If you don't know who he is,
shouts out to you, Lou.
He was even in the movie Rocky Balboa, playing himself as the fight promoter of that fight. Now, Lou hates what the boxing world has turned into, and I agree with him because right now the best boxing promoter in the world is Jake Paul, and those are barely boxing promotions. So that's a problem because UFC's biggest competitor is MVP. UFC gets a lot of flack for not even taking care of their fighters. We don't even know who the champions or current stars are, so much so, and you are right about this, D-Fish, stars move column inches. They sell tickets. I don't think this is UFC doing anything for Conor McGregor. I think this is a UFC desperately hoping Conor McGregor does something for them. And I'm sorry, you are 10 years too late and way too many convictions too late to get anyone here to care about it, D-Fish.
I mean, but if you have if you have a subscription to Paramount Plus, if you see a fight scheduled, I mean, that's fair. I'm watching Lioness or Landman.
My man.
So, but if you see like going across, the screen of Conor McGregor fight, compared to another guy that's a really good fighter, but you just aren't familiar with his name, like you may not click on it. And so, I don't know what this is actually about. But I know more people are going to watch because he's in it than not.
Well, guys, we got ourselves the 4th annual Swingman Classic that's going to be happening for Major League Baseball this next week, along with the All-Star Game. Who better to talk about it than the guy that's going to be hosting and running it himself, Roy Wood Jr., great comedian, joining us live right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And guys, very, very excited. Very excited for this next segment because we have one hell of a guest. You have seen him all over the place. You see him a lot on MLB Network. At least that's where I see him a lot. You remember him over there from The Daily Show, an incredible comedian, and of course, here to talk about the upcoming Swingman Classic. That is a wonderful baseball tournament that specifically is showcasing HBCU talent. I cannot wait to talk to him about it. The one and only Roy Wood Jr. Welcome to the program on D. Fish and Decker. Big fan, dude. How you doing?
Welcome.
Let's start with the Swingman Classic, dude. I know you're emceeing the event. I've loved all of your work on MLB Network as of late. Like, what is exactly this showcasing, my man?
Yo, man, Ken Griffey Jr. 4 years ago got it in his head. Let's take the best kids at these colleges where the scouts don't want to go and build a nice little neat weekend for them to showcase themselves ahead of All-Star Weekend. You know, you got the Futures Game, Celebrity Game, Home Run Derby, whatever. But the All-Star Weekend starts officially with the Swingman Classic. 50 kids, 25 each side. We're talking SWAC, MEAC, CIAA, the whole nine. And it's an opportunity for these players to not only be seen by big league scouts, but to play and get to touch and feel in a big league facility. Because, you know, some of them lower divisions colleges, the facilities are not always there, but it doesn't mean you don't have the gifts. I think in the last 4 years, 10 players have been drafted out of these games. So there's definitely big league talent here, and I'm just excited for people in Philly to come and see the game. And if you're not in Philly, it'll be on MLB Network tonight at 7.
Roy D. Fish here, man. Thank you for jumping on with us. We got a guy in our studio here, Raj, that he act like he's from Brazil, but he's really from Philadelphia. And so let us know if you see any Brazilian Philadelphians walking around.
Real problem. A real problem.
Well, you know, it's World Cup. It's a lot of other blacks in the country right now. It's a lot of new recipes. You mean them French Moroccans and all of that. So, you know, you don't know.
I mean, about the Swingman Classic, man, I mean, that's amazing that you and Ken have partnered and provided this platform for these young guys. You know, obviously a lot about, trying to break through, like tell us a little bit. Sports and athletes are always looking for those breakthrough moments, man. When was yours? When do you remember, like, I can be good at this and I'm going to go after it?
Oh, for me, it was BET's Comic View 2003. Now, I had done stand-up for about 5 years. I did the Apollo '02, got booed. I did like a couple of, and you know, like when you get booed, it's like, yo, louder. It was black folks. It was way louder than that. Black boo it ain't nothing like no sports boo right there, boy. Because you know what else messed up about the Apollo? You get booed, the show end, and then you on the train with the same people who's booing you. It's like, yo, this is too much.
Yeah, you get on the E and you're screwed.
Yeah, it's like getting booed at the Apollo is like failing at your combine or your workout or your pro day. And so I didn't feel like I would have a chance to bounce back from that. But, you know, the next year Comic View came around and I was ready that time and delivered. And, you know, I've been blessed to have a, 27, 28-year career in entertainment since then. And I think that seeing these kids being able to have this moment with Swingman is dope. And the other thing MLB Network has allowed me to do is go around to these campuses and interview these children, during the actual baseball season. The last 2-3 years, I've been to like 10, 12 campuses. We've gone to the SWAC tournaments. I've sat with all the scouts who do all of the traveling with these kids. And I think something that's really understated about baseball in college is that by volume, they play the most games. So they are out of class the most of any student athlete. Therefore, the work-life balance and the academic life balance, it is probably one of the more difficult to juggle if we're just talking about time available to study. So for these kids to be able to pull off these athletic feats and still be able to get their degrees, to me, that's one of the biggest achievements to me.
We are talking with Roy Wood Jr., of course, doing all things for the Swingman Classic, and, of course, phenomenal comedian. Roy, I've been watching your stuff on MLB Network, and I've really, really enjoyed it. I've worked at MLB Network for years, and I'm sorry we never got to cross paths, but what has been your favorite thing, kind of rubbing shoulders with a lot of the baseball folk and getting the opportunity to kind of pull back the curtain a little bit? You know, because I know a lot of people are fans of your work, so you being a fan of their work, what's that like going back and forth with each other?
You can attest to this, Cody. You can attest to this. Baseball players are the only players who retired who think they still got it.
Yes.
Like basketball players will acknowledge, all right, I'm gonna be out here on the wing. I ain't gonna be doing no slashing. Football players can't walk. You seen how they be hobbling. But man, MLB Network. So every year also I get with the Players Alliance and CC Sabathia, and they do an East-West Classic. And they've done it the last 2 years in my hometown of Birmingham at Rickwood Field. And it's a tribute to the Negro Leagues. They invite retired Negro Leaguers out there. Dusty Baker is out there doing his thing. Jerry Harrison Sr. is out there managing the state. And it starts out casual, like they throw in 70. It's just we just gonna throw 70. And then the next thing you know, them boys out there throwing 85. They doing hook slides. Prince Fielder jacking them all the way out of the yard. And I'm like, yo, I thought this was just supposed to be you ain't playing but 6 innings. Why y'all playing this hard? And it's been so much fun to see that their love for baseball, like even in retirement, still reverts back to whatever it was in Little League, where it's just fun. You want to get out there and have a good time. Baseball players, hands down, the most relaxed and most chill of all the sports athletes. Though I will say that hockey players, them the ones you want to drink with.
Yeah. They're
Ain't gonna name no names.
We're good drinkers, but we're
Shout out to
drinkers.
Dave Bolin. But I ain't gonna name no names other than that. Shout out to Dave Bolin from the Blackhawks.
Oh my God, Roy, you're a big baseball fan. Obviously, we talk a lot about the Dodgers. We talk a lot about how people feel about the Dodgers, and what is the energy going to be like out there in Philly around the All-Star game? People are mad at the Dodgers; they spend too much money, or how do baseball fans really feel about the Dodgers right now?
I think that there's always going to be a little bit of hate for somebody that's playing better than you. But I would argue that Philadelphia is one of those markets where you kind of need that little bit of an underdog grit. That city, the city of Philadelphia has always benefited from that. I wonder if Philly won too much, if they would turn into Boston, where there's a sense of entitlement, like you kind of want to be the odd man out for a while. And so like what are Knicks fans gonna be for the next decade now that they got one? You know,
An absolute nightmare is what they're gonna be.
I think you think they won't turn entitled. Like, of course they're going to be obnoxious to other fans, but like the idea that, well, we only got one, we should have got five during that run. Mike Brown's a terrible coach. Like, will that be the story in a decade of the Brunson Knicks? I don't know, but I do think that Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But
seasons to get there. Unreal.
correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his
You're
catcher,
right.
get it together. And then
Right.
the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounded like he's trash.
Roy Wood Jr. joining the show right now. Roy, I first got to see your work first when you were doing some stuff on Last Comic Standing, but it was really when you were on The Daily Show, man, that I really got a good look at just what Roy Wood Jr. is. What was that experience like hosting The Daily Show? I know already being a correspondent, but when you were the host, man, I'm not going to lie to you, I was really hoping you were going to take over full time. But what was that like for you? Was that a kind of a seismic change for you, or was that just kind of more of the same in this industry for you?
As a kid who grew up, watching The Daily Show, and, I have a degree in journalism, and I came up watching Jon Stewart and Steve Carell and dreamed of being on the show, auditioned for the show in '07 and didn't get it. So to have an opportunity, 10 years later to audition and get the job, and then just to be considered for host was that was just, it was an honor. It was an absolute damn honor. And, I have to give a shout out to Trevor Noah as well, because he allowed me during my time on that show to be myself. And 9 times out of 10, when you're a comedian working underneath someone else, they're going to try and nip and tuck you into being what they want you to be or what they think you should be, instead of just accepting who you are. Man, every story I went in and pitched, the answer was yes. So whether it was something serious like police reform or something nonsensical, I tell you a story we were trying to do right before the election, right before, during the rise of Trump in 2016, and that became the story nationally. We had a story. I went to Trevor, and Trevor strikes me as somebody who's only watched baseball twice. And I said, hey man, some of these some of these black colleges got predominantly white teams because black kids don't play baseball as much because of the blah 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 blah. I said I want to go to a black college and talk to these white players and talk to them about what it's like to be a minority. And he was like, cool. Like just something as goofy as that. Or it could also be, hey man, we need to talk about immigration reform. So it was to be a part of that show and be a part of the legacy of that show and what the great Jon Stewart built. That's something that just, you can't take that away from me. And I'm just thankful that I was able to be a part and contribute to that lexicon.
Roy, I'm new to this radio thing, man, and I'm trying to figure out how to get my prank call reps up. And so I'm curious about the keys to
Don't do
pulling
it.
off prank calls
Don't
as a
do it.
radio.
Man, I did pranks for about 15 years. Prank calling was such an art form, and they call it trolling now, the young people. But the thing though was that I never called anybody that I didn't get permission from one of their kinfolk to call. So I'm cussing you out right now because your husband told me to do this to you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I have nothing but respect for you. And a lot of those pranks are still on YouTube, and I'll listen to. They're not even on my page. Like, these just random people who've taken them and posted them. And I look at that stuff now as a 47-year-old man. The things I said to people at 21 just to get a laugh so I could stay employed. I am embarrassed. But man, it was funny.
Well, Roy Wood Jr.,
It was
the
silly.
one and only. I got to know this
Yeah,
right before
man.
you
Well,
go.
thank y'all, man.
No, before you go, real quick. I see that one thing very specifically that you and D. Fish have in common is you kind of both grew up a little bit in Memphis, Tennessee. And I got to know.
Yeah.
How is the bridge there? It's a topic of subject all the time. D. Fish brought up that there's a bridge in Memphis, Tennessee that leads you to Arkansas.
There's a bridge.
And we're told
There's
by
a
D.
bridge that
Fish
splits.
it's the best bridge that exists. Is it?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I left Memphis in the 4th grade for Birmingham, but I do remember in elementary school them making us raise money. They had a fundraiser where you raise money and you give me money and it contributes to a light on the bridge. And then they would have all these little nice light bulbs lining the bridge. So I feel like if the city of Memphis is pimping elementary school kids to raise money so the bridge has lights for the cars to see. I don't know if it's the best. It's a bridge. The
It is
best
definitely.
bridge.
It's definitely A Bridge, D-Fish. I'm so glad Roy Wood Jr. is here to give us the actual insight we've been looking for on this damn
The
bridge.
bridge had a fundraiser. What other bridge you know got a fundraiser?
Roy Wood Jr., check him out on MLB, of course, tonight for the Swingman Classic and everything All-Star related this week. Roy Wood Jr., man, we're a huge fan. Can't thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker today, man.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Absolute legend, Roy Wood Jr. D-Fish, I'm telling you, man, when he was on The Daily Show, I was begging for them to keep him on as the host. He was phenomenal. Now, I love what The Daily Show is still doing right now, but, man, when he was rocking that, I thought it was going to happen.
No, man, the wit and his comedy is off the charts. Like, I love, like, and smart, right? Like, they're smart, it's witty, like culturally representative. It's all the things. So I appreciate him jumping on with us this morning. Love his work and just looking forward to seeing the Swingman Classic coming up during All-Star Weekend.
Dude, it's really, really cool, the Swingman Classic specifically, and he's right. It is kind of like the thing that launches All-Star Week now for Major League Baseball, and we are coming into an upcoming All-Star Week. Granted, final weekend of Major League Baseball, but Dodgers got themselves a 3-game series coming up against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we are obviously going to break that down a little bit, but this entire tournament is really awesome. I played when I was at UCLA. I would play against, there was a tournament we had. It was before the Swingman Classic. So at UCLA, we would play against Southern University, Bethune-Cookman, another HBCU school, and I believe it was us and USC in like a small early tournament. And this is where I really got my first like introduction to HBCU schools. In between the games, there was basically a drumline type of marching band off. And it was between UCLA and USC. And I remember my strength coach, who used to be Thunder from the American Gladiators, said to me, no. You think you guys know marching bands. Wait till you see what Southern does. And I'm like, okay, whatever, Thunder. USC and UCLA marching band's pretty good. And then the Southern marching band came out. D-Fish, I had never seen a marching band before in my life until I saw Southern came out with their marching band, dude.
Yeah, man. I mean, the band is a part of the fabric of HBCUs. It's almost like it has the respect and the reverence of an actual sports team. That's how much people enjoy watching them perform and doing their thing. And yeah, I mean, that's a cool tournament, though. I didn't even know that existed, man.
Really
that's
cool.
Yeah, I'm glad that to know that even existed. I didn't know that those opportunities were there for those guys, and I thought it was cool too what he talked about in terms of with the Daily Show. Like, let me just go to these HBCUs and interview white players about how it feels to be a minority. It's like, that's random. That is a random.
It's a great idea. It's such a great idea. I'm furious I never think of that. Dang it. God, he's smarter than me. What are you going to do? All right, guys, quick break. But coming up, we are in the midst of the summer of 26, the Lakers summer of 26. That's what was sold to us. But more importantly, that's what was sold to Luka Doncic. Is Luka Doncic happy about the summer of 26? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, join us live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long. And those of you that are doing your drive time commute here in Los Angeles, California, well, guess what? You can take us on the go with the Odyssey app anywhere you go. And go ahead and make sure you like, share, and subscribe to D. Fish and Decker and listen to the podcast. And, of course, you can take us to go wherever you want with that Odyssey app. D. Fish. So much happening at the as of late when it comes to the Lakers, and of course all things NBA. We talked a little bit earlier about the LeBron James of it all, but right now we got to talk a little bit about our guy Luka Doncic. A lot has happened here in the summer of 26. Obviously, when we got our hands on Luka Doncic, it was told to us just about a month ago, D-Fish, that it was sold to Luka by Rob Pelinka and company. That just wait, just you wait. Just wait patiently because the summer of 26 is coming. All this cap space, we're going to move things around. We're going to build around Luka, and the work began. The work absolutely began, starting with the Austin Reeves of it all, and then going to getting their hands on Colin Sexton, Quentin Grimes, Kevon Looney, and of course, Mamu was another name that was added to that list. Now, names that have since been exited said list. Of course, Rui Hachimura gone, LeBron James gone. We saw Marcus Smart is gone, Jackson Hayes gone. So it's a real new look team. And of course, I forgot to mention the Walker Kessler sign and trade that the Lakers also had. The Lakers are looking all right, but according to Dave McMenamin, the Lakers, who actively did everything they could to please their star player Luka Doncic, apparently he's quite pleased. He's quite pleased with the team that's put around him. And my question for you, D-Fish, is how much do you think it was important for the Lakers in this era of the NBA to make sure Luka was pleased with it? You know, it's one thing to sell smoke and mirrors, and we've talked about the perceived disrespect to their previous star of LeBron James and the moves that they made without really consulting them. How do you think Luka is taking these moves? Do you think he's ready to really take the reins here in LA full time? What does this actually look post summer of 26?
I mean, I think he's in a good spot. I mean, what else is he supposed to say about, new teammates, guys coming in? They chose to sign here and play next to him and accept the fact that, he's the lead horse. He's the big dog. He'll be the MVP candidate that everything revolves around. And so in a lot of ways, when guys are signing free agent contracts to join the Lakers now, it's because they actually envision playing with him. It's been LeBron has been that guy for the past 8 seasons or so that, Anthony Davis came to join LeBron. Other free agents, those guys were coming to L.A. to play for the Lakers, but also you want to play with certain types of teammates. And so now Luka's in that position here in LA for the first time. I think it's a similar and familiar position for him. It's what it was for him with the Dallas Mavericks. Certain type of players, they fit certain archetypes, had certain skills in terms of rim protection and shot blocking in the middle. Guys that were 3-and-D, long, rangy wing players. And the ball's going to be in Luka's hands quite a bit. So you have to be mindful of the types of guards that you're going to bring in. The ball's going to be in Austin Reeves' hands quite a bit as well. And so I think they've done as good a job as you can do. This wasn't a superstar free agent summer. LeBron is the biggest superstar free agent to be available. The rest of the quote-unquote superstars around the league were all involved in, trade scenarios or contract extension situations that didn't necessarily land them on the free agent market. And so I think the Lakers are in a good spot. The personnel has been overhauled quite a bit, but they checked a lot of boxes. The speed, the athleticism, the dynamic play of multiple guys, all the things that you have to do to win at the highest level now in the NBA. They have the types of players that can do those things. It's just a matter of blending in and merging it into a cohesive and championship contending group, and that's going to take a little bit of time.
You know, you mentioned the Mavs team 2023, 2024 that went to the finals with Luka, and that's, of course, his one finals appearance. How would you compare the pieces around Luka right now compared to the pieces that were around him going to that finals? Is this basically the blueprint, or is that team more of an outlier, or rather than the blueprint to get them there? I mean, because that team was, until the trade deadline that season, kind of hovering around the play-in before they kind of went off after the trade deadline, which, even though he's heavily maligned now, Nico Harrison did reshape that team after that deadline to get them to 50 wins, and then they dominated the Western Conference all the way into the finals. Is that the blueprint, or was that an outlier?
I think a little bit of both at that time. The combination of Luka and Kyrie Irving was spectacular. I mean, you talk about the ability to not only magically create plays for themselves, but elite level playmaking for their teammates. They both could get into the lane with 2 feet anytime they want to. And that's where good NBA offenses start now, is being able to get the ball into the paint off the drive or off the cut. And both of those guys were elite at doing it. And then they were surrounded by guys like P.J. Washington, Derrick Jones Jr., Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, like just long, active, athletic guys that could make a lot of things happen. Now, I do think the Western Conference flipped, though, after that season. Oklahoma City wasn't quite ready yet. They became the NBA champions the season after. Then now the San Antonio Spurs are here, right? So even if this Lakers team is constructed in a similar way in terms of, versatile guys, 3-and-D guys, Austin Reeves is not Kyrie Irving, but similar in his ability to create plays and really crafty with the basketball. The league is different now. Now that same Dallas Mavericks team would have to play the Oklahoma City Thunder, who've won a championship before. They'd have to play the San Antonio Spurs, who just went to the NBA Finals and Victor Wembanyama's arrival. And so even with the same type of group, the bar is higher than what it used to be in 2024. But I like their chances. I like, it's similar to NFL football in a lot of ways. When you have a particular star quarterback, you have to then start to look at, okay, who's your left tackle? What does your offensive line look like? Okay, what type of wide receiver core do you have? Do you have a running back that can create some play action pass and, just kind of put a really good football team together? And I think the Lakers, yes, lost one of the biggest and greatest superstars we'll ever see in LeBron James. But I think they've smartly kind of put a solid basketball team together, built with guys that can play the positions at a really good level. Now, does that mean you win a championship in year one together? We have to wait and see. A lot of things have to go right. But I do like the different ways that they can go about winning now. And it's not so heavily reliant on just superstar production. They have a number of guys that are going to be able to contribute.
Absolutely. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What do you guys think, LA? 855-97 LA Fan. Luka's apparently happy with the Lakers' moves in the summer of 26. But are you happy with the moves that have been made so far in the summer of 26 for the Lakers? Do you think this team can compete in the Western Conference? Give D-Fish and I a call right now, 855-97 LA Fan. And of course, the Lakers aren't done, D-Fish. Of course, we've been talking about the rumors of Kuminga for about a week now, and still nothing has officially come to fruition. Apparently, the deal that's on the table right now is 2 years, $20 million, although, obviously, the bird rights that are held for him, they can obviously offer him a little bit more, and it could turn into a sign-and-trade situation. But it's apparently being reported that this final spot is not done deal for the Lakers, considering the fact the Celtics are apparently looming around with apparently a little more money to offer to Mr. Kuminga. So the question of the day is, do the Boston Celtics come in and swoop in last second and ruin the summer of 26 for the Lakers, D-Fish?
Sounds, I mean, it's possible, sure, but I'm not sure. You know, we talk a lot about the basketball fit, right? And the Celtics just acquired Paul George in the trade with the Sixers in exchange for Jaylen Brown, and there were some draft picks involved, et cetera. And I don't think Kuminga wants to put himself in a situation where it's about the money a bit, but competing with Jason Tatum and Paul George for those wing minutes, that's a tough scenario to be in. I know Paul George is a veteran guy. Are you going to talk to him about coming off the bench at this point in his career? Is that a conversation the Celtics are ready to have with Paul George, so that if they signed Jonathan Kuminga, he would be a starter? You know, because I don't know if Kuminga wants to sign a contract anywhere where he definitely is coming off the bench. You know, and I think in Boston right now, you know, I think Paul George is still a guy that can start games, doesn't have to play 30-plus minutes a game, but he's a type of veteran guy that once his engines start revving and getting ready for the game, you don't necessarily want to cool him down and have him coming off the bench. So, yeah, Boston may be in a more advantageous situation from a financial perspective. I'm not sure the basketball opportunity is necessarily better for Kuminga when you're looking at Jason Tatum's going to be a 38-minute per night guy. Mm-hmm. Paul George is going to play 28 minutes or so. There's not the full-time starter type of opportunity, in my opinion, unless the Celtics have already talked to Paul George about possibly coming off the bench at this point in his journey.
36 total regular season games last year, averaging 12.2 points, 5.6 rebounds per game, 2.3 assists per game, and his minutes were right around 23.1 minutes. That was both between Golden State and the Atlanta Hawks. But D-Fish, what do you think? Say the Lakers get their way. They get their hands on Jonathan Kuminga, whether the money works out or not, however they figure that out. Say we get him. What does Jonathan Kuminga, at least the version you've seen, bring to the team? And what does the version we want to get really need to bring to the Los Angeles Lakers if we get him in an ideal situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the version we've seen, which, you know, he's had some inconsistencies, but sometimes those inconsistencies are coming from a number of places. I mean, one, his role in Golden State, you know, didn't quite materialize into the way he wanted it to, and I think that led to some angst and some anxiety from both sides, you know, around where he fit best. I think the type of offensive system that, you know, birthed, you know, multiple-time NBA champions, you know, revolving around Steph Curry's gravity and ability wasn't always the best fit for Jonathan Kuminga, because you're going to spend more time without the ball than you do with it. And so a lot of players aren't as comfortable, you know, playing without the basketball at times. But the version we've seen from him still possesses athleticism and dynamic plays around the rim, you know, finishing in transition, some of his athleticism and defensive plays just from his activity and his ability to close gaps and close spaces. Those things would add value from day one. Where I think the Lakers could be specifically really helpful for him is I think J.J. Redick has a really good pulse for how to put individual players in position to add value to winning. I really do. And I think offensively, JJ would do some specific things to help Jonathan Kuminga not feel like he's on the outside looking in of what's going on offensively. Put him in position to feel like he's significantly impacting winning, even if he doesn't have the basketball a ton or as much as he would like to. And then in particular, the specifics of how the Lakers want to defend, like to defend, can defend, you know, I think could be a really good fit for Jonathan Kuminga. He's in a situation where he's going to have to be on a platform that allows him to create the market for himself that he desires. And, playing for the Lakers could do that for him if he's able to come in and handle it well. But again, the money, the role, the situation all has to align for him. And we'll have to see if the Lakers, fit and check all those boxes for him.
It's all over the chat right now. Good Karma doesn't really think, he's worrying that it'll be a similar issue that he would run into because AR and Luka on the ball is number 2. Luka on the ball a lot and AR is number 2, I should say. And then, of course, over here, Robert Wallace says, fits with Luka very well with a big smiley face, and he's with you. He feels that Redick can figure it out, and I'm inclined to believe you. I think this would be a very good situation. I hope to God it happens, but we will let you know as the days go forward in the summer of 26 whether or not the Lakers do get their hands on Jonathan Kuminga. But guys, coming up, FIFA having themselves a week. Boy, oh boy, corruption just straight out there in the forefront, and everybody wants to get the U.S. treatment when it comes to that FIFA corruption. But did England get the same treatment that the U.S. got? We will discuss as D-Fish and I hit it or quit it on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. That's right. We bring in that crooked S hype man Raj. My guy Raj. Let's hit it or quit it, my man.
Oh, fellas, you know we got to do another Caitlin Clark controversy.
No
That's
way.
right. When's the last time we talked about her on the court? Well, we don't talk about
Yesterday.
it. Yeah, right. Well, lawmakers sent an angry letter to the WNBA over multiple attacks on Caitlin Clark. Hit it or quit it on lawmakers, and there was a certain side of the law, it doesn't matter, but the certain political side, that sent a letter to WNBA fish to like chill out on Caitlin.
They seriously called it attacks?
Yes, and they said they were racially motivated, to be more specific.
What?
Yeah. This happened. So
all right,
yeah.
They were angry before
angry letters.
Before submitting that type of letter, you have to do your research, man, and understand like basketball history and like go back and study, Michael Jordan specifically.
Yeah.
And see how he was treated as he tried to become the new face of the NBA. Go back and watch it. Like it's not racially motivated; it's competitively motivated. I'd say that.
Or like
now,
Shaq in his first All-Star game, and they didn't want to pass on the ball.
I mean, yeah, All-Star games are even. It's more than that. It's deeper than that. It's just like no, you don't. Magic Johnson wasn't going to hand the keys to Michael Jordan, even in the '92 Olympics on the Dream Team. In practices, they went at each other because Michael Jordan was trying to become. So, this is acquitted, loud and clear.
All right, what you say, Cole?
Quit it. And also, Republican Party members that are doing this. You said it doesn't matter which party. No, it's 5 members of one party. I want to make this abundantly clear. All these very dumb white members of this one particular party, for some reason, specifically these guys, won't stop doing this. I don't know why. I agree with D. Fish and everybody else. This is just a competitive aspect. This is not a race aspect. And stop trying to legislate sports. What are you doing?
All right. Hey, guys, more on this. Harry Douglas says that Paige Beckers is everything we expected your girl Caitlin Clark to be. Hit it or quit it on that fish.
I mean, I don't think – I mean, Clark's injuries have caused her to miss a lot of basketball, so – I don't think we've seen.
He's just talking about on the court.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We haven't seen Caitlin Clark on the court as much. Paige Beckers has been like healthy this first year for her. She hasn't missed a considerable amount of time. I'm setting the table though. Paige Beckers before Caitlin Clark stormed onto the scene that year. It was Paige Beckers' injuries in college at UConn that opened the curtain for Caitlin Clark to step through. And so Paige Beckers is definitely just as good as a basketball player as Caitlin Clark. So I'm hitting it, but I'm not comparing the two as though one, like Paige Beckers is like what we expected Caitlin Clark to be. Paige Beckers is who Paige Beckers is. We don't have to put either one of them in the same boat. She was already like this. You don't have to compare her to Caitlin Clark.
Dude, 2 for 2. I'm with him on this exact same answer. 2 for 2. I think I hit it that Paige Beckers is doing a great job, but like we just haven't seen as much Caitlin Clark due to injury. When Caitlin Clark has been healthy, we've seen flashes of greatness and some flashes of downside of her game. But at the end of the day, they're both solid players, and I agree with D. Fish. We got in the version of both of them that I think we were expecting to this point, and they're both stars.
All right, fair enough. I feel you on that. Hey, Fish, Norway and Eden Allen, the big, tall, Viking-looking guy that destroyed the Brazil clubs. Yeah. The one I was saying you better watch. That's the one guy you got to watch. Well, anyway, this is true. So, he's been out here and making a name for himself to people who didn't know who he was before this, Americans. But he ignored a dinner invite from Tom Holland. And Tom Holland is the current Spider-Man with the big movie coming out on the 31st, I believe. So he didn't know who the hell Spider-Man was. He doesn't watch that stuff. So hit it or quit it on, on Soccer Holland, ignoring a dinner invite or turning it down, in fact, from Spider-Man, Fish.
They should have sent the invite from Zendaya, and then you would have known that it was dinner with Zendaya and Tom Holland.
I'd have gone to that dinner.
She's more famous than him, so that's how that would have worked.
She is.
I hit it. I mean, he's got a job to do right now anyway. Even if he knew who it was, I hit it. I don't have time to go to dinner, bro. I'm trying to lead my team to a World Cup title. So no time for dinner with Spider-Man. I'm trying to become Spider-Man out here on this pitch.
All I learned from this is somehow Spider-Man is completely unknown, and I'm assuming the character is completely unknown in Norway. That's Spider-Man, dude, but I do agree. I'll hit it. He should have led with Zendaya. You lead with Zendaya, that would absolutely work. And by the way, I watched this amazing commercial. I didn't know this because Holland was not in the previous World Cup because Norway wasn't there. He was the only Man U player that wasn't in the World Cup.
Man City
player that wasn't in the World Cup last go around. So he made this amazing video of him just mowing the lawn of the pitch at Man City because he was so bored during the World Cup. And now he's going, dude, close to the final.
That is great.
He's gone. You're right. That Man City squad has been stacked for years, and so Chelsea had a chance at him. We didn't get him. Damn it.
You blew it.
We blew it indeed. Hey guys, Fox Sports and Telemundo combined for an average 17 million viewers during a round of 32 for an average of 17. Now, for Team USA, we'll talk about those ratings later in the show. I got to tease. Don't blow it.
I won't. I'll leave it off.
But Fish, averaging 17 million viewers per round in that first knockout round. Hit it or quit it?
I hit it. I mean, we were obviously, a few of those viewers ourselves. I love everything about, what the World Cup has come to represent. It's one of these things that allows everybody, regardless of where they're from, to be seen. Whether your team is winning or not, ultimately, you had a chance. And that's really all people are looking for. So I'm hitting this all day. Hope these numbers keep going up.
Hitting it all day long. Guys, this tournament has been electric. And my question is not about exactly what this tournament is. We knew this was going to get ratings, maybe not this high, but dude, the ratings are through the roof. My question is, how do we capitalize on this to keep the train rolling after the World Cup? Team USA made a little run. There were enough good vibes. Now, how do we make it better going forward? Because, dude, I don't want soccer to end. I have loved this. 2 days ago, I was miserable when we didn't have a World Cup match. Thank God for France yesterday.
Those memes, you've seen the memes going around. People just miserable because we've been spoiled by soccer the last 27 days, and then that one day we didn't have it.
My liver was happy, but my mind and everything else was not.
I just want to give a shout out to my liver for hanging in there.
It's been a rough month for you.
But I'm going to Vegas this weekend, so liver, it ain't over, baby.
I hope you enjoyed that one
Raj,
day
holla
off.
at your boy, man. Holla at your boy.
Yeah, I know. I'm already going to text you. I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you for sure. Hey, but check it out. Hurricanes owner. You know what the Hurricanes are, Fish?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, there you go. The Hockeys. That's right. Well, the owner. I'm going to talk about the Hockeys.
It's a sport,
much.
I'm told.
Yes, I'm told too. And there's a cult following. Shouts out to you, King fans and everybody. But the owner is facing backlash for engraving names of his wife and 5 kids on the Stanley Cup, even though they had no role of winning it. So, Fish, when you win it, you get your name engraved on it if you're on a winning team, and there's limited room, obviously. Well, the Hurricanes owner decided to put his wife and 5 kids on the cup. Hit it or quit it on including your family on something they had no part in winning.
No, they had a part in winning. They're the family of the owner of the team.
Stop it!
You cannot be serious, D-Fish.
Yeah, I'm saying like why can't he include his family? They're a big part of his life.
It's
Like
for
they want to.
players. It's always been players. There are only players.
But why can't he start a new? He can't set a new precedent with that. No.
Jesus, it's your turn, Cody. That's it. I'm cutting your
Quit
mic.
it!
You're in the penalty box.
Quit it!
You're in the penalty box.
We get it. You're a family. Guys, everyone wants, D-Fish wants you all to know he's a family man. He's a good, solid family man, and he loves kids. Nah, I'm the opposite. F them kids. No chance in hell do they belong on that cup. No, there's limited room on that cup. No, you can't start new tradition. It's a tradition. You don't start new traditions on a tradition that's been around 100 years. Listen, I am not the biggest hockey fan. I'm not going to pretend that I am. But even I have reverence to the greatness that is the coolest trophy in all of sports. And that's the Stanley Cup, my guy.
Fish, I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Have you changed your stance on this ridiculous take you just had?
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I'm not saying like he should do it, but I'm just saying like he's the owner of the team. I don't know who's supposed to tell him no.
Back to the penalty box. No, back to the penalty box.
Owner of the cup, though, Fish. That's it. You know what?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
D-Fish, you know what? Because I'm your co-host on this show, I'm gonna engrave myself on one of them Larry O'Brien trophies.
So can they get championship rings?
They can do that, technically, I think.
Okay.
But we will discuss. Actually, good question.
All right.
Should they get rings? We'll discuss. But also on top of that, we got to talk about LeBron and so many other things right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we got Ron in the back. We got Raj out there doing everything he can on the ones and twos. And, of course, Crash doing his very best to keep us from crashing live on YouTube, which, of course, you can follow us and join the chat right now at The Fan LA. Welcome to the show. D-Fish. LeBron James. And you know what's funny? LeBron James, we were talking about LeBron like a week ago. We're going into the whole thing because it even was a video on our Instagram page. And, of course, you can check out the Instagram page at The Fan LA. And, you know, we've had a couple of videos that have gone a little viral-ish. And one particular one went viral last week was specifically about the comment, quote-unquote, Le GM, as opposed to LeBron James. And, you know, we kind of got into the conversation about Le GM. He is the star player. He gets to make moves. He gets to be in those conversations. And you made it pretty eloquent point that it's no different than any other team. It's just this team has LeBron James on it. And I very much agree with you on that fact. But the one thing we never brought up, and the one thing those LeBron haters always keep wanting to ignore about Le GM, and this is something that just really occurred to me earlier today. You know, we gave him a lot of flack for being Le GM here in Lakerland. And a lot of people like to cite, you know, the Bronny James drafting. And D-Fish, you and I talked about that draft going like, you know what? It's actually turned out quite well. Bronny James has done really well in the situations to be put in. And then I brought up that dunk in the playoffs where LeBron James threw Bronny James an alley-oop for a point in the first round of the playoffs. And I'm like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I can't sit here and talk trash about the Bronny James thing. It's been all right. And then, obviously, people brought up the Westbrook thing, which I agree the Westbrook thing didn't work out well. But another thing that fans have not thrown in LeBron's face, and the reason why is because it's worked out pretty well, J.J. Redick. LeBron and J.J. Redick had a podcast going into J.J. Redick's tenure as the Laker head coach. And, of course, there was the whole thing with the UConn head coach possibly getting the job. But when he didn't get the job and it's been J.J. Redick, a lot of people are like, oh, well, great. Now we're just hiring J.J., LeBron's friend. J.J.'s been fantastic. If you notice that no one tries to throw J.J. Redick into the Le GM conversation because it only hurts their case.
I mean, I get, yeah, I've noticed it. I mean, I think it was definitely something that, people I think were concerned about or had their thoughts about initially, because they did have the podcast together and it felt like, he had a shortcut to becoming the Lakers head coach. And that was another thing that LeBron was influencing or impacting. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I hadn't really thought of it that way. Like, I hadn't thought of fans kind of leaving that part out in terms of feeling like he had too much influence or control over that decision. But I'm shocked that fans are that short-sighted to not believe that, Patrick Mahomes isn't influencing decisions in Kansas City or, Kalen Clark isn't influencing decisions in Indiana or whatever, whoever you want to talk about. Like it's they have kind of earned that right to have a significant vote in who's around, who's involved, to make sure that they feel like they're being put in position to be successful. So that's a great point that you make, though, about J.J. Redick, man. I haven't heard people complaining about the influence in that decision.
Right? It's kind of interesting. Everyone's mad about this decision. Well, JJ was seemingly, according to the LeBron haters, was his decision, and it's worked out pretty well. So people try to leave that out. I'll say this. If JJ wins a title here as the head coach of the Lakers the next couple of years, I'm sorry, LeBron haters. You better say a thank you to Le GM who got him here. So I'm enjoying the work that I enjoyed the work that Le GM did just for the JJ alone. Now, that being said, JJ definitely has got some work to do because LeBron is out. And, of course, the summer of 26 is upon us. Not all the moves are done yet, but About the LeBron of it all, pretty interesting because Bill Simmons, who has been very, very, very loudly talking about the idea of him going over to the Golden State Warriors. In fact, he was one of the first people on it. There's been murmurings about LeBron to Golden State for a while now, a couple of years, in fact, a couple of trade discussions that apparently had happened in the past, whether you believe the validity of those reports or not. The smoke has been existing for a couple of years, and then it looked like this was going to be a done deal just about a week and a half ago after the LeBron announcement that he was leaving the Lakers, and of course the Lakers statement about it, and it was really kind of a decently good vibe, well done job by everybody involved for a very nice breakup to take place. And we all thought he was going up to play with his buddies, and you kind of laid it out there how fun that would be for LeBron. We saw it in the Olympics, Steph and LeBron together, and what could that be? You mentioned the familiarity because he played for Kerr during that time and how much he would enjoy playing for Steve Kerr. But as time's gone forward, the odds have shifted and shifted and shifted, where at one point you could have gone on the Kalshi app and seen the future odds really kind of being very much in the favor of the Golden State Warriors. We brought it up yesterday, brought it up earlier on today. Those odds have shifted dramatically, D-Fish, because where we were currently standing, and these are the top 5 teams that Kalshi currently has LeBron James going to, and we'll start at the very bottom, a team that you and I would love to see it happen just because I would love to see LeBron James play basketball with Ant Edwards, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, they are trading at 5%. And usually with these prediction markets, when you have a multiple choice type of situation, the 5% one usually isn't going to be the one that happens, barring LeBron James just doing something out of the ordinary. Now, Philadelphia 76ers, they're trading at 5 to 7%. Golden State Warriors, a team that it looked like it was 100% done, well, now it's at 15 to 16%. His old home in Miami trading at 17 to 19%, which, by the way, it's in the chat right here. Frankie down there at Vista wants him to go over there and says he's going to Miami. And then you got, of course, hometown Cleveland Cavaliers, which went from 25% to an incredible 60% roughly overnight. And I do think a good portion of that had to do with the Donovan Mitchell signing and just kind of reading the tea leaves with nothing happening with Harden yet and trying to figure out how that money's going to work. Makes a lot of sense. They're trying to shift things around for LeBron James to be back there in Cleveland. Where do you currently stand on this? Because Bill Simmons has about-faced from that Golden State thing, and he has said, and I quote, that the Cleveland thing is a done deal. What do you think about that, D-Fish? You think Cleveland is a done deal, according to Bill Simmons?
I mean, I don't know if it's done. I feel like we would possibly be hearing a little bit more. Bill Simmons is a well-respected, I don't want to say journalist necessarily to box him in, but a well-respected media person, has a ton of relationships around the league. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's heard, a few things that would give him some indication of where this is headed. But, he came out so strong on the offensive around the Golden State piece of it. And so, that's why I like to take a wait and see approach with all of this, because we really don't know. It's not our, right to know, our position to know. As you've mentioned multiple times, the thought process that LeBron went through in 2010 in the lead up to his decision at that time, like, these are not things that months in advance necessarily. Even you go through your process. You're talking to family members. You're talking to mentors. You're talking to people that you respect. You're talking to players in on the different teams. And you may not really come to a decision until you get to a decision. And so the fact that anybody knows, I think LeBron's the only person that actually knows, where he wants to go, what he's thinking, and when he's going to, get closer to announcing it. I don't think the Cleveland situation would surprise me, though. We talked about that yesterday. That team is they were in the Eastern Conference Finals this past season. I think for all intents and purposes, the role that he could have there in like really showing those guys the way, right? Guys that haven't won at the highest level. I think he'd relish the opportunity to be part of a group where he could still show them the way. He could still show them what it looks like to be a pro, to show everybody what it looks like to show up early and stay late and have them observe the time that he's in on his body and to play in the games. I think those are all things he feels like could be good for that type of group. And of course, it's home. And so to think about finishing his career where he started it, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it. And I think the city would welcome him back, the community would welcome him back, and it'd be a nice fitting. And I don't think anybody would be surprised if that's how it plays out.
No, they wouldn't. But by the way, D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, of course, five-time ring winner. And, of course, me, 3-time minor league ring winner.
Número tres.
That's the best use of that he's had in a week. Well done, Rod. Love your stuff. D. Fish, I got to tell you, man, the thing is, it's interesting about the LeBron thing because we are in this new world of media because it's being reported right now over there by Yahoo Sports specifically that teams are really trying to get a hold of LeBron, and how they're sending him information is very interesting. Apparently, it's being reported by ESPN that GMs and front offices are currently sending short voice notes over to LeBron just via text message, trying to explain to him how he could fit with their organization. But it's also being reported by Yahoo Sports that LeBron has, quote-unquote, no timetable for free agency as he's gathering all the information from every suitor while enjoying vacation with family and friends. It's very interesting, the voice note thing, just getting random sweet nothings from random GMs about how he can fit with his team. But the other thing about it is it's also a very weird world when it comes to media when your very high-powered agent has a podcast weekly where he goes out and basically says a lot of things. And if you also believe that he's got a pretty decent mouthpiece over there with Shams Charania, because everything about LeBron has come, for the most part, if not out of Rich Paul's mouth, out of Shams Charania's mouth as breaking news for another Shams bomb. But he's even talking about certain things with him, like even though Bill Simmons thinks Rich Paul has only used Golden State as this lightning rod to get him a better deal elsewhere, which, guys, you shouldn't be mad at that. That's what an agent's job literally is. Your job as an agent is to get me, the player, as much money as humanly possible and put me in the best position as humanly possible. Yet somehow people are mad at Rich Paul for doing his job. That being said, I am aware it's a little different when Rich Paul has a podcast with Max Kellerman, but he does go on to say in his recent podcast, if we're just talking strictly basketball, you don't want to play them. You definitely don't want to play them in the playoff series. And that is Rich Paul specifically talking about LeBron James playing with Steph Curry in Golden State. Interesting thing to kind of put out there, while Bill Simmons at the same time is saying Cleveland is already a done deal.
Yeah, interesting thing, but it's part of the it's part of how I think, Rich likes to do things. He's I don't think he minces words and says things that are false and not true. I think he does like to create possibilities and drive narratives and at least make sure, one thing that's been consistent about, I think, LeBron and Rich and a lot of the members of their team is that they've always tried to take ownership of their business, their narratives, their decisions, and not allowed necessarily traditional media or traditional journalists to be the ones driving the conversation and on record saying sources say and reports say and somebody said this, and they kind of take the bull by the horns in that regard and make statements themselves, or they sometimes what's not being said is louder than what is being said. And so, I negotiating through the media fully doesn't work. But public perception, public narrative does drive energy. It does make you think about things. And so, yeah, I'm not mad at Rich Paul for, helping to create additional conversation, additional debate. Yeah, it's part, like you said, it's part of the job that he's supposed to do. But you also get a sense of how are people going to feel about some of these different scenarios and decisions? Like, nobody wants to do something that literally will just piss people off and make people mad and have them saying negative things about you for the next year. Like, who wants to sign up for that, regardless of who you are? So some of this also allows you to kind of assess where is the basketball world on some of these opportunities and situations. And it also continues to buy LeBron time to go through his process without any particular pressure or people feeling like they already have this answer, while he's actually still out gaining the clarity that he needs for himself on where he wants to go.
Absolutely. And, of course, D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. Want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN. Do you guys think Rich Paul's doing a good job playing this market? Because it seems like LeBron and Rich Paul are playing the entire media world like a fiddle right now. But I do want to bring this up. This is interesting. It just popped across my feed. Paul Pierce is actually talking about a specific spot and landing spot for LeBron. But he's saying it in a very negative way, and I would love your take on this. Paul Pierce says going to the Sixers would greatly affect LeBron James's legacy, as he'd be the fourth or fifth option on that team. And that's actually something that I haven't really thought about a ton. I know we always talk about legacy, but based on the year LeBron had last year and his willingness to kind of adapt and move around, I honestly thought seeing LeBron willing to kind of be the third head of a three-headed monster all of a sudden, I honestly thought was kind of adding to his legacy. What do you think of the idea of him kind of bumping down to a lower role to another team, affecting his legacy even further? Do you think that would expand it, or do you think it would reduce it?
I don't know. It's that's like saying when the guys go play for Team USA, that's going to worsen their legacy. Nobody has the same role that they have on their NBA teams when they play for Team USA. When Paul himself went to the Boston Celtics, his role was different. I'm not went to the Boston Celtics, but when Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen joined the Celtics, his role was different than what it was prior to those guys' arrival. Mm-hmm. I'd say it worked out pretty good for him. That's the year that they won the championship in 2008. I'm not sure. I understand his point. On a straightforward basis, would LeBron's role be different than it was in LA or different than it was when he was in Cleveland and Miami? Sure. But that's, I don't know. I don't think LeBron's legacy is going to be impacted by what role he has on the team. I think it still comes down to what level can he perform at. I don't think people want to see LeBron limping off the court or performing at a standard lower than what we've been accustomed to him seeing. I don't think he'll allow himself to do that either. And so, I don't know if he'd be the fourth or fifth option per se. It would more so depend on what type of basketball they want to play. Everybody would be asked to do less. LeBron wouldn't be the only person being asked to do less. If he goes to Golden State, Steph would be asked to do a little less to make room for LeBron to come in.
Yep.
If he goes to Minnesota, it's the same thing. It's why all of these situations could be a fit, but there's also some reasons why it's not necessarily the best fit, not just for LeBron, but also for some of the guys that he'd maybe be joining.
Of course, in hoops coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Hey, D-Fish, really quick about Paul Pierce. Fun fact about Paul Pierce. About a year and a half ago, I go out to a bar with Michelle Beadle, my mother, and Paul Pierce. And we're spending a late night over at this place, Shay J in Santa Monica. And if you don't know Shay J, it's this magical landmark spot. Very divey, but a great dinner spot. Anyways, we all get absolutely hammered, and my mom shoots her shot at Paul Pierce, and she tried really hard.
Shouts out to you, Tracy.
Oh, dude, Terry Decker, man. Terry Decker shot her shot at Paul Pierce, tried to convince him to come back to the jacuzzi, didn't get her way, and you know what? I got to hand it to Paul Pierce's girlfriend at the time for really handling that well.
Hey, mom shot her shot.
Shot her shot, dude.
All right. Yeah, I can see that.
Love me some Terry Decker, man. She's a badass. Had to let her
That's
down,
what's
dude.
up. Hey, you only get one chance. She took advantage of it.
Hey, Fish, if you you'd be remiss if you didn't try.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm only ever going to meet Paula Patton once. I'm going to shoot my shot when it happens. Just saying. It's going to happen. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. And when we come back, oh boy, FIFA. They love themselves some corruption. Boy, do they. And you know what? England want to get on that corruption too, the same way we did. But did they get on that FIFA corruption? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, join the chat right now on YouTube. That, of course, is at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation. Of course, we got our regulars in there and a couple of new faces in the chat today. We thank you all for joining us. Of course, you could take us on the go with the Odyssey app. Anywhere you go, like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. And, of course, that podcast, as the title of this show, D. Fish and Decker. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker with you guys all the way to the 10 o'clock hour before Brock and Alex take over. But D. Fish, man, oh man, we got the World Cup. The World Cup's been phenomenal. But here's one thing about the FIFA World Cup you just cannot avoid. Controversy. Controversy, controversy, controversy. Now, FIFA has been very clearly not without their issues over the years. And, of course, a lot of conversations being had about the VAR system, the VAR system that they're using for replay and how it's being used and implemented, and how basically FIFA has just kind of gone against their own allotted rules of how they produce the VAR and how they're kind of affecting the games, so much so that members of our chat, like Joanna in Arizona, have referred to Argentina as Vargentina after that kind of ridiculous final 15 minutes between Argentina and Egypt. Now, did Egypt blow the match? Yes. Was there some fishiness involved? Yes. But that's not even the worst of the corruption that we've seen outwardly in even this current World Cup, my guys. Because here's the deal. We watched everything that happened with Team USA and the Belligan situation all in real time. And I have to say, looking back on it, D-Fish, the whole Belligan red card, President Trump, FIFA situation, I look back at it, can't believe it was even just a week ago. It feels like it was 7 years ago, and it was a fever dream that we had. Thank God U.S. For FIFA was knocked out of the tournament so they can maybe avoid this talking point going forward. Nay, D-Fish, it is not going away because England wants in on some of that corruption that we were allotted to, because they have a red card that's currently affecting their team. So naturally, they want to go ahead and petition FIFA, while FIFA doesn't even listen to the petition because, once again, there is no petition process to work on a red card, which has England saying, well, about Belligan. And it has a lot of other people saying, well, about Belligan. And also, it's leading to this, because now there are reports that more than 70 European lawmakers are seeking to investigate Gianni Infantino's relationship specifically with President Trump and see if that there is any actual collusion that has been taking place with our president. And frankly, this is going to be a bleep show of epic proportions if it continues in this direction. D-Fish, what is your read on this so far? And also with the immediately shot down petition of the red card for England, even though USA got everything they wanted with their red card.
Well, it's a tough situation to be in for FIFA, because you can't ever acknowledge or confirm that there was corruption or there was interference or influence by anyone. They have to stand on the fact that they made this decision internally based on the facts of the situation and their ability to, make that decision. This is a different case. I didn't see the play, but I've heard it was pretty egregious play, and it was a bad play. So if they feel like Balogun's play was, which for all intents and purposes, from the fan perspective, Balogun never saw the guy coming that he crashed into and landed on top of his ankle. I didn't see the Kwanzaa play and the player from England on comparing it to Balogun and the severity of any potential injury. What did they feel like there was malice and/or intent? Did he intentionally try to, kick the guy's leg or something that could cause injury? All of those things would factor into whether or not the card could be overturned or, the suspension reduced from 2 games to 1 game. I mean, you see that even in the NBA sometimes, where there's an original suspension and it maybe is shortened, or, there's an original decision, and then we saw with the Alyssa Thomas play with Caitlin Clark, there was no call made during the game because the referees didn't see it. And then they went back to the video, saw it, and then decided she was going to be suspended for one game. And there is no red card system or anything for suspensions by the league. And so, yeah, of course, you're not going to get the same U.S. treatment because you're not the U.S. But it's difficult, and that's why we were all a little bit torn on the U.S. decision because we knew it would set a precedent of expectation for other nations and other clubs.
Yeah, and it's a bleep show. There's no other way to say it. Of course, I can't say the word out loud on terrestrial radio, but you know what it is. It's a nightmare situation for FIFA. Make no mistake, the last president of FIFA was indicted. So you would think that this current group would try to be on their very best P's and Q's, but Raj, what is your takeaway on this entire situation? Because, dude, the double standard is an understatement.
Well, it's an understatement, and that's why the rest of the world is upset, to say the least. And now you're going to have everyone coming. It's not just them. France and one of their top players, got a yellow, and had he gotten a yellow in yesterday's game, he'd be out. So they tried to get that rescinded because it was questionable. So now you're going to have everyone coming to your doorstep saying, yo, but you did this, you did that. So maybe they didn't put enough zeros on the back of that check, but it's not going to get overturned.
Yeah, we need more zeros in the back of that check. All right. Raj, what do you say we bring you in? Because we got a lot of things that we have to talk about, specifically the hard way. Give me 4, we'll do 3 the hard way.
That's right. You said it. 3 the hard way. You got to turn my mic back on, Cody, when I turn it off. I don't know why he does that, Fish. He's got this bad habit.
I like to sabotage my friends.
I guess so. So check it out. 3 the hard way. I'm going to give you 4, but you got to choose 3, and it ain't going to be easy. So I've got 4 NBA players. They all played for the Lakers. Now, keep in mind, this is not just their year with the Lakers, as 2 of them played for different teams. This is their entire career. All right. Which ones you taking here? Y'all ready? I got 4 players. You give me 3. So, we start with little Magic Johnson. Okay, that's one of them. We start with a little LeBron James. Well, I always compare LeBron to Magic, not Michael like everyone else does. But anyway, similar games to me. Then we got a couple teammates of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal.
And just so we're clear, you want us to leave one of these names out.
That's why it's called 3 the hard way, fam. You got to leave one of them out. So we're going to start with you, Fish. Out of those 4, give me your first. Who makes the list first?
Man.
Magic Johnson makes the list first. Magic was, he's my muse. That's who I grew up watching, and I wasn't trying to emulate him because I'm not 6'9" and never have been, but he was the guy that I watched, and learned what winning looks like, what greatness looks like. So Magic is first.
Okay, and let's see, Cody, for you first.
I too am throwing Magic on here. I own 1 NBA jersey, and it is Magic Johnson. There's no universe I'm leaving Magic off any list of mine, period,
right.
Stop.
I'm sure people confuse you for Magic when you wear that
all
jersey.
All the time.
All right, so second on your list. Who ain't leaving this? All right, Magic, no way leaving for both of you. Who's second on your list, Fish?
Kobe's on the list second. I don't really think I have to explain that one very much.
Favoritism because a teammate. I get it. Okay.
Kobe's on the list second, and I don't think I need to explain that.
And it's not just Laker career; it's the career.
I'm aware.
Okay.
He's Kobe Bryant, and I'm a kid from L.A.
Someone's having a hell of a lot better career, like it or not, Laker fans. But all right, fair enough. All right. So number 3. Number 3. So number 3 on your list, Fish, is.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely choosing Shaq.
Over LeBron, you get me all crazy. So you leaving LeBron off your list?
If I'm picking 3 of those 4 guys, I'm picking 2 teammates and Magic Johnson. Yeah.
It's a damn shame. All right, you've played with none of these guys.
I played with none of them. I have done work with Shaq before.
Okay.
I gotta go LeBron, and this hurts. This hurts to say out loud. I don't like picking anyone over Shaq, but if you're going full, but Shaq's got 4 rings too, in multiple cities. I'm going LeBron, but I'm telling you, I don't like that you put me in this situation. 2, I don't like how harshly Derek Fisher's looking at me in this situation because I want to pick Shaq, but I can't leave LeBron off this list. So I'm going LeBron because, dude, he's LeBron James. And if he gets a 5th ring, I mean, all bets are off, dude.
What you think? That's all of that's fair. All of that's fair. I don't have a problem being biased in this conversation. 2 teammates that I won multiple rings with.
You were being blatantly biased.
Yeah,
as long as you admit it.
What a monster he is. How dare he pick Shaquille O'Neal.
Blatantly biased. Big fella got me 3 of them things.
All right, guys. So we've heard it for years. Soccer, man, will never compete with the NFL. That's the real football, NFL. Let's check the numbers, and let's ask that question again right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 1, The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. Of course, we want your calls, 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, get in the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. And yeah, we got ourselves our hands on another poll, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, head over there. We just did our 3 out the hard way. Well, here's the deal. Who are you leaving off of this list? 3 the hard way. Shaq, LeBron, Magic, or Kobe. So go ahead and check us out at The Fan LA right now on YouTube. You can vote right now. I left out Shaq. Was not easy to do that. And of course, D-Fish leaving out LeBron. Probably not super easy to do that either. That being said, what do you guys think? Raj has his opinions, and his opinions usually are wrong. Let's get to the calls. Exactly. What does he know, D-Fish? 855-97-LA-FAN. We've been talking a little bit about LeBron today. Mitch in LA, talk to us. What do you got? You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Hey, buddy.
Stay blessed.
My man.
Love the station. Love the show.
Thank you. Before I get
to LeBron, I'm leaving Kobe off. I mean, he was great, top 20. But Shaq, I think, I'm hearing an echo here on my phone. I think Shaq, he could take on any center. Yeah. Magic, I mean, he took care of the 6'9". He played every position, 6'9". Remember, he took care of Darryl Dawkins and Dr. J. So these are all great. And LeBron, will you just sign with somebody? He didn't want to be a third or fourth banana with the Lakers. Now he's going to be a third or fourth banana with the Sixers. I think they'd be the best team for him. Or even with Cleveland, he'd be the third or fourth banana. You could have. He's just too much. Just make up your mind. It's not like Canseco, Barry Bonds, Shaq. They all retired. 1, 2, 3. It was no drama with it. And thanks for taking the call. You all have a nice, blessed weekend, and you too, Derek.
Appreciate it, Mitch. We always appreciate the call, and of course, you guys can give us a call 855-97-LA-FAN. What do you think of that? I mean, I agree. I mean, Shaq is. It's even in the chat right now. Somebody said Shaq is the greatest center ever, Cody, and I responded, I agree. It's just LeBron might be the greatest player ever.
No, I told you I'm biased 100%, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's almost impossible to choose 3 out of those 4 guys, but for me, my standard is like the guys that I went to battle with and won with. So there's no disrespect to obviously LeBron is.
If I put Robert Horry on that list, Fisher would have put Robert Horry over LeBron. Damn it, Fish.
If he put Mad Dog on that list, Mad Dog would have gotten it.
That is very possible. That is a likely scenario, Raj. But yeah, I don't disagree with with what you're saying in terms of leaving Shaq off and choosing LeBron. I get it. LeBron is going to be arguably one of the, no matter what side of the debate you fall on, I would say he's going to always be within the top 5 of greatest of all time guys that everybody's going to ever talk about.
Okay, let me try this way then, D-Fish. I think I know how to do this. Really do this. I know how to get LeBron maybe close to your list on the dropping one out. What if it's Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel, and Vlade Divac and LeBron James? Who's out?
Vlade is out on that list.
I figured it'd be Vlade too. It'd have been my pick.
Yeah, guy Quick and Eddie Jones, man, those are my young bets. So I'm always going to choose them too.
Don't blame you one bit. That you want my actual childhood. Like that team right there was like my actual childhood. That group right there as you joined the team. Oh man, I loved going to the Forum watching that team, but I digress. We teased it. We got to pay it off. Football versus football. Where do the numbers and ratings reign supreme? And I know what you're thinking. It's got to be American football, right? Hey, Raj, there's some interesting numbers out there when it comes to ratings, and I know we live in a unique ratings world, but would you like to let the masses know just how good football has been doing in the football offseason?
Well, yeah, as we know in America, NFL is king,
yes,
and I am one of those people that subscribe to that theory.
I do too.
But I also heard some people talk a bit about, the World Cup. Yeah, that's fine. Nothing beats the NFL. And that's true for the most part. But when it comes to you guys, especially Team USA, the patriotism and this and that, we talked about 17 million followers watching the knockout rounds.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the Team USA game, which I'm scrolling, trying to find the exact numbers.
I got the number right in front of me if you want it.
It compares to not just an NFL regular season, not just a playoff game, but Cody, a conference championship?
48.84 million viewers. That was the average viewer for that matchup, Mexico-England. That's just that matchup. USA averaged 42 million, and they played against Belgium. Could you imagine, just imagine, if the U.S. played against Mexico? That would be the highest rated any sporting event maybe ever.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of combined homes watching that. A lot of fans, as we know out here, the Mexican fans are just as passionate. I would say more because they watch in between the 4 years.
Yes, they have real soccer down there.
And up here, they follow the Mexican American fans up here follow soccer more than just on the World Cup. But that would be a ratings blockbuster if they were to meet in a knockout round. Of course, they play in friendlies and they've played in group play before.
But in a knockout round of the world, could you just imagine? I know it's pie in the sky, but could you imagine a group of 8 matchup between U.S. and Mexico? Like, just guesstimate. What do you think that number would draw? I'm not kidding. I might be a little hyperbolic saying getting up to the 80 million mark, but it's got to hit 60.
Here's why I won't hit 80, because some of those people that were watching the U.S. game were also watching Mexico. So you can't just add the numbers.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but I will say you can take 2/3 of those, so I would go about 60, something like you said.
I would go around
just
60. Just those games alone, the 44 million, that rivals the NFC and AFC championship games here in America. That's amazing, That's
man.
outrageous, man. Like, if I know it's not, shouting out that soccer has arrived here in the States, but
yeah, I'm not doing that.
It's definitely a direction that we've never really seen in the States.
Well, there's a couple things, D-Fish and Deck. One is you see how passionate soccer is. The closest thing I would say America has is probably college football.
Yes.
But it does not beat soccer. And I just have arguments with someone, but then I show them videos and like, okay, soccer's got it, especially in England. It's other places, not America, the passion. But soccer fans, like my hooligan friends and this and that, and people super passionate. There's also something else that comes into play in the World Cup, and this is what America does do well, even if it's stuff you could give a damn about, like most of the Olympic sports, patriotism. And you guys get, everyone gets so wrapped up in the USA. You combine that, and you have soccer and Patriots, and and it blows up, and this is what can happen as a result of that. But this is the way it is around the world, just not here.
Completely. And by the way, I saw a really great D-Fish. I saw a really great post from this woman on Instagram recently, because she's a diehard soccer fan. And, I'm kind of becoming one through this World Cup right now. I can't get enough of soccer. I'm trying to find more places to watch it right now. D-Fish, they said one thing, because there is one thing that's been glaring in this entire tournament. It's, boy, oh boy, do I not like FIFA. I really do not like the governing body of FIFA. Boy, oh boy, I hate the governing body of Major League Baseball, NFL, sometimes the NBA. But FIFA might take the cake when it comes to maybe the worst governing body of anything. But I thought one person pointing this out, talking about the governing body of FIFA, they were like, it's okay to love this sport and the majesticness of this sport and the majesty and the beauty of this sport, and not remotely like its governing body. Because I think they're right. This governing body of FIFA is the only knock I have on the entire World Cup experience. Because outside of FIFA's own actions, this World Cup has been one of the best sporting events I've ever watched.
Well, it's interesting how much positivity we're talking about and sharing here about the World Cup, and rightfully so. And it's an event where it matters where you're from, but it also doesn't, right? Like you see all the videos of people, like these cultures blending, and people coming from all over the world to the matches in Mexico and the matches in Houston and the matches in Kansas City, and you like the walls of separation drop, during the World Cup. And I think that's the biggest reason why, the viewership is just so high. It's like everybody's all in on this one event that only comes around every 4 years, and you're cheering for your country, but you're also like the rules of American soccer, world football, like the rules apply to everybody until we had this incident. Like, and I think fans enjoyed that as well. It's like there's some consistencies about soccer that don't necessarily exist in some of the other sports, namely the fact that the game starts at the time they say it's going to start at.
That's wild, isn't it? That's so wild that it actually does that. And there's the other thing. I'm starting to actually get where everyone was talking about that baseball games were too long, because I have to say, the 2-hour aspect of just a straight-up soccer match, it's pretty good. It's pretty sweet that I know I'm going to be out of there in 2 hours no matter what. Yeah. And Major League Baseball, which, by the way,
that's because it starts on time.
Yeah, it starts on time and ends on time. I dig that. Guys, one more hour to go on this majestic show and of our 4-hour extravaganza that is D. Fish and Decker. And coming up, we're going to preview the Dodgers and Diamondbacks and let you know whether or not we can count on Roki Sasaki. So much to discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher and, of course, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. We got Ron back there on the ones and twos. We got Crash keeping us looking good right now on YouTube. And, yes, you can see us on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. We've been talking everything under the sun. We've been talking a lot about the Lakers. Been talking a lot about the World Cup. And, by the way, what a World Cup it has been. France getting the 2-0 victory yesterday. Listen, I know we're about to talk about the Dodgers here, but really quick, I just want to touch on France. Did you catch any of that game yesterday, D-Fish? Because, dude, there was something said in the broadcast yesterday with this France and Morocco matchup that really kind of put everything in perspective for me when it comes to Team USA and all of world soccer. It's not that we're bad at soccer. We're not. But we're just not up to snuff with other countries. And I'm using France as an example because Morocco, who is very clearly better than we are right now at soccer, the announcers were pointing out that Morocco had played a phenomenal match the entire match. They had done nothing wrong to the point where the announcer said, just at some point, you run into the final boss. And France is just the final boss. They made that game look borderline easy, and holy hell, Raj, Kylian Mbappe is the best soccer player alive right now.
He crosses it in, knocked away by Mazraoui. Mario heads it back in. Doué able to find Mbappe through traffic. Kylian Mbappe! 20 career World Cup goals!
That's 20 career World Cup goals in 20 career World Cup matches. And thank you, Fox, for that sound. Dude, and he said it right there, in traffic. In traffic is an understatement. He was surrounded by nothing but Moroccans, and he kicked it through every possible threaded needle spot. It was incredible. So, I mean, I can't get enough of this tournament. Can't get enough of Mbappe. Can't wait to see them in the next round. And, man, this World Cup is great. We got ourselves another matchup, of course, today. Matches all the way through Sunday until, horrifically, we have to take a couple of days off because we're just running out of teams and matchups to have till we get to the final next week. Cannot wait. But D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish, we got to talk about the Dodgers. Dodgers. Getting ready to open up a 3-game series right now with the Arizona Diamondbacks here in L.A. before we head off into a very fun All-Star break. And by the way, next week we're going to have some great guests for the All-Star week. But let's go ahead and take a look at what these matchups are. Tonight, going to be probably the biggest challenge for the Los Angeles Dodgers because they got to face Eduardo Rodriguez. Eduardo Rodriguez is having himself a phenomenal year, a 2.25 ERA. He is 7-3 for those Arizona Diamondbacks. But fantastic news for us, our guy, Shohei Ohtani, will be on the mound tonight with his 1.79 ERA, 95 strikeouts, so it looks like he'll get past the 100 strikeout mark tonight, hopefully for him and Shohei and the Dodgers. That is tonight's matchup. Tomorrow, Game 2 is Saturday. You got Brandon Thought taking on Yamamoto, and that should be another pretty good matchup right there. And then, of course, the final match, possibly the rubber match, although I do think the Dodgers should have this well at hand, is Zach Gallen versus Emmett Sheehan. Emmett Sheehan has kind of had a up and down season in the role that he's been put in, but obviously when he's had his great moments, he has been spectacular. So looking forward to this Diamondback series all weekend long into the All-Star break. But D-Fish, one guy that's been a topic of discussion here on D-Fish and Decker all week long has been Roki Sasaki, the young Japanese hurler that the Dodgers have. He's 24 years old, came to this team last year. We broke down some stats of his career so far, and yesterday we got into a little bit of a detail about specifically Roki Sasaki and what he did in Japan. And those of you that weren't listening yesterday, please go back on the Odyssey app and listen to it. Check it out. It was dynamite stuff. That being said, I'll just give you a quick little recount here, because simply In his 3 years in Japan, Roki Sasaki rocked a 2.33 ERA. He had 25 wins, I believe, to his 13 losses. He set a record for most consecutive strikeouts in a game with 13. He tied the Japanese record for most strikeouts in a game with 19. And he was arguably one of the most dominant pitchers in the world over there in the Japanese leagues. That being said, what we see with all of those players that come over here, we usually see a pretty quick turnaround and them continuing their dominance. I'll go through the list of Japanese players that have come here who have absolutely dominated. We'll start with Hideo Nomo. You can look at Ichiro Suzuki. You can look at Ishii, who was a former Dodger. You could look at Kuroda, who was a Dodger and Yankee. You could look at, the names and list just constantly goes on. Hideki Matsui with the Yankees. You could look even further, of course, to right now, Yamamoto, Shohei Ohtani. So with all of those cachet names that have come here and have had nothing but success, seeing Roki Sasaki kind of have a couple of struggles have been very unique and actually kind of out of character from what we're used to seeing with Japanese players come to the United States. But I was talking, D-Fish, with Raj before the show, and we were talking about whether or not we can trust Roki Sasaki. And I gave immediately the answer, of course we can. We saw what he did in October last year, an 0.83 ERA, 9 appearances, 3 saves. Frankly, and I've said this multiple times, I know I gave the most credit for the World Series over to those 2 names, Miguel Rojas and, of course, Andy Paz. And I'm not wrong for giving the credit to those 2 names. What they did in the World Series last year, you couldn't have won it without either of them. But there's a third name that kind of gets lost in that shuffle, and that's Roki Sasaki. If you didn't have Roki Sasaki last year in October doing what he did, you wouldn't have won the World Series last year either. So it was a very much everybody pulling from the same rope, D-Fish. But looking at the stats this year, I've mentioned Dickensian numbers from Roki Sasaki. Now, I think he's going to remain in this starting staff all the way till Tyler Glasnow shows up, and then they got some tough decisions to make. But there is an issue here a little bit. Roki's only 24 years old, where Yamamoto, 27, Shohei, 32. Roki came here at a 23-year-old kid. That's a little different. Shohei came here with a different type of fanfare and a different type of expectation. Roki didn't come in with the same expectations as those guys. He just came in with a certain expectation because of those guys. And if you ask me honestly, Roki Sasaki has done a very good job with the Los Angeles Dodgers, even this year. Even with the numbers that are down, the 5.3 ERA, is that ideal? Absolutely not. But there have been flashes of greatness from this guy. We've talked about the Los Angeles Angels outing where he had 7 innings pitched, 1 earned run, followed by the Brewers, which, by the way, second best team in Major League Baseball, D-Fish. He held them to only 2 earned runs in 5 innings. Phillies, who I have been adamant is going to probably run into the Dodgers this October, and as far as I'm concerned, are the Dodgers' biggest threat in the National League, especially with that explosive offense. And God forbid they go get their hands on Tarek Skubal to add to Zach Wheeler and the rest of that ridiculous staff. Watch out for the Phillies, but Roki Sasaki made good work of that. Nearly 6 innings pitched with only 3 hits and 1 earned run. Then the Angels again, 0 earned runs in 7 innings pitched. Now, since then, his June left a lot to be desired. Couldn't get out of the 5th inning against the White Sox, gave up 7 earned runs. Baltimore Orioles, they touched him up for 3 in 5 innings. The San Diego Padres touched him up twice, one time for 6 earned runs, another for 3 earned runs with 5 walks in only the 4th inning. But listen, he pitched just the other night against the Colorado Rockies, D-Fish. And I'm not going to lie to you, despite the wild pitch and getting a little out of his control early, 3 earned runs and 6 innings pitched with only 4 hits is a good, solid outing. I just need to see consistency out of the guy. And you know what? The other thing, D-Fish, and you and I have talked about this multiple times, it's the same thing that we see with Dalton Rushing. I just need to see some emotional control out of the guy. I love a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve. I really do. I love the competitive nature. I love that he cares so much. But you brought up the idea of blood in the water more than one time. As a hitter myself, anytime I see that blood in the water on a pitcher, I am thrilled to take an at bat against him. What do you think of that mentality? What do you think Roki Sasaki could do for this team going forward? I firmly believe he's going to help them win another World Series.
Well, he helped the team win a World Series, last season. So the proof of concept is there. He's more than capable of, helping the Dodgers, win games, get tough outs. He's pitched in some of the biggest moments and some of the biggest situations. To me this year, it's like he's already pitched twice as many innings. He's pitched, I think, already 16, 17 games compared to 10 all of last season in his first year here. And so, so you're going to see a little bit more of the ups and downs of what most young players will go through. I think, your point, there have been some players, that have come over from Japan and, what feels like has had more immediate success, but they didn't come to U.S. They didn't come to Major League Baseball. They didn't come to the Dodgers, with this level of platform and eyeballs and scrutiny and standards and expectations and playing on a team with two other countrymen that are, the biggest stars in the world of baseball. And Ohtani, arguably, one of the most famous athletes in the world, regardless of sport. And so he's just having to navigate a lot more, I think, responsibility than some of the other guys that have come over, especially more immediate responsibility for a championship contending team. And so there's going to be more scrutiny and more conversation around, of course, when he does well, but also during stretches where he's not playing as well, it's going to be more magnified and more scrutinized, just due to the platform he's on, playing for the best team in baseball, which, let's not leave out, they still are, even though, Sasaki's had some up and down moments.
Absolutely. Right now, as we currently stand, a 5.33 ERA, 3-5 record. Again, records are a little lofty when it comes to the pitching stats, so I don't put a ton of validity into that. Reminder, Paul Skeens won a Cy Young last year with a 500 record. Innings pitched 72.2 innings, strikeouts at 72, walks at 30. His whip is currently at a 1.33. So make no mistake, these numbers are not bad at all. I just want to point out that he still has the same catcher he's throwing to. He's not pitching to Will Smith right now. He is throwing more over to Dalton Rushing, and the other day threw to the backup catcher who had just been brought up, Alfonso. And listen, there's a lot of season left, but I'm also looking forward to seeing what these pitching numbers can be for Roki Sasaki and the rest of the pitching staff when their normal catcher Will Smith comes back to the team. Dalton Rushing still doing a phenomenal job in his stead, especially offensively, but boy, oh boy, I think the pitching staff would be very happy to have Dalton Rushing back wearing Dodger blue. Guys, D-Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97-LA-FAN. What do you think, Dodger fans? Give us a call. Let D-Fish and I know what you think about Roki Sasaki. Is he trustworthy in your eyes? Do you think you're going to get out of him what we got last October the way I think? Or do you think we got too many touchy spots with Roki Sasaki to get ourselves another ring with him? And what role do you think Roki should be in? Okay, fight fans, we also have a UFC event this weekend. And listen, I'll give UFC a semblance of credit. And I'll tell you why, D-Fish. There is no universe we would be talking about the UFC at all, because the UFC, since their move specifically to Paramount Plus in the previous 5 years before that, not creating pretty much a single new star, have found themselves in the headlines because they had to bring out a former old star to get any headlines whatsoever. And it seemingly doesn't matter to them that he has been found guilty of multiple crimes over there in Ireland and is legally not even allowed to run for office over there because of those indictments. Doesn't matter to them that he hasn't fought in 5 years. Doesn't matter to them that he's had multiple allegations of substance abuse problems and PED allegations. None of these things matter to the UFC because right now, this is the first time we're talking about the UFC pretty much at all. And that's because Conor McGregor shamefully has come out of retirement, well, a borderline forced retirement, to try to give any relevancy over to the UFC in this upcoming matchup. And here's a little from Conor McGregor on the fight he's about to fight.
What's Mystic Mac's prediction for this fight?
Destruction. I'm going to destroy Max. I'm going to eliminate Max. The final opponent of mine, still within the UFC ranks. All of my other opponents are gone. Max is the last one left. And on Saturday night, he gets eliminated for good.
Max says he's the best boxer in the UFC. Do you believe he's the best boxer in the UFC?
I think his boxing is abysmal. I don't rate it once. He has one gear. And it's not impressive. Very rarely have we seen magic inside the octagon from Max Holloway. Little evil Holloway. Saturday night gets destroyed.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just so we're clear, Conor McGregor, who, not the greatest boxing record in the world, talking about somebody else's boxing is fascinating. Also, he has fought Holloway before. It was 2013. Also, I don't think it's great to hear how Conor McGregor has lost a step on the microphone. The one thing after he lost the ability to punch people was he was still able to talk. And basically, he's even lost that ability. So I have zero interest in this fight. I hope Conor, gets his head knocked off and Holloway wins very cleanly and possibly a boxing match because every fighter that has been asked very politely by the UFC to give quotes on this have gone very, very out of their way to try to find a way that Conor can win this fight. And it's pretty much everyone agrees. Conor can win if he knocks him out in the first 2 rounds. If it gets past the next 2 rounds, Conor ain't going to do anything. He hasn't fought anyone in any rounds in 5 years. The man is nearly 40, and I don't even know why this is a thing. Oh, I do, because no one likes the UFC right now, and the last chance they have to get anybody to talk about it is to dust off Conor McGregor. Boy, I would have been really excited about this D-Fish in 2014.
Yeah, I think a lot more people would be excited about it. If maybe Conor McGregor been fighting more recently. If Max Holloway was a bigger name, et cetera. It sounds like, a lot of people that know the fight game expect Max Holloway to win, even though that sound would tell us that Conor McGregor doesn't believe that fact.
I didn't believe a word out of his mouth. I will eliminate him. I will destroy him. Boy, you have gotten bad at the mic. You are out of practice.
Yeah, so it will, I don't know. UFC is, like you said, in a tough spot. Conor McGregor was such a big part of the growth of the brand and of UFC that it makes sense why they would kind of call his number to maybe, kind of spark some things up a little bit. World Cup soccer is dominating everybody's timeline. So, you have to do something to kind of try to break through and get people's attention. And so I will say, though, the fact that we're talking about it is because it's Conor McGregor. So more people are going to pay attention to this because he's involved. And that was probably the goal.
Oh, that was definitely the goal. They needed something because of the whole Ronda Rousey MVP thing, which, by the way, you can make the argument in the last 15 years, there's only been really 2 stars out of the UFC, and those are the 2 names, Conor McGregor and Ronda Rousey. They made the UFC flat out what it is. If it weren't for those 2 names I just mentioned, I firmly don't believe the UFC would be remotely the thing it is today. And they missed out on the Ronda fight, which drew decent numbers on Netflix, and now she's gone ahead and re-announced her retirement. this is probably your last-ditch effort with Conor McGregor, and if he gets his ass knocked out early, which I expect him to get his ass knocked out early, well, I hope you enjoyed the one round of your chance to get back to relevancy, UFC, because I don't think it's going to last.
Well, answering your question on if he's favored or not, gentlemen, Holloway is a minus 225 favorite.
That's a hefty favorite right there. Yeah. That's a hefty favorite, but we'll keep you updated on that. If you guys think Conor McGregor has a chance in this fight, I got a bridge over there in Arkansas and Memphis to sell you. But, guys, we're going to take a quick little break because coming up, D-Fish and I earlier on in the show interviewed a phenomenal comedian, the one and only Roy Wood Jr. And, of course, we're going to replay that for you, for those that missed it, talking all about the All-Star Week that he is working on for Major League Baseball, the Swingman Classic that he's doing with Ken Griffey Jr., which does air tonight on MLB Network, and way more, including his time over there with The Daily Show. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. Win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. And DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code TheFanLA. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code TheFanLA. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo.
Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 855-97-LA Fan. D. Fish and Decker with you all the way to the 10 o'clock hour. And, of course, we're live every day here, Monday through Friday, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. You can take us on the go with the Odyssey app. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the podcast, D. Fish and Decker. And, of course, we're live on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Be a part of the chat. The chat has been phenomenal all show long. And earlier on in the show, we had comedian and great Roy Wood Jr., former host of The Daily Show. You can check him out a lot on MLB Network as well. He was coming in to talk about his upcoming week in Philly for all things All-Star Game. And most importantly, we started by asking him about how the Swingman Classic came to be.
At these colleges where the scouts don't want to go and build a nice little neat weekend for them to showcase themselves ahead of All-Star Weekend. You know, you got the Futures Game, Celebrity Game, Home Run Derby, whatever. But the All-Star Weekend starts officially with the Swingman Classic. 50 kids, 25 each side. We're talking SWAC, MEAC, CIAA, the whole nine. And it's an opportunity for these players to not only be seen by big league scouts, but to play and get to touch and feel in a big league facility, because, you know, some of them lower division colleges, the facilities are not always there, but it doesn't mean you don't have the gifts. I think in the last 4 years, 10 players have been drafted out of these games. So there's definitely big league talent here, and I'm just excited for people in Philly to come and see the game. And if you're not in Philly, it'll be on MLB Network tonight at 7.
Roy, D. Fish here, man. Thank you for jumping on with us. We got a guy in our studio here, Raj, that he act like he's from Brazil, but he's really from Philadelphia. And so let us know if you see any Brazilian Philadelphians walking around.
Real problem. It's a real problem.
Well, you know, it's World Cup. There's a lot of other blacks in the country right now. It's a lot of new recipes. You mean them French Moroccans and all of that. So, you know, you don't know.
I mean, about the Swingman Classic, man, I mean, that's amazing that you and Ken have partnered and provided this platform for these young guys. You know, obviously a lot about, you know, trying to break through, you know, like tell us a little bit. You know, sports and athletes are always looking for those breakthrough moments, man. When was yours? When do you remember, like, I can be good at this and I'm going to go after it?
Oh, for me, it was BET's Comic View 2003. Now, I had done stand-up for about 5 years. I did the Apollo 02, got booed. I did like a couple of, and you know, like when you get booed, it's like, yo, louder. It was black folks. It was way louder than that. Black boo it ain't nothing like no sports boo right there, boy. Because you know what else messed up about the Apollo? You get booed, the show end, and then you on the train with the same people who's booing you. It's like, yo, this is too much.
Yeah, you get on the like, E and you're screwed.
Yeah, it's like getting booed at the Apollo is like failing at your combine or your workout or your pro day. And so I didn't feel like I would have a chance to bounce back from that. But, you know, the next year Comic View came around and I was ready that time and delivered. And, you know, I've been blessed to have a, 27, 28 year career in entertainment since then. And I think that seeing these kids being able to have this moment with Swingman is dope. And the other thing MLB Network has allowed me to do is go around to these campuses and interview these children, during the actual baseball season. The last 2-3 years, I've been to like 10, 12 campuses. We've gone to the SWAC tournaments. I've sat with all the scouts who do all of the traveling with these kids. And I think something that's really understated about baseball in college is that by volume, they play the most games. So they are out of class the most of any student athlete. Therefore, the work-life balance and the academic life balance, it is probably one of the more difficult to juggle if we're just talking about time available to study. So for these kids to be able to pull off these athletic feats and still be able to get their degrees, to me, that's one of the biggest achievements to me.
We are talking with Roy Wood Jr., of course, doing all things for the Swingman Classic, and, of course, phenomenal comedian. Roy, I've been watching your stuff on MLB Network, and I've really, really enjoyed it. I've worked at MLB Network for years, and I'm sorry we never got to cross paths, but what has been your favorite thing, kind of rubbing shoulders with a lot of the baseball folk and getting the opportunity to kind of pull back the curtain a little bit? You know, because I know a lot of people are fans of your work, so you being a fan of their work, what's that like going back and forth with each other?
You can attest to this, Cody. You can attest to this. Baseball players are the only players who retired who think they still got it.
Yes.
Like basketball players will acknowledge, all right, I'm gonna be out here on the wing. I ain't gonna be doing no slashing. Football players can't walk. You seen how they be hobbling. But man, MLB Network. So every year also I get with the Players Alliance and CC Sabathia, and they do an East-West Classic. And they've done it the last 2 years in my hometown of Birmingham at Rickwood Field. And it's a tribute to the Negro Leagues. They invite retired Negro Leaguers out there. Dusty Baker is out there doing this thing. Jerry Harrison Sr. is out there managing the state. And it starts out casual, like they throw in 70. You know, it's just, we just gonna throw 70. And then the next thing you know, them boys out there throwing 85. They doing hook slides. Prince Fielder jacking them all the way out of the yard. And I'm like, yo, I thought this was just supposed to be, you ain't playing but 6 innings. Why y'all playing this hard? And it's been so much fun to see that their love for baseball, like even in retirement, still reverts back to whatever it was in Little League, where it's just fun. You want to get out there and have a good time. Baseball players, hands down, the most relaxed and most chill of all the sports athletes. Though I will say that hockey players, them the ones you want to drink with.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna name no names.
We're good drinkers, but we're
Shout
sad
out to
drinkers.
Dave Bolin. But I ain't gonna name no names other than that. Shout out to Dave Bolin from the Blackhawks.
Oh my God, Roy, you're a big baseball fan. Obviously, we talk a lot about the Dodgers. We talk a lot about how people feel about the Dodgers, and what is the energy going to be like out there in Philly around the All-Star game? People are mad at the Dodgers; they spend too much money, or how do baseball fans really feel about the Dodgers right now?
I think that there's always going to be a little bit of hate for somebody that's playing better than you. But I would argue that Philadelphia is one of those markets where you kind of need that little bit of an underdog grit. That city, the city of Philadelphia has always benefited from that. I wonder if Philly won too much, if they would turn into Boston, where there's a sense of entitlement, like you kind of want to be the odd man out for a while. And so, like, what are Knicks fans going to be for the next decade now that they got one?
An absolute nightmare is what they're going to be.
I think you think they won't turn entitled. Like, of course they're going to be obnoxious to other fans, but like the idea that, well, we only got one, we should have got 5 during that run. Mike Brown's a terrible coach. Like, will that be the story in a decade of the Brunson Knicks? I don't know, but I do think that Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. Mm-hmm. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300, or was the number 350 homers this week or last week?
300 home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounded like he's trash.
Roy Wood Jr. joining the show right now. Roy, I first got to see your work first when you were doing some stuff on Last Comic Standing, but it was really when you were on The Daily Show, man, that I really got a good look at just what Roy Wood Jr. is. What was that experience like hosting The Daily Show? I know already being a correspondent, but when you were the host, man, I'm not going to lie to you, I was really hoping you were going to take over full time. But what was that like for you? Was that a kind of a seismic change for you, or was that just kind of more of the same in this industry for you?
As a kid who grew up, watching The Daily Show, and, I have a degree in journalism, and I came up watching Jon Stewart and Steve Carell and dreamed of being on the show, auditioned for the show in '07 and didn't get it. So to have an opportunity, 10 years later to audition and get the job, and then just to be considered for host was it was an honor. It was an absolute damn honor. And, I have to give a shout out to Trevor Noah as well, because he allowed me during my time on that show to be myself. And 9 times out of 10, when you're a comedian working underneath someone else, they're going to try and nip and tuck you into being what they want you to be or what they think you should be, instead of just accepting who you are. Man, every story I went in and pitched, the answer was yes. So whether it was something serious like police reform or something nonsensical, I tell you a story we were trying to do right before the election, right before, during the rise of Trump in 2016, and that became the story nationally. We had a story. I went to Trevor. Trevor strikes me as somebody who's only watched baseball twice. And I said, hey, man, some of these black colleges got predominantly white teams because black kids don't play baseball as much because of the blah, 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 blah. I said, I want to go to a black college and talk to these white players and talk to them about what it's like to be a minority. And he was like, cool. Like, just something as goofy as that. Or it could also be, hey, man, we need to talk about immigration reform. So it was to be a part of that show and be a part of the legacy of that show and what the great Jon Stewart built. That's something that just, you can't take that away from me. And I'm just thankful that I was able to be a part and contribute to that lexicon.
Roy, I'm new to this radio thing, man, and I'm trying to figure out how to get my prank call reps up. And so I'm curious about the keys to pulling off prank calls as a radio.
Man, I did pranks for about 15 years. Prank calling was such an art form, and they call it trolling now, the young people. But the thing though was that I never called anybody that I didn't get permission from one of their kinfolk to call. So I'm cussing you out right now because your husband told me to do this to you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I have nothing but respect for you. And a lot of those pranks are still on YouTube, and I'll listen to. They're not even on my page. Like, these just random people who've taken them and posted them. And I look at that stuff now as a 47-year-old man. The things I said to people at 21 just to get a laugh so I could stay employed, I am embarrassed. But man, it was funny.
Well, Roy Wood Jr., the one and only. I got to know this before you go.
Thank y'all, man.
No, before you go, real quick. I see that one thing very specifically that you and D. Fish have in common is you kind of both grew up a little bit in Memphis, Tennessee. And I got to know.
Yeah.
How is the bridge there? It's a topic of subject all the time. D. Fish brought up that there's a bridge in Memphis, Tennessee that leads to Arkansas.
There's a bridge.
And we're told by D. Fish it's the best bridge that exists. Is it?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. I left Memphis in the 4th grade for Birmingham, but I do remember in elementary school them making us raise money. They had a fundraiser where you raise money and you give me money and it contributes to a light on the bridge. And then they would have all these little nice light bulbs lining the bridge. So I feel like if the city of Memphis is pimping elementary school kids to raise money so the bridge has lights for the cars to see. I don't know if it's the best. It's a bridge. The best bridge.
It's definitely a bridge, D-Fish. I'm so glad Roy Wood Jr. is here to give us the actual insight we've been looking for on this damn bridge.
The bridge had a fundraiser. What other bridge you know got a fundraiser?
Roy Wood Jr., check him out on MLB, of course, tonight for the Swingman Classic and everything All-Star related this week. Roy Wood Jr., man, we're a huge fan. Can't thank you enough for joining D-Fish and the one and only Roy Wood Jr., guys. Going to take a quick little break, but coming up for our final segment, not only a little final out, we have a very important question to ask everyone. Did the Celtics just steal the Lakers' newest prize? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cody Decker and, of course, the legendary Derek Fisher with you guys all the way to the 10 o'clock hour, of course, before Brock and Alex take over here on the new 97.1. And, of course, if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, at The Fan LA, join us and make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. Hit that alert button when we go live on YouTube so you don't miss a moment. And, of course, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app. D-Fish, my guy. What can we say? We talked about it a little bit earlier today, but it's worth kind of re-mentioning it again. With all the moves that the Lakers have made in the summer of 26 thus far, it's very clear that they're not completely done, and we're still waiting to hear about the whole Jonathan Kuminga of it all. But now all of a sudden there's some rumors going around that it is not only not over, that there might be another suitor involved trying to steal some of the Lakers' thunder. And that team coming out of the woodwork would be the Boston Celtics. Now, what are your thoughts on this idea that Boston might try to undercut the Lakers? And also, based on the moves that they made and their talent on their team, would that even be a good move for Jonathan Kuminga, considering the fact that it looks like the Lakers and J.J. Redick are currently dangling the carrot of a starting gig here in L.A.?
Yeah, that would be my first question on the Celtics conversation would be what type of role have they, considered him playing? Like, and I think at this point in his career, he'd prefer to be in a starting role compared to where Paul George is in his career, where he's historically been a starter, primarily his entire career. But is he ready to take more of a bench role where they can manage his minutes, manage his workload? And maybe that's something Kuminga would, be excited about. Joe Mazzulla is a phenomenal basketball coach. Brad Stevens, brilliant basketball mind and leader. So it's a great group to be a part of, but I think the opportunity to compete for significant minutes at the wing in LA would be possibly more favorable for Kuminga than competing for minutes at the wing position with, Jason Tatum's minutes are going to be what they're going to be. But when Paul George is healthy, he's not a guy that you just go sit on the bench. He can play basketball still at a high level and showed some of those flashes in the postseason for the Sixers this past year. So, whether it's a fit or not, we'll see. The Celtics also still have Derek White, who's a plug and play guy. So I'm just not sure the Celtics is a better fit, but if they financially could make it more intriguing for Kuminga at this point and move faster than what the Lakers can move, then it just might be a better situation because, like we talked about a couple of days ago, Kuminga can't leave himself too exposed where the free agent money and market kind of dries up and he loses out on an opportunity to get himself the type of contract that he feels like he deserves, at least at this point in his career.
Well, can you touch on that? We've talked about the ability of Kuminga a little bit and what he can bring to this Laker team. But the one thing that has been kind of thrown back over and over again is that Kuminga to this point hasn't lived up to the hype that he's capable of. Do you think some of that has just been happenstance and situation that he's been in? It wasn't like he was over there in Atlanta for a prolonged amount of time. He just got traded there midseason last year. And obviously, he's surrounded by the core group in Golden State that have been together for years and years and years. Do you think it was just a fit type of scenario? Or what do you think J.J. Redick could get out of him that Steve Kerr couldn't?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of it, had to do with the situation you get drafted into and you end up playing in Golden State as a young player, difficult to learn how to play at the level and compete at the level that those veteran guys had built a championship culture and a way of playing basketball prior to his arrival. So now when you're coming into that, you have to kind of find a way to fit in, even if that role doesn't align with the way you envision yourself. You have to be willing to take a back seat, do less, not be able to necessarily show all your attributes and skills and potential in order to sacrifice for the greater good, and that's winning. And I think at times he young players can feel like they're being stifled or stymied, held back in those situations. And, and I think that led to a little bit of friction at times in Golden State. He still showed flashes, and I think when they won the title in 2022, I mean, he showed a lot of flashes in that finals run then that he could be a guy that could help them at times, out on the floor. So I'm not sure if, Steve Kerr couldn't get certain things out of him. I just think it was more about the situation. I think J.J. Redick and how the Lakers will play offense, I think will be a little different and specific to putting him in position to be successful. He's a dynamic athlete. Some of the cutting and the slashing and the movement off the ball. Luka being a dominant player on ball and how he manipulates defenses with his eyes, his passing, his playmaking ability, I think would highlight Jonathan Kuminga's ability to do things without the basketball. And then Austin Reeves' ability as well to create plays off the dribble and draw defense would also be a good thing for Jonathan Kuminga. So, we'll see. He's not yet in a position where he can command a long-term 4-year big contract type of deal. So I think he definitely has to pick a basketball situation that's going to allow him to continue to grow and show what his game is like so that he can position himself for a bigger contract in another year or two.
Absolutely. Well, the summer of 26 continues, of course, for the Lakers, and I need to, of course, keep you all informed with anything that takes place with this team. Of course, we'll keep you updated with the more moves that they need to make. Where does Jonathan Kuminga actually end up? Does he get on the Lakers on that 2-year, $20 million that's apparently reportedly out there? Or do the Celtics come in and undercut the whole situation? And also, there's that sign and trade situation with Atlanta that they can possibly pull off because they do still hold his bird rights. We will keep you updated on that, of course. And D-Fish, man, you're over there in Vegas. What does the weekend look like for you in Vegas? I know you got some high school basketball to deal with. I know Summer League. What, are you catching any Summer League games out there is the big question.
Yeah, both. Basketball. Some summer league games. Also, Nike EYBL, the big circuit for high school basketball players is in town. So you literally have, the club team circuit for Nike, all the college coaches. It's a live viewing period. So a lot of college coaches are here watching and supporting these guys and recruiting. And then NBA Summer League is here as well. So anybody and everybody that's in basketball is here. So I'm hoping to catch some action, see some familiar faces, man, and also support my bonus boys also.
Who are you gonna run into out there? Who's like the cat? You gonna run into I don't know, like a Lou Will or something? Are you gonna run into who's out there right now that I can see at Aria hanging out with D-Fish?
I don't know if anybody's gonna want to hang out with me, but who I'll see out here is.
I don't know, man. If I'm going to Sin City, I'm not sure how much sinning Derek wants to do with me.
No, come on, man. I have a feeling we can. The purpose of this show, Raj, is for you and me to drag him slowly to hell.
Yeah, but I got to drag him slowly to hell out here. I can't take him straight to hell.
But you're going to Vegas. He's already there. Drag him down, dude. Just get him to Fremont Street and pour drinks down his face. We've all done it.
I got weird places way off the strip, way from downtown. I'm sure none of y'all ever been. Yeah. I know some folk out there. I've done some research.
I want to hang out with Raj, actually. I do. I want to go to the dive spots, the spots where nobody recognizes anybody, and just go have a good time.
Recognizes Raj. I've been out with Raj a couple of times. Actually, I take that back. I've been in a couple places. I've been to places where no one recognizes Raj, and Raj makes it his business that they will next time, or places where he's already done that. So, yes, Raj in Vegas could be a problem with you, D-Fish. Guys, and D-Fish, we did it again, my man. Right there, my dog.
Yes, sir,
man. Love it. Be back with you live right here, bright and early on Monday morning for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, you don't want to go anywhere. Brock and Alex are next. But until then, enjoy sports. Kick rocks. We'll see you on Monday.
97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, and happy Friday, Brock.
It is the weekend.
It's the freaking weekend, baby. Okay, I won't do it to you. It's also, is this the last World Cup match that we have in LA?
Yes,
right?
Because
we're not doing the semis.
Dallas
I don't think.
And they wouldn't give LA a quarterfinal and a semi. So this is it. This is the send off.
This is it.
Wow, so many international friends that we've made over the weeks. Goodbye to you all.
It's so sad because everyone's starting the kind of like the thank you tour and showing all the memories of the World Cup. And when you look back, it was one of the more magical moments that sports has done for our world. And for people who are not even sports fans, just falling in love and really understanding what sports can do in terms of bringing people together and just bringing this joy that even if you don't understand what's going on, like I think of the fan was like, I don't speak English, but I'm excited. like that. Just, I think, encapsulate. There you
go.
Help me.
Guys, is Freddie still here?
Oh, Freddie! The story
have
of
you
Freddie
not
did
heard?
not end well.
What?
Yeah, he took down his social media. He started getting he was the most famous fan at the start. At the start of the World Cup. If you were our German gentleman, Freddie.
He is. I think that name has to be removed now.
Yes. So he was getting a lot of hate, and he decided to delete basically all of his social media. He gave a farewell and just said, this was always the goal at the end. I was going to just delete it anyway. But it turned into the exact opposite of what he was trying to do.
Yeah, so people first got upset because, as always, once the world builds someone up, it's now their job to tear them down.
Yep.
They started tweet digging, and they found some old tweets that were very hyper specific about America. So people realized, oh, you've been here multiple times before. This isn't like this.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah,
so I just saw the
He was a
farewell.
fraud.
Yeah, so he tried to tweet through it and give an explanation of, well, no, I hadn't been to these places before, but really what it ended up being was, to his credit, a guy realizing I could probably get some traction behind this and we'll see what happens. And he did, and he got a lot of free stuff. Credit to him for remaining anonymous throughout it all.
Yes, so no one knows what he looks like.
Which now finding out that I haven't seen them, but just based off everyone's reaction, there were some not good things that he tweeted a couple years ago, hypercritical of America. So credit to him for remaining anonymous, because now he just kind of had a summer of being the man, and now he gets to go back.
And no one knows who he is. So wild. On the other spectrum of things, you guys, and I know we've been talking about this a lot, but Erling Haaland has become the green flag hero for women and the right kind of confident masculinity that everybody is rallying behind, moms and girls, and just it's the cutest, coolest thing that I've seen.
Goofy is great.
Goofy is weird is rad.
Yes,
it's the even his response, I was like, are you a boy or a girl? He's like, well, my mom's a girl and my dad's a boy, so I'm a mix. He just whatever he says is just, it's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, no, he's been labeled as the green flag. The green flag. Everything he does and is the green flag.
If you are single, find your Erling.
Yes.
Find your
That's what
Erling
it
Haaland
is.
out there. Okay.
That's what it is. I went down a rabbit hole this morning. It was...
No, I don't know if there is a single player from the World Cup that has benefited more from the exposure on a big stage. Yes, he was
the goalkeeper for Cabo Verde.
Okay, yes.
Different way. That was
in
his
play.
Way,
yeah.
It's not his personality.
Yeah,
Haaland is his personality.
Yeah,
and his play.
The Cabo Verde goalkeeper's life has probably changed more than anyone's. But Haaland being exposed and people realizing, oh, he's actually one of the best soccer players in the world. And I mean, how many Man City fans, which is Haaland's club team, have been created? And that kind of also leads to the point of There are going to be so many vacations a year from now.
Yeah.
People visiting countries just because they liked the vibe that the country brought to the World Cup.
Yes.
I cannot wait to see how many flights there are from Boston to Scotland starting.
Oh, they're already happening.
now.
They've already, remember they signed like
they're
a sister.
cities
Yeah, they're
now.
a sister city.
That's right.
Which is amazing. And then I just found out one of my girlfriends, her husband went to go play hockey in Scotland. I didn't put it all together. I knew they were playing overseas. She's like, Alex, we just bought a farmhouse. Like, come out and stay at the farmhouse. I was like, oh my God, could you read minds? And like, now I really want to go to Scotland.
That's good. No, Scotland is going to have so many visitors. Cabo Verde is about to be a tourist destination through and through. Most people, myself included, didn't even know where it was on a map.
Our first day, we're like, where is this? And you Googled it.
So Boston has a huge Cape Verdean population.
Really?
Probably the second highest outside of Cape Verde itself. But I never, took it upon myself to actually look up the country. Looked up photos. It looks beautiful. The vibe that they brought, I was like, okay, maybe this is a future vacation destination.
Done. And it's an island off the coast.
Just off the western horn of Africa.
That's fun.
That's a nice spot to be.
Yeah.
that's a really nice spot
beautiful.
to be. Yeah.
So, yesterday France took down Morocco 2-0. I mean, they held in there for a good 60 minutes.
Yeah.
But the back third of a game is where you really start to see the separation between good and great.
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday. Today at noon in LA at SoFi, you have Spain taking on Belgium. Just because Belgium knocked out Team USA, like I'm all in on Spain here. And then tomorrow we have a doubleheader, you guys. Norway and England, which the history behind this too, that we were just talking about Erling Haaland, is he could have played for England and decided to play for Norway and put both his mom and his dad's last name on the back of his jersey because he said both of them should be honored. Like I love that.
He can't
so
make
much.
a wrong move.
No, like he is a walking green flag. Like I don't know how else to say it. Like if you have not gone down a rabbit hole on Erling Haaland, do yourself a favor and go follow him on any social media platform.
Those tickets in England is obviously a
Where is it
presence
happening?
among soccer. Florida, Miami.
Oh.
And that is far and away the most expensive ticket. And it's not just because of England. It's because people have to say they saw Erling Haaland play soccer.
Seriously. Oh, my God. That's so fun.
The lowest ticket is $2,300 right now.
No.
For that match.
No way. That's great. And then 6 p.m., Argentina against Switzerland. I'm sure they're probably just as high because it could potentially be Messi's last World Cup game.
You would think so. Shockingly, the cheapest ticket there is $900. What's going on now? Maybe
I'm like $900 for a ticket.
Okay, no, crazy
That's
expensive.
Insane.
Crazy expensive.
That's insane.
But the gap between that and Norway versus England, my guess is maybe the previous stadium is just already kind of sold out, and maybe there's just more available for Argentina.
Where's that one?
That's
taking
Kansas
place?
City.
Oh, also be the Miami versus
could also
Kansas
be Miami
City.
versus Kansas City. Yeah.
That makes more sense
Okay.
there. That's what I am I have no idea how much things cost, obviously, because we work in sports and then my husband works in music. So we don't buy tickets.
Mm-hmm.
When I find out how much tickets are, mind blown.
Blue Dot Fever.
Wow.
It is hard for anyone to sell any live event right now, but sports and music holding it down.
Wow. Wild. Fans, continue. This is awesome. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who at Brock Vereen. We were just talking about the World Cup and the remaining quarterfinal matches. We both took France yesterday. I said I'm taking Spain today.
Spain today.
Yeah. And I think we took the same tomorrow too. Norway, England. My heart wants Holland to win. I think everyone is. It's like Holland against the world.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then did you have Switzerland?
No, I had Argentina.
Okay,
Because I just want to see Messi go as far as he can.
Yeah.
That's, I think, probably going to be the toughest matchup, especially since both Argentina's matches against Egypt and Cabo Verde were held to it came down to final minutes. I mean, obviously against Egypt, 3 goals in 13 minutes, and then Cabo Verde in extra time. But Yeah, it's going to be wild.
There have been some vulnerabilities shown from Argentina early on. They kind of just sleepwalk. But also, if I had Messi on my team, maybe I would just chill for the first 70 minutes too and just let him. All right, Lionel,
are you
get
ready?
Get out there and do your thing.
You ready?
Go.
Have like the little the bull riding like red cape, and you're off.
Go get him.
Wild. All right, guys. Well, baseball is back today, too. We got Dodgers starting their 3-game series tonight against the D-backs. This will be wrapping up their 10-game homestand that was all against NL West opponents. Now, they currently have a 14.5-game lead over the D-backs and Padres that are tied right below them in the division. And Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight, making his final start before the All-Star break next week. Now, question. Why do we call it a break when the biggest stars don't actually get the break? that's point. Something like I don't understand. The players that need the break the most don't get it.
You drive a hard argument, and I feel you need to sit in front of every commissioner of every professional sport and pitch your case. Yeah. Because all of them refer to it as that.
As a break. Give them an extra couple days.
Yeah.
So they can actually have a moment to breathe.
So they can breathe a little bit and not continue to work while everyone else rests.
Dude, especially this man, Shohei Ohtani. I mean, he has been red hot this season, and a lot of our conversations have been around should he actually pitch tonight, or should Dave have given him a week? It would have been almost like a 2-week rest period for Shohei Ohtani. But he's been 8-2 through 14 starts with a 1.79 ERA, 95 strikeouts in 85 plus innings. And we've seen him at his best, but we've also seen probably the most expressive, frustrated Shohei Ohtani throughout this season. But through all of that, he's still winning.
And that's what should scare the rest of baseball. This guy has been lights out from the mound for the most part. All of his frustration has been directed toward himself or his catcher. It's not because he's getting rocked. It's because he knows he could be so much better. And as he sits here with a phenomenal record, a phenomenal ERA, you should be terrified that he is not even close to being satisfied. He is going to continue to work, and come playoff time, he will leave this version of him in the dust, and this version of him is better than 99% of pitchers already.
But it's crazy, too, because, he was dealing with the behind-the-knee inflammation, the blister, now the bicep. So... even when we talked to Jose Mota earlier in the week, every single person we've talked to, it's like, well, should he be taking the mound for this final start before the All-Star break? And everyone goes, I think he should rest. Everyone believes that he should rest. You went on a case saying, sit the man.
Yeah.
I also believe, this is the perfect time. You guys have such an incredible lead. Rest the man. However, we know that when Shohei Ohtani puts his mind to something, which at the beginning of the season, his mind was set on Cy Young, and in order to get there, you have to have a certain amount of innings pitched, and he already is behind because he pitches every 6-7 days, depending on when they have an off day, maybe a couple more days in between there. But I get nervous just because, again, he's not getting rest during the All-Star break. We know that he won't be pitching, but he's definitely he'll have at least one at bat, and he is going to be the most requested player to just be the face and representative of Major League Baseball. And that alone, as you know, public appearances take so much energy, and just it's work.
Yes, it is going to be work. There will not be a moment he will not go. His itinerary for however many days he's spending in Philly is booked. Every single hour, hey, you need to meet with these guys. Can you sign autographs there? Can you do an interview here? Can you do this? Whereas, yes, ideally, as a selfish Dodger fan, I just want him in a cryo chamber for a week.
Yeah.
Resting.
Well, sleeping. Because this is what the man does. He just sleeps.
Just rest every single part of your body. Because on the backside of this All-Star break, not only are you coming out the gates with the Yankees and the Phillies, but it is go time from here on out. And any lingering injury, it's not like, okay, we'll take some rest. No, now it's a matter of, well, you may just have to play through it because playoffs are here and we need to get going. So I'm always of the belief the point of building up a lead over your division and getting what is essentially an automatic playoff bid is to enjoy it. To build this lead just to have it doesn't make sense to me. As you mentioned, Shohei feels an obligation to use his platform, and I'm sure he is thinking about the folks in Japan and seeing him on this stage amongst all the other greats, and he's going to be great in the All-Star game, and I get that. But as a fan, there's always part of you that wants to be selfish and just wants to worry about the championship at the end of the season.
So you know how I said sleep is really important for him? Mm-hmm. So he aims for 10 to 12 hours of sleep every day as a foundational part of his recovery routine. And he has a strict rest protocol that's broken down into 2 distinct phases to maximize his performance. That's his night sleep, that's at least 10 hours each night. And then he has pregame naps where they have to be a 2-hour afternoon nap before he heads to the ballpark and before he takes BP.
That's a lot of sleep.
It's a lot of sleep. And he travels with a custom fit pillow and mattress to guarantee and optimize that sleep environment in every road hotel.
I love
this is his biggest secret is his sleep.
I love the image of you're running the Four Seasons or whatever 5-star hotel that the Dodgers are in, and then you're the manager, you're shaking everyone's hand, happy to have you Dodgers, best of luck in this series. And then, hey, what's in that box? Oh, that's a mattress because yours isn't good enough.
Yeah.
your mattress.
Well, no, I remember reading about this. It's like custom fit to his body and to optimize his sleep. So what's his secret? How is he able to and it's so funny because I forget who I was talking to. It might have been you or someone else. They're like, well, he just had a baby, like he's not sleeping. I'm like, no, this man that is like the most important part of his recovery is his sleep. That will not be interrupted.
He will have a great time in Philly. I will watch him have a great time in Philly, but the entirety of his time there, I'm just going to be gritting my teeth, hoping I don't see any biting of the blister on the middle finger, and I don't see any rubbing on the bicep. Obviously, he's not going to be pitching. I just don't want any visual reminder of him fighting through some things right now.
Well, okay, then tonight, obviously, his last start before, I'm just going to say the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call it the break anymore. it ain't no break. What are you looking for tonight from him?
A continuation of what we saw in his last start. I feel him and rushing have worked out
corner.
Whatever needed to
they
be
screamed
worked
at
out.
each other in public
and they
on
got
the
out
mound
of their
in
system.
front of like literally the entire baseball
Yeah,
world.
you know. Sometimes that happens.
Yikes.
You go back to June 3rd, the last time that Ohtani faced the Diamondbacks. That was a 7-0 thumping by the Dodgers.
Oh my God, thumping.
He went 6 innings.
I literally saw like thumper.
He went 6 innings, only 2 hits and 6 strikeouts. The Diamondbacks are going through a heck of a stretch. I think they're playing 20. They had 22 scheduled games over 23 days. The only reason they've only played 21 games is because one of the games against the Cardinals had to be postponed due to weather. But they are tired, whereas Shohei and the Dodgers are coming off of a day's rest. And I want to see that rest show itself. I believe in kicking a team when they're down, and that starts with Shohei tonight.
Do not let up. Well, most importantly is because they are right behind. Again, when I say right behind you, they are the team directly behind you in the NL West. They still have a 14.5 game lead over the D-backs and the Padres. But yeah, I think the most important thing for Shohei Ohtani, get your innings in. Okay. But really mind and pay attention to that bicep. And like literally everything that is we've been keeping an eye on, whether it's the knee inflammation, the bicep, or the blister, all come into effect on days that you are on the mound, which is why, I mean, I would say take a rest day, but this is why none of us are Shohei Ohtani. This is why none of us are a 4-time unanimous MVP and the greatest player of all time to ever play the game of baseball. He's already the GOAT. He is the unicorn. And as we're seeing, again, this is the first time in his Dodgers playing career that he has been fully a healthy two-way player. So both Ohtani and Dave are figuring out how to maximize while also protect Shohei Ohtani as the top two-way player on a championship team, because that was not the case when he was with the Angels. The Angels just said, do what you got to do, and we will follow your lead. We're doing whatever we can to get to October, while the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series champs. He is now a 4-time MVP. This is the first time he has been fully healthy with the Dodgers, and it's trying to manage how do we keep you at this level in October, because that's where it matters most.
When you are the Dodgers, the season begins in October because that is the expectation every year, and we want you to be as close to 100% when that date comes around, and it starts tonight.
It sure does. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, we are still on LeBron James watch. We've got some more clues. Where is he going next? More on that on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. You can call it anytime, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and please call. I feel like when we talk about LeBron James is when we get a lot of heated fans, okay? And I have to say, I did not realize how much of an island I was on with LeBron James and being sad when he decided not to come back to the Lakers. I am grateful for his service. I am grateful for the fact that he brought a championship to LA. I am grateful that he made the Lakers relevant. Again, I am officially rocking his vintage Lakers t-shirt because obviously he ain't a Laker no mo. So again, you guys calling. We want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But since his decision to not return to LA, we have officially been on LeBron James watch.
Yes, we have, and he wouldn't have it any other way.
No, this is exactly how he planned it. Exactly how he planned it. However, not really, because again, like the more information keeps coming out, and when I say more information, it's his agent Rich Paul going on podcasts and telling us everything. And last week, there was a point where LeBron was 80% sure he was coming back to the Lakers. And then 2 weeks later, it was 1,000% sure I am not coming back. So the most inside info we've gotten since then is Rich Paul sharing his whiteboard layout of all the different teams. There's 10 teams that were on the list of where he could end up. He also shared recently that GMs and I don't know if it's coaches, but just teams are sending him voice notes to send to LeBron James as little elevator pitches as to why you should come to our team. And I'm just thinking these sweet love notes. They're literally sending love voice notes to his agent. And then he most recently, talking to Max Kellerman again, said LeBron has not made a decision yet. And Rich Paul told him, take all the time you need, go play golf, have fun. And still, there's 4 teams that have really continued to be in the conversation. Oh, and that was another nugget that Rich Paul gave us. He said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, he would 100% already be on that team. But because they won, you ain't going to mess with it. You can't ruin that chemistry and what they got going on. So obviously we've been talking the top contenders, the Cavs, going back home and finishing his career where it all began. Feels kind of like a heartfelt
storybook ending
that no one would be upset about. That would be the place where I would still wear this shirt. I would still wear this shirt.
Yeah.
Once he decides what team he's going on, I will retire this shirt until LeBron James retires.
Okay.
If he goes back to the Heat, also going back to make things right because it didn't end well, and give it one more shot maybe with Giannis, Bam, and Pat Riley. 76ers have been floated in there, and we've been hearing a lot of a Philly pitch. But the Golden State Golden Boys with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Now, Curry and LeBron have reportedly exchanged text messages over the past week. Draymond Green has been vacationing with LeBron in Puerto Rico. And Warrior sources have expressed low-level optimism about landing LeBron. And it's interesting when you kind of think about it, because the Golden State, even when you were looking at Rich Paul's whiteboard, it was just up in the corner. It wasn't one of the main pieces, which you can look into it a couple different ways. You can look into it oh, you did that on purpose, so now we're asking about it. Or it's kind of just a bargaining chip for whether it is the Cavs or the Heat or the 76ers of where it actually makes sense. Again, he said the most important thing is happiness and whether you take happiness on the players that you're with or an actually championship run. I don't know if any of these options are going to be would you consider Golden State if LeBron James joined Steph Curry and Draymond Green a championship team?
No.
Would you consider 76ers?
Possibly.
Would you consider the Heat?
No.
Mm-mm. Would you consider the Cavs?
Slightly.
I mean, they were in the Eastern Conference Final last year with
right.
Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley. They still have James Harden.
I would put them slightly worse than the Philadelphia possibility. Slightly behind. But I don't put any of those teams ahead of Wemby and the Spurs. I wouldn't put those teams ahead of OKC, and the reigning champ is also in the East. So there's no team that LeBron joins that becomes a championship favorite. But as far as the wow factor and star power and depth, it's Philadelphia. Now, people on that roster would have to adjust their roles and how they've played basketball in the past. You need Joel Embiid to remain healthy, which I guess you could say he's gotten a little better at, but you just don't know at this point in his career whether he's going to be playing 82 games or 2 games. And Philadelphia, as far as those 4 teams, excites me the most from a basketball perspective.
Yeah.
But the story, of course, would be Cleveland. I think Miami is the least interesting story here. I feel that window, that 4-year window, the Miami Heatles was, you could argue, the most exciting era of modern basketball that we've seen. Like, they're tit for tat with the Golden State super team when Kevin Durant got there. But I feel like it's behind us. Like, trying to rehash that just wouldn't feel right, despite Giannis's pitches. So from a basketball perspective, I wouldn't mind seeing Philly, though. I really wouldn't.
Okay, let's take a moment for Golden State, though.
Yeah.
Because obviously 2 of the biggest names and icons of our basketball generation, Steph Curry and LeBron James. Imagine that, like, I don't think, like, when they were in, like, the heat of their finals back and forth, imagine them ever playing on the same team. Yes, obviously for Team USA, and we saw that, and it's just insane, mind-blowing, such fun basketball to watch. But Steph Curry is currently playing in a celebrity golf tournament, and he was asked about it, and this is what he had to say about a potential team-up with LeBron James.
Percentage, it's kind of up to him. I feel like any place he'd call and say, I want to play there, you'd move mountains to make it happen. And I know we're in that boat as well. So the pitch is, we want to play good basketball, be around people that know how to play the game, hopefully, raise our floor on our competitiveness this year. There's good golf in the Bay. We're an organization that's been there. He knows that, and that's really self-explanatory. It's just a matter of where he sees himself fitting. And at the end of the day, that's up to him.
It's wild, because I think that would be the one place that might piss a lot of people off.
It would. And some of those people are Golden State Warriors fans. Like, the Golden State Warrior fan base is this very strange thing where they want to hide the fact that they all joined up once Steph and them became a playoff team, but
once they became a dynasty.
Yeah, but they still feel like their opinion on the rest of the NBA and its players carry weight. For example, if you are a Laker fan, if you are a diehard Knicks fan, if you're a Celtics fan, there's an understanding of, you've probably been a fan your whole life.
Yes.
Because your team has been good, probably for the majority of your life. So I bet you have other opinions on the teams that team has played throughout the years, and you understand NBA. Golden State fans understand Golden State. And whereas a Laker fan can talk about Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and different eras, Golden State basketball has one era to their modern fan, and it started when they made the playoffs for the first time. So, like, the entirety of Golden State basketball is really just Steph's career. Why I bring that up is because Steph is their god.
Yes.
Like, he's Michael Jordan, LeBron, and Shaq all combined into one human, because he didn't just make their team relevant, he made basketball essentially relevant, because before that it was some fun Jason Richardson years, but it was nothing like this. So when Kevin Durant comes over, they never embraced him because he he rattled how they viewed the game of basketball, because Steph was the center of the world. And here comes a guy who's actually a better scorer than him. And instead of embracing him, they made it clear, hey, Kevin, great year, but you're never going to be Steph, even though he never asked to be Steph. So if LeBron wants to relive that, and you add to the fact that LeBron was their enemy for 4 consecutive years when they met in the finals and even beat them once, I don't know. LeBron wants to be embraced. He wants to be loved. He wants to be happy.
He wants to be happy.
I do not see how the Golden State fan base can get over that and make him feel that way.
But how much does his relationship, obviously, we've seen Steph and LeBron play together with Team USA and just the magic between them in that sense. And then obviously his relationship off the court with Draymond Green. I mean, how much does that come into play? Because he said it's not necessarily a championship or bust. That's not what he's looking for. What he's looking for is happiness. And again, we can all interpret what that means. Is the happiness connected to a championship, or is the happiness just being around your people?
Well, first, LeBron has to decide what he does want, because early on when he made his very first podcast appearance post-season ending, it was about winning. It was about going to a contender. It was about, I'm not starting over. And now it's happiness. And the first message was it's about winning a championship. Now it's not. So he has to nail down what he wants, because I think it's still kind of a moving target for him, which is fine, but don't share it if you don't know it yet, right? So if it's a matter of being accepted, Steph and Draymond can make sure he feels welcome, but LeBron brings the world of LeBron James with him wherever he goes, and that's where I feel the clash hits. Not necessarily with Steph or Draymond directly or Steve Kerr, but from the fan base. They will not like LeBron and the documentary and how he dictates things wherever he goes.
Doing the documentary.
That's not going to sit well with them, because you are not allowed to be wearing a Golden State uniform and have more attention than Steph Curry.
I don't know. That might be the only place where it would be equal in a sense. Because,
you think so?
Yeah, because Steph, like you said, like is next level, like godlike vibes for the Golden State Warriors. And if he opens his arms, it's like when Kobe gave his blessing for LeBron James to play on the Lakers.
But
if Kobe was still playing and he came to play with them and he was like, I opened my arms for him to come play with me, that's a completely Laker fans are going to be like, all right. Okay, so let's do this.
Yeah, if Kobe was still playing and he brought in LeBron, that would have gone better. But Kobe's blessing, I don't know how much it actually helped LA embrace LeBron, as we've seen people calling in and celebrating that he left. Now, obviously, if Kobe was still playing, that's a different thing, and Steph is still playing.
Yeah.
So maybe it will go a little smoother. I just think if LeBron were to truly think about going to Golden State, have a long talk with Kevin Durant about his time there, because it was just the strangest thing over that stretch.
Yeah, but they were also in the midst of their dynasty, so that's
they
different.
Were in the middle of
we are at the end, like it ended. The dynasty is done, so this would be a fun LeBron entering his 24th season, Curry entering his 18th season, like two of the all-time greats just coming together to we called it would be like the Globetrotters, like something fun, like you have to go and witness how cool this looks each night. And again, like if everybody can stay healthy. I don't see him landing in Golden State. It almost feels like it becomes a distraction conversation for like what's really going to happen. Because what we've seen is, we've seen Steph and Draymond like kind of give their pitches. We've seen Giannis in Miami kind of give his pitch. But Cleveland's kind of been quiet, but we heard that he was having dinner with their owner and he was back home in Cleveland. So
looked like he was golfing with some Cavs yesterday, some current Cavs yesterday.
Yeah,
so,
seeing if the vibes are there, like they're doing it the right way. That feels like, again, like everybody would, I think, be excited about that for him.
They would. And Golden State is, from an strictly entertainment standpoint, Golden State is the best option.
Yeah.
But I feel Cleveland is the best for the LeBron story. You get to have your storybook ending, and you do get to compete for an NBA title with better odds than being in the West.
Think about a documentary. If he's making a documentary, that's the perfect ending. Go like where like they drafted you, you came back to win the championship, and then you go back to end your career there. I mean, that is the documentary.
It makes sense.
It makes all the sense. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, do you care, LA? Ooh, we got some fun topics here.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan when we come back.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
Quietly.
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now, but there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that,
can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. We want you to be a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay for Do You Care LA?
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
You guys like that?
Hey!
You guys like that?
I was like, that's new.
You guys like that? Come on.
Yeah.
We're doing things over here.
Oh, that's fun.
We're doing things
Well
over here.
done, Shay.
Good to know. You should have told me. I wouldn't have.
wanted it to be a surprise.
Okay, I had no
I
idea.
did it I did it on purpose. I wanted
Okay.
it to be a surprise.
Fun.
I was like, if it didn't work, I wasn't going to play it, but it worked right there. So I was like, let's do it. Let's do it. Do You Care LA, the segment where you heard the big voice.
Yeah, you don't need to explain it.
Shout
He
out to the
explains
big
it now.
voice, but I'm going to tell Alex and Brock a couple stories, and producer Shay gets to go right into it. So, Do You Care LA, the first story of the day. Senior QBs get a fifth-year safety net. And by senior QBs, I mean college seniors. So college football's new 5-year age-based eligibility model could change the NFL draft decisions for a lot of senior quarterbacks. What do I mean by this? Players like Utah's Devon Dampier, Kansas State's Avery Johnson, and Iowa State's Jalen Raynor can now return for a fifth season in 2027 if they have not used a redshirt, giving them a backup plan if they are not ready for the NFL. Lots of thoughts on this in the sports world. Do you guys care?
Brock, I'm going to let you go first here.
I care, LA. I care. The movement is to do two things.
Okay.
One, to create as much black and white as possible because so many players can just sue to extend another year and another year and another year. And where the NCAA kind of pigeonholed themselves is because there is so much gray area and there isn't. This is how many years you can play over this span, or this is how many seasons you can play over this many years. People always have a loophole back in if their lawyer is good enough and if they have a favorable judge.
Wait, you can sue to
play more years. Oh, yeah. Like, say you're, how it used to be, if you were a junior college player, those junior college years count towards your eligibility. But then it got to a point where, well, if I can be paid to make money by not letting me play another year, you're limiting my ability to make money. And then you find a favorable judge that says, sure. And then the NCAA says, well, technically he's right. You know, so this is a huge step in the NCAA trying to limit players' growth, not growth, allowing them to grow, but putting a ceiling on how many years they can play. We need to get grown men out of college football is the problem. You have these 24, 25 plus year old grown men playing against 18-year-old freshmen, and it takes away from the sport. This is a great idea, but I will say the NCAA's problem is not necessarily making rules, it's sticking to the rules. So they need to make sure that they don't allow even one exception because that's where everything falls apart.
So it's interesting. I was looking at it more from like, well, now they're probably, again, if you're not like a top 5 quarterback, you can make more money in NIL staying in college. So, and the college probably makes more money too because of the NIL, which is why, again, always follow the money. Always follow the money. So this felt more of a like the reason that it's coming out, and they're going to say it's a safety net for quarterbacks, but it's like no, now like everyone can make more money by keeping maybe not the top 5 or even 10 quarterbacks that might enter the draft, staying in college and making money for the university.
It also helps for the NFL once they make it and they decide to leave. A big issue I would say in quarterback development in the NFL right now is rookies just not being ready and deciding to go into the draft because it's time to go to the draft, not because they're ready to go to the draft, if that makes sense. So quarterbacks being able to make another year of money if they haven't redshirted and get another year of experience and reps, hopefully under a good coach, we should see 3 or 4 years from now production from rookie quarterbacks go up in the future.
So question for you, because we've kind of had this conversation with D-Fish and Decker about college development to the big leagues. And would you say college football maybe has the best kind of developmental route to get to the NFL?
For every position except quarterback, yes. I would say that there are clear correlations between if you had a lot of success in college, you are likely to have some success in the NFL. And that is far from the case in Major League Baseball. That is far from the case in basketball. So if you were to break it down by percentage or ratio, yes, the highest ratio for success in college leading to success at the professional level is certainly the NFL, from college football to the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah. So we do care, because this changes college football for a lot of players, especially quarterbacks, but for a lot of players.
It's a good thing.
Sweet, man. Do you care?
Sweet, man.
Shay just zoned out for a second and came back, was like, oh, sweet, let's go.
No. I honestly think it's a good thing. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I didn't really, when I saw this, I was like, I know Brock is going to have a lot to say on this.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, I just feel like we keep doing more to make NIL a thing. And I just feel like it's
of course it is. And it deserves to be a thing.
Exactly.
All
and
right.
Like, I get it. But do you care, LA? The next one is lawmakers are pressing the WNBA over Caitlin Clark treatment. So a group of lawmakers sent a letter to WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert demanding answers about what they call multiple attacks on Caitlin Clark. They asked the league to explain how it reviews physical play, how it disciplines overly aggressive acts, and what it's doing to protect players from online harassment. The Fever said they had not acknowledged the letter, but the bigger story is that Clark and the WNBA have now become such a national talking point that even Congress is getting involved.
Oh my God.
This is so weird. Like, Congress should not be getting involved in this. Like, I'm just going to flat out say this. This is ridiculous. This is a WNBA issue. And I think we've talked about it on the show before. The WNBA does not protect Caitlin Clark. They do not lift up Caitlin Clark. They do not recognize that she completely changed the league. For some reason, like when they put out posters of like big events and star players, she's never on it. Do you guys realize we wouldn't be talking about the WNBA if Caitlin Clark was not playing in the WNBA right now? So that fact of it is we already know there's an issue between the WNBA and Caitlin Clark and the disrespect that she gets from them. The lawmakers thing, that's just like, that should not be involved. The issue is the WNBA's lack of respect and understanding of this is your biggest star and you need to learn how to elevate and protect your biggest star.
Caitlin Clark is in such a strange place because she is an incredible player who did elevate college basketball and of course the WNBA. But like the current vets resent her, and then she's always having causes that she has no input in being taken up for her. And she gets attributed to things that she didn't ask to be attributed to. And this is just another thing in the long list of the story of Caitlin Clark versus the WNBA.
It's so weird. We care.
We do care.
I want to dive in. We need to dive into that a little deeper, Shay, than like a 2-minute do you care? We care. Don't go anywhere. Hour number 2 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation, be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, do you have like weird things in like throughout your day that like would really affect your mood and things like that?
I'm actually currently working on that. There was definitely a time where somebody cutting me off in traffic would ruin me for like 8 hours, and it's an ongoing thing.
You're a road rage guy?
Well, not necessarily road rage. That's just one example. Or like someone being rude in the grocery store,
and it just crushes your soul.
It would just marinate for an entire day.
No, I get that. Mine. So every time we like walk past the kitchen and I'm like drying my hands. Mm-hmm. I shoot my napkin, and I have to make it in the trash can. If I don't, then I'm like rocked.
So this is going to be very specific, but are you aiming for the big one on the wheels or one of the small ones, or which one?
The recycle.
Oh, the small blue one.
Yeah, the small blue one. Come on, it's a paper towel.
I see you.
I've made it every day this week.
Let's go.
I've made it every day this week, and that's
pressure's
a couple
on for the next bathroom break. You can't miss now.
Well, now I publicly told everybody. No, that's like something that like it will like lift me up and give me that confidence throughout the day. Like I'll do it. Like sometimes I look around when we're in our pre-show meeting. I'm like, what if I make this one across the room? Great, which is hilarious because basketball was the only sport I did not play.
Yeah,
but for some reason, like that will determine my mood. That making that shot will determine my mood. I'm just competitive, you guys. I'm extremely competitive.
I am fully rooting for you to finish the week at 100%.
Let's go.
You got this. You can do it.
Let's go. You guys, so this is something we were talking about earlier, obviously. LeBron James. We're all on the LeBron watch of where he's going to end up, and we spent a segment because Steph Curry is playing in a celebrity golf tournament. He was recently asked about it. Was that yesterday, Shay? Was asked about the LeBron James possibly joining.
They have like press conferences and stuff. And
Got it.
He was asked in like one of the press conferences.
Okay. And just kind of talked about like what it would be like if he came to the Golden Boys, the Golden Girl, Golden Boys. And we were saying where we thought he would end up. So we want to know where you want to see LeBron James play next season. So we got a poll going over on our YouTube page at The Fan LA. You can vote. Where are we at right now? Let's see. Okay. I mean, we both want the Cavs. Like, that just feels like the storybook ending, considering he let everybody know that he's going to be filming a documentary.
Yeah. I do have to admit, since we have discussed it, Philly's kind of growing on me a little bit. It is growing on
30
me.
minutes later?
I know.
What happened?
I know.
What happened in those 30 minutes?
Because the idea of Embiid being healthy, like at the start of every single season,
if he's healthy.
At the start of every season, I assume that he's not going to be healthy. But then I just started thinking here, well, what if he is?
He's a gentle giant.
Yeah, you got Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown's there. I don't know how that's going to work because you have two ball-dominant guys, but if it works, and then you got Embiid, and then VJ Edgecombe is an absolute monster, like... It would be fun.
We've heard everyone shoot their shot. Has Jaylen Brown been on any sort of stream talking about LeBron possibly coming there?
Shay, he was on a stream yesterday, right?
Yeah, he was on Speed's stream. I'll pull it up for you guys.
Okay.
But he was on Speed's stream, and he basically asked Speed, "Hey, Speed, can you give LeBron like a quick little pitch for us?" And then Speed starts naming out players, and one of the players, he goes, "Yeah, PG-13," and then Jalen stops him immediately. He goes, I don't know about it anymore. I'll pull up the audio.
Yeah, so
he didn't give the pitch. He was trying to have Speed, who is like a viral streamer,
probably the most popular one in the world right now.
I didn't realize
I
didn't know until the World Cup because FIFA gave him rights to actually stream the games. I think he was getting more viewers than the actual broadcast.
Probably. He's friends with the FIFA president. He is entrenched in soccer culture, to his credit, and spends most of the year just traveling the world. So I think he is definitely the most popular streamer right now. I'm currently at a 1A 1B with Cavs and Philly because Philly is kind of growing on me, and I will give you an official answer by the end of the show. But the gap between Cavs and Philly for me is not as wide as it once was.
Okay, so right now the poll has 50% for the Cavs, 25% for the Warriors, 12% for both the Heat and the 76ers. And is this the, Shay, you have the audio of Speed?
Yeah.
Okay, and Jaylen Brown, yesterday you given the pitch for LeBron James?
Yeah, and this is courtesy of Speed Stream.
Okay, let's go.
LeBron. So you got to tell LeBron, you got to pull up, man. Pull up to Philly.
LeBron, pull up to Philly. Think about it. LeBron, Jaylen Brown, PJ 13.
He's gone.
He's gone?
He's gone, bro.
He's gone?
Well, he's been watching the World Cup.
Yeah.
He's not up to speed on the current trades.
Like, Jalen should have given him given the pitch. Or, here's your cheat sheet. Read these names.
I wrote a script for you. Just pretend like it's natural.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very funny.
Did you see Speed was getting, he was actually getting a lot of hate because he was right behind the goal when Messi missed that PK. And he was like, I made Messi miss the PK.
Oh, yeah, he's a big Ronaldo fan. He's a big die-hard Ronaldo fan. Like he got famous, honestly. People say he got famous because of Ronaldo.
Oh.
Because there was this saying called Sui. And Sui is the thing that Ronaldo does
when
he celebrates.
And
a goal.
that's what he does.
So,
Speed does the Sui.
Exactly. So someone on Twitch chat, you know how we have a chat in our YouTube? So someone Twitch chat just said Sui, and then Speed just said Sui, and then that blew up, and then it turned into this huge thing. And then FIFA started playing with him. You got all these soccer players, athletes started doing it. Nike came in, and now he's one of the biggest brands in the world.
That's jumping thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen it, and I see all the kids do it.
You take 3 big long strides, and then you jump and you land almost like a superhero with your feet a little wide outside of your shoulders, and you make an X with your hands and you throw them down to the side and you say "Sorry," and the whole stadium goes.
What's it mean?
Ronaldo told the story, and I remember it not being an interesting story. He just said, it's just a cool noise I made once, and I just rolled with it. I was like, make up a cool story.
That is such a little boy thing to say. It was a real cool sound that I liked one time, so I used it as my celebration.
It translates, it comes from the Spanish Portuguese word "sí," which translates to yes.
What?
So he's just saying yes.
But yeah, it's a way to express joy.
Did you just translate "C" for us?
Well, yeah.
It comes from the Spanish word "C," which translates to yes.
To the world out there.
Shay,
everybody
knows
on the radio.
C. Everybody
People
knows
listening.
C.
Come on, you never know.
Did you? Do you speak Spanish?
Yeah,
did you know?
I took 8 years of Spanish.
Okay, then C, Shay. Shay, no, you did not. I was maybe this is a cool world we're going to get to understand. Oh, no. He's literally just saying S-I-C.
No. But it's very funny because he's from Portugal. He speaks Portuguese. So why would it be the Spanish word for yes and not the Portuguese word for yes, which is not C?
What is it?
It's like sim.
Let me look it up.
Sim? Okay, so maybe there is more lore behind this than we initially thought, or maybe he just made a noise when he was 10 years old and just decided to run.
Sim.
It's Sim.
It's
Sim,
S-I-M.
Right? Okay, Sim, yeah.
The more you know.
I think
Brock,
he just made a noise.
Where are you? I always forget, Mister. I read the dictionary before I go to bed. All the random fun facts that just Brock drops. But you would know Portuguese.
The more you know sound.
Yeah.
You know, PBS and
yes.
Shay, I thought you were on my side through this. Stop.
We are.
You just keep making it hard, man. You make it really
giving us
hard.
a lesson on our fans. Oh my God, I looked at it last night when I went to the room. My fan thankfully has a Switch.
Okay.
I just can't reach it, and I gotta wait for the
Tall
hosting.
husband will be back soon.
I have so what are they called?
Where you pull the trigger and it claws the.
Yeah, so I have
a
grabber.
Okay.
So I have a grabber that helps me.
You actually use that.
Yes,
as
around
a
the
thing
house.
that helps you.
Oh my gosh,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Because we have
That's
tall
a toy
shelves.
for me.
We have tall shelves in the kitchen, and so that's how I get things down. You guys, it really, I'll show you a video during the break. It literally, it is my biggest helper in the house.
Well, the good news is once very tall husband gets home, he can make sure that your fan is rotating counterclockwise.
Oh, I love it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We got on a pretty good tangent there. how did we even get there? Oh, LeBron and then Speed pitching.
And then that led us to Ronaldo. That
To
led us
Ronaldo.
to Sui. That led us to Portuguese. Just having fun on a
By the way,
Friday.
guys, if you didn't know, C means yes.
I cannot.
Thank you for the translation.
Shay, get out of here.
Shout out to
It's
y'all.
Friday. It's Friday. He's wearing the same thing you wore yesterday, so we're going to cut him some slack. I'll let
It's a
you
different
take
shirt.
that.
It's a different
I'll let
shirt.
you take
I promise
that
you it's a
with
different shirt.
Chris.
I promise it's a different shirt.
We also have a World Cup match kicking off here in LA, the last one of the World Cup in about 45 minutes. Spain against Belgium. I think all USA fans are just pulling for Spain in that one because of the way Belgium knocked out USA and then mocked USA after.
Spain has also not given up a goal throughout this entire World Cup, so it's kind of fun just to root for dominance,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that little fun fact.
Yes, the Romelu Lukaku effect, which is he enters the match late and just immediately scores a goal, will be put to the ultimate test today.
All right.
Because Spain does not like to give those up.
All right. Well, let's talk about some Dodgers baseball because they are back tonight with Shohei Ohtani on the mound to kick off this first game of the series against the D-backs. Oh, you had Roki on here. You want me to hit Roki instead? No. Well, we're going to go Shohei instead. You guys, I'm not looking at the format at all. I was just taking it in my own direction here. I'm going to talk about Shohei Ohtani because there was a lot of debate, conversations kind of around should the Dodgers and Dave Roberts be resting Shohei Ohtani this last start leading into the All-Star game, because he's obviously not going to be getting a break or a rest because he is going to be at the All-Star game. He has been dealing with the behind-the-knee soreness, the bicep situation, the blister on his finger. However, I have to imagine, because Shohei Ohtani at the beginning of the season told everybody, my goal is Cy Young. Now, I don't know how realistic that is, but in order to even be considered for Cy Young, he's got to get his innings in because he also has a few extra days between starts compared to every other top pitcher in the league. He's already at a disadvantage. So I feel like that is a huge driving factor, not like just for Shohei Ohtani's pitch to the Dodgers and to Dave Roberts. Like, no, like you got to keep me in. And what do? Like, how do you approach that when you have the best player in the history of the game who is currently still in his prime look at you and say, no, don't take me out. I'm fine. Keep me in there.
Yeah. If I could say anything to Shohei Ohtani, and if he promised not to get offended at what I had to say, and if I just had to be as blunt as possible, I would say, you're not winning the Cy Young this year, and it's not your fault. Jacob Mizorowski has already won the Cy Young. Outside of his arm falling off of his body, what he is doing is just phenomenal. And current NL Cy Young odds, Mizorowski is first with minus 450 odds. Chris Sanchez is behind him, and then it's Paul Skeens, Chris Sale in Atlanta, and then Shohei. 9 times out of 10 is Shohei in the top 3, top 2 with what he's done this year in Cy Young voting. Absolutely. It just so happens that Chris Sanchez and Mizorowski, especially Mizorowski, are just doing things that, quite honestly, Mizorowski may never do again. Sometimes for a pitcher, there's just that 1 year where you are locked in, and this is Mizorowski's year. Now, if you are Shohei Ohtani, does the idea of giving up on one of your lifelong goals when you are pitching at an incredible level and not even close to where you think you could be, you are so far from being satisfied, and you are still amongst the top 5 in Cy Young odds. Are you going to say, I give up and I'm going to shut it down? Of course you're not. But in situations like this, I wonder if he had come to terms with the Cy Young probably not being a realistic thing this year. I wonder if that would affect his decision making. But the reason why he's great is because he aspires to do great things even when the odds are stacked against him. But right now there are minus 450 odds stacked against him.
Yeah, and it's hard because when you look at the top 2 favorites in Mizorowski and Sanchez, they both have a 10-4 record. And they've had significantly more starts than Shohei Ohtani, and that's where we knew the issue was going to kind of come in with you really just need to rack up the innings. Like, Mizorowski has 167 strikeouts. Shohei Ohtani has 95. Sanchez has 137 strikeouts. Again, his ERA is in the middle of these two, with Mizorowski having a 1.62 ERA and Sanchez having a 2.62 and Ohtani having a 1.79 ERA. He just doesn't have, like, again, Sanchez has had 19 starts.
Right.
Ohtani's had 14.
Right.
That is a significant, that's like a month more of starts.
And as we're just over the halfway mark, you can essentially maybe not double, but almost double all of those stats if everyone continues on the trajectory that they're currently on. So now the gap is even bigger when it comes time to vote. I would just beg Shohei, if you want to keep pitching just for the sake of loving what you do, then by all means go for it. But that comes with more restrictive rules than if you are pursuing a Cy Young, which it's just Mizorowski's year, and credit to him. I would say if you want to beat Jacob Mizorowski, then when you're likely facing the Brewers, who are a game and a half behind the Dodgers as far as best record in baseball, then get him in the NLCS. Like that's when you can get him, because you're not going to get him in the Cy Young.
Mizorowski has a huge game on Sunday too, because he's matching up against Paul Skeens again right before the All-Star break. So it's like
that's going to be fun.
This is going to be one of
Couple
those
of
games
All-Stars
where a lot of people are watching it. It's going to be big for the MVP vote or the Cy Young vote.
It's just crazy because I'm
big.
putting the top three, obviously, with Mizorowski, Ohtani, and Sanchez, all their stats together. And it's 18 games, Ohtani 14, Sanchez 19 games. Like, it's just, it's hard. Like, the innings, Mizorowski 110, Sanchez 120, Ohtani 85.
Right. So
like how do you even, you can't eat. That's why he's fighting, and he doesn't want to take off this like last outing, because if you miss a game, like, that already puts him back like significantly with these top contenders. The only way is if he can stay healthy,
right,
and one of these two guys goes down with an injury, which you never want to put out there.
Right. And if you're Shohei, I can understand the line of thinking throughout most of the season of, well, if Mizorowski can't keep this up, if Sanchez goes through a slump or something like that, then I can be right in line to get my name in the mix for that perceived fall off.
Yeah.
But we are so far into the season, and Mizorowski is only pitching better, that I hope we reach a point where Shohei realizes, okay, it's not going to happen this year, but I can still win a World Series, and I'm going to win the MVP, and that's enough, and I will get back at it next season, because it's not happening this year.
Isn't that crazy, though, that like we talk about the MVP for Shohei Ohtani as like a afterthought? It's like, well, you're going to win the MVP, so that's okay.
Isn't that enough? You
like,
already got
maybe
it.
just, the Cy Young's got to go for guys who pitch every 5 days, because they're just going to rack up more innings than you, and it's just hard. It's like we talk about it a lot. And we've talked about it with Alden Gonzalez, who we're going to have later on in the show, ESPN's MLB reporter. And everyone always talked about, like, well, he needs the innings. And like, I'm a visual person, and seeing like, oh yeah, no, he is like 40 plus innings behind. That's significant.
And that gap will only grow by the time September comes around. But when September comes around, will Milwaukee and Philly still be in the mix for a World Series? As we sit here right now, maybe. But we know that the Dodgers will be, right? And that's what I think everyone collectively just wants him to eventually shift his attention to post All-Star break. It's, yes, the Cy Young should be on the radar for you most years, but it is just a magical year for two other pitchers, and that is okay. What they don't get to do is completely dictate the course of a game on defense and offense, and you get to do that, and we need you to be at your best in order for us to do that, because we're probably going to face both of these guys on our way to a World Series. So get them from the batter's box, not from the pitching stat sheet.
Good luck with that. And he'd look at you and be like, nope. Put me in, coach. Okay. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. When we come back, you guys, Jovan Buha, NBA reporter and Lakers insider, is joining the show. Don't go anywhere. More on Brock and Alex when we come back.
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. You want? Well, here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of
can't
us?
quit you.
We're gonna have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses.
There
too.
we go.
This is like horrible college.
Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the
you
show.
pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
to
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for
like, I
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
To me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me, too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact checks things here on the show. All right. Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
Talk about this in a minute.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, NBA insider and the host of Buha's blog, Jovan Buha, joining us live from Vegas in Summer League. Jovan, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
What's it been like? Just kind of paint the picture for fans. What has it been like out in Vegas for Summer League so far?
It is hot. I can tell you that. The temperatures are in the high 90s, low 100s. But it's always the best time of the year for me, right? It's basically basketball Comic-Con out here. And you had the electrifying debuts with AJ DeBanza and Darren Peterson last night. So that was must-see basketball. But it's always fun, and you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes there's earthquakes after a Zion dunk. There's a Kawhi trade. Maybe we'll get an update on LeBron's future. So you just never know what's going to happen out here in Vegas.
Jovan, where were you yesterday when the Kawhi news broke about how that trade with the Raptors may not be able to go through after all?
I was at home. I was in LA. It was before I traveled out here. And I was as surprised as everyone else that it got to this point where, you would think that if the teams are coming to a verbal agreement, a handshake deal, that would have been sorted out by the league. And that's to even put it aside that it's been 10 months since this investigation started. So you would think it wouldn't take this long to get to some sort of resolution. It's not a legal matter as of right now. It's simply just the NBA ruling how they view the situation and what an appropriate punishment is. But yeah, I thought it was not a good look and quite frankly, a bit embarrassing that it played out this way where you had a trade agreed to. It has been reported. It's been over a week since it's been agreed to. And then when it's coming time to actually finalize the trade, it's like, no, wait. You actually are going to get penalized if you go through with this. And now we're in a holding pattern here.
Wild. Let's get back to Summer League, though, because I think one of the most exciting things is seeing these young and up-and-coming players. For the Lakers, Cameron Carr, and he's looked good in what we've seen so far, but you always have to kind of temper expectations because it is Summer League. But what have you seen from him that should get Laker fans excited?
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate way to present it, just because I think with Summer League, it's more so like if a guy struggles, you don't want to overreact and write them off. Plenty of great players struggle to start Summer League, and it's just part of the NBA onboarding process. But if you look good, I think that's typically a good sign, and you don't want to overreact that way, but you try to figure out what are the things that can apply to the NBA level. And I think with Cameron Carr, what's really stood out is his off-ball utility. So this is a guy that is coming off screens, can relocate for threes, can attack closeouts, can curl off those screens and either pull up in the mid-range or get to the rim. So him as a cutter, him in transition, him coming off of screens, like those are all things that I think will apply to him at the NBA level on this Lakers team. Like, he's not going to be the high usage guy that he was at Baylor and, having the ball in his hands and running pick and roll and stuff. Like, he's going to be coming off of screens, spotting up, and playing off of the Lakers' primary ball handlers. So I think the fact that he's looked so good and so comfortable and efficient in that role has really been promising. And then even defensively, we've seen he's had 3 block shots on 3-pointers. So guys just sort of miscalculating his length out there and his ability to close out. So we've seen some of the defensive playmaking that has been so promising with him. So, I think he's looked really impressive and already is looking like a potential rotation player for the Lakers. Playoffs, we'll see. Obviously, he's got to continue to develop. But, he looks like a rotation guy already. And so if you're the Lakers, I think you have to be really encouraged with what you've seen so far.
Jovan, you've been covering the league for what feels like forever now. There's plenty of players who have success at Summer League that does not translate to the NBA. So what can Cameron Carr do to make sure that what he is showing here displays itself on the big stage as well?
I think the big thing will continue to be his body and his physicality, because I would say if you want to look at some of the areas I think he can be better in, off ball, there are times where guys can push him, grab his jersey, and be a bit physical with him and disrupt his path, right? So a big thing for him is going to be he's roughly 185 pounds. I think he's got to bulk up 190, 195, even potentially approaching 200. You got to find that balance where you're not losing your speed and quickness and athleticism in terms of your jumping. So you got to find the sweet spot of how can he bulk up and still maintain his physical gifts. But that would be the big thing for me right now, is just seeing the way that guys can attack his chest defensively and the way that guys can dislodge him when they're playing on the perimeter. Like, I think of a guy like Kevin Durant, especially earlier in his career, when he was matched up with Ron Artest in that Lakers Thunder playoff series. One of the ways that Ron had so much success against him was just being physical with him and grabbing him and holding him, and KD couldn't dislodge him. So I look at Cameron Carr in a similar way, obviously not Kevin Durant, but just that similar physical profile of this athletic shooting scoring wing off the ball. The way to counter that is going to be being physical with him and really just holding him and not letting him get open. And I think he's got to be better with the counters against that. But again, so far I would say it's been like an A debut from him. He's looked awesome. And, right now we're kind of just nitpicking some of the fine tuning with his game.
I mean, Jovan, that's exactly what Laker fans want to hear. How close is Cameron Carr to real rotation minutes as a rookie and actually helping this Lakers team?
I think it depends on how the Lakers continue to shape the roster. So right now they're looking for that starting forward spot, potentially Jonathan Kuminga or someone of that ilk. And if they land that player, I think it does reshape the rotation a bit and slots guys, I think, in more appropriate roles. But if you're looking at the current version of the team, I think he has the upside to be like the 7th or 8th man from opening night and really start out with a prominent role in the rotation off of the bench, just from his two-way ability, right? I think the defense is behind the offense right now, but when you look at some of the guys he's currently in competition with, I don't see why, as long as he continues to develop, and especially if he can shoot the three at an above league average rate, I could see him having rotation minutes from day one. Now, if they do add a Kuminga or someone like that as a starter, and then maybe they add one more piece off the bench, and there's a little bit more competition, I could see him being in a smaller role and then eventually trying to earn that larger role. But right now, I'd probably pencil him in as 8th or 9th man on the current team and somewhere in that 12 to 15 minute range.
Jovan, what is the latest on Jonathan Kuminga and the Lakers' attempt to make him a Laker?
Yeah, we're in week 2 of Kuminga watch. It's been a holding pattern, and the big thing right now that's holding a lot of, there's several things that are holding up a lot of the moves right now. But first and foremost, it's LeBron and his decision, because any team, or not any team, but most of the teams that are looking at LeBron right now also would have interest in Kuminga. So if LeBron doesn't pick Team X, they could potentially be a suitor for Jonathan Kuminga, either with their free agency exceptions or potentially sign and trading for him. So LeBron is the big domino, where once LeBron decides, I think we'll see a flurry of moves of guys kind of being held up right now by that decision. But you also now have this Kawhi situation, which does potentially impact the market as well, because the Clippers were a reported suitor for Peyton Watson, who is the top restricted free agent right now out of Denver, and also plays that 4 position similar to Kuminga and is ahead of him in the pecking order. So there was some Watson to the Clippers buzz, or at least in terms of an offer sheet that now is potentially being held up until this Kawhi situation is resolved. So there's a lot of moving parts, and Kuminga, I would say, is not quite like that top tier power forward, at least on the market right now. So it feels like until we get some resolution or some clarity with either LeBron or Kawhi, this could be a situation that drags on. However, the sides have engaged in terms of a potential sign-and trade. There are differing accounts of what that would look like and who would be involved. From the Lakers side, there was some optimism that maybe they could attach an asset or two to Jared Vanderbilt and get off of him in a Kuminga sign-and trade. From the Atlanta side, they're pushing back on that and saying they're not interested in Jared Vanderbilt, and he would have to be rerouted to a third team. So there's some haggling over that. And then I think the biggest thing that they're haggling over is the Kuminga contract, because a sign-and trade has to be at least 3 years. Technically, only the first year has to be guaranteed. But if you're the Lakers and you're committing to a 3+ year deal with Jonathan Kuminga, you obviously are going to want some insurance, either in the form of like a team option or you're something along those lines. So I think right now, like, his salary and his years are something the Lakers are trying to figure out. They've offered him a 2-year, $20 million deal, but that would be them clearing cap space. So it does get a little complicated. There's a couple ways they could go about it, but I think the most straightforward way would be a sign and trade. It just sounds like for now, I don't think Kuminga has loved the offer the Lakers have presented, and with some uncertainty with the rest of the market, he could potentially get a better deal depending on what happens with LeBron and Watson.
Yeah, I think if Kuminga liked the deal, he probably we would be talking about how he is a Laker.
He'd probably be a Laker right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Lakers have been putting in the work, right? They get Kessler, they get Looney. They're continuing to build the depth on their roster, which we knew this is what needed to happen in the summer of 26 to appease to Luka and to build this new look Lakers team around Luka and Austin Reeves. Would Kuminga, like that final piece, whoever that ends up being, when you look at this roster as a whole, would you look at it and what they did over the offseason and say, okay, this is a championship team?
It's a great question. I think it depends on the player. I would say with Kuminga, I'm a little iffy there on the championship team. I think if it's someone like PJ Washington, who is a name that they were actually recently reportedly not interested in because he has 4 years, $88 million left on his contract. Like, I think that's someone that I would have more certainty with, because Kuminga's just a wild card at this point, right? Like, there's a universe where it works out. It's a perfect fit. He's catching lobs along the baseline off of Luka and Austin. He's developing into this like super role player, which I think is ultimately his trajectory in the NBA of, I think he came in expecting to be an all-star, but to me, he's more of that Andrew Wiggins, Aaron Gordon type, where he could still be a number 3 or number 4 guy potentially on a championship team, but has to really lean into the defense, the rebounding, the dirty work, and taking a step back offensively. So with Kuminga, I mean, there's certainly a ton of upside. There also is some downside with how the situation played out in Golden State, how it's kind of playing out in Atlanta right now. Even some of the stuff from his camp kind of leaking stuff through the media and trying to manipulate the process in both Golden State in the summer. Like, I do think there's some clear downside or at least risk with taking on Kuminga, where a guy like PJ Washington, he was the starting wing on that Dallas team that made the 2024 finals. So I think there's a proof of concept there. Also a proof of concept with him, with Luka. So I think it depends on who that player is. But to me, I would say unequivocally, if the Lakers land a quality starting 4, and to me, Kuminga or PJ Washington would qualify, it's a successful summer. Like, it's a home, it's an A summer for me. You get Kessler, you get that starting 4, and you add some quality bench pieces. Like, you basically built out your 8-man rotation for the next couple of years. You might need to add either one more starting level defender or bench guy, but you basically have 7 of your top 8 locked in for the foreseeable future. So I think this is like the final piece the Lakers need to add. And if they do that, and it seems like they are, but if they're able to pull it off, I think it would be an A summer for me.
If PJ Washington joins, he would be joining his former teammate in Luka. If Kuminga joined, he would be joining his former teammate in Kevon Looney, who signed earlier this week. What can Kevon Looney provide to the depth of the Lakers?
I think first and foremost, a veteran locker room presence, which if you look at the Lakers roster, prior to the Looney signing, Austin Reeves was the oldest player on the team.
Wild.
This is a guy who was just played 5 years in the league. It's not like he's been around this long, but Austin at 28 was all of a sudden the elder statesman on the roster with the departures of LeBron James and Marcus Smart. So I think Looney comes in, three-time NBA champion. This is going to be his 12th season. There's he's been there before. He's been in the trenches, and I think him being that calming locker room presence, veteran leader, I think first and foremost, like that does a ton for a group that, if you look at a lot of the principal guys outside of Luka and Austin, have either not been to the playoffs or have only been to the playoffs once or twice. So I think that's a huge thing for me. But in terms of his actual game, still an elite screener and rebounder. Depending on what metrics you look at, still rates out as like a solid defender. So I think to me, he's more of a backup center, innings eater, behind Walker Kessler, more of like a 10 to 15 minute a night guy. But also, you mentioned Kuminga. Like, he was one of Kuminga's vets in Golden State. He was one of Kuminga's mentors. So that could be an ancillary benefit here, where if the Lakers land Jonathan Kuminga, they have one of his beloved teammates already on the roster, and maybe something of like a Kuminga whisperer. I think Looney comes in with a ton of experience. Been there before, and I think that's something that the Lakers needed with it. Like, kind of like what Maxi Kleba provided a bit last year, but I think he'd probably play a little bit more than him.
I think you're making Laker fans very happy right now, Jovan. And we appreciate you so much for coming on. Have so much fun out at Summer League, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys.
All right, appreciate you always. I love the A already. It's like he didn't say A+, but he said like an A summer for what they did, which is crazy because, again, almost 2 weeks ago when LeBron decided he was not coming back to the Lakers, and we looked at each other and we're like, who do they have? They're literally losing everybody, to where we sit right now, and they're just that kind of one final piece of way from putting this completely new restructured Lakers roster together. And then hearing that Cameron Carr is really that dude.
Yeah, it's
like,
looking good.
I love the block threes.
Mm-hmm.
Guys aren't realizing how big his wingspan is, because that was something we talked about too. He is the most athletic guy to come out of the draft, and his wingspan is incredible.
It is. And I think the overall grade of what you anticipate from the Lakers, or if you were to grade the offseason, is your thoughts on Cameron Carr. Was he a guy who fell in the draft because of reasons we don't know yet as Lakers fans? Or is he an unproven, very athletic guy with the high ceiling? And it also comes down to what you think about Walker Kessler. Was he a guy who's always hurt in Utah, or is he a guy with an unlimited ceiling because he hasn't played with quality talent yet? Jovan, clearly on the positive side.
Hoo-hoo. So A for the Lakers. And you know what? We're going to grade the Rams offseason when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Now, we were just talking to Jovan Buha about the Lakers offseason, and he gave them an A. But the other LA offseason, the Rams also just making blockbuster moves. Obviously, the biggest move of the offseason, trading for Myles Garrett. But before the draft, the Rams addressed their weakest link, which was corner. So they traded for Trent McDuffie with the Chiefs, giving them a first, third, and sixth round from this past draft, and 2027 third round. And we all know Les Snead is the F them picks guy. So worth it for a top 5 corner in the league, especially this all happened with the Rams coming into the season as the Super Bowl faves. And they go out and they make all of these big moves, obviously trading for Trent McDuffie and then also signing Jalen Watson at the corner position, going from the weakest to probably one of the stronger in the league. And they've been coming out graded number 1 as the best roster heading into this season now.
Yes, and understandably so. It is funny that Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie coming to the Rams would have been the biggest story this offseason if it wasn't for the Rams also bringing in Myles Garrett. But that doesn't take away from how big of a move this is. And why this needed to happen is not just because cornerback was really not only, but the biggest weakness that the Rams had last year. Look at their schedule this year. Week 1, they face San Francisco, who now has Mike Evans. Week 2, they face Malik Neighbors, if he's healthy enough. Week 3, they face Denver with Jalen Waddle, who they just traded for. Week 4, they face Philadelphia with Devontae Smith. Week 5, they face Buffalo with DJ Moore. The list goes on and on and on. But if you had to boil down why Trent McDuffie is in a Rams jersey to one singular reason, if you had to only pick one, it's because of the new highest paid receiver in the NFL. Trent McDuffie's here to be the JSN stopper. Jackson Smith and Jigba faced the Rams 3 times last year. Game 1, 9 receptions, 105 yards. Game 2, 8 receptions, 96 yards, and a touchdown. And then that playoff game, 10 receptions, 153 yards, and 1 touchdown. And Les Snead is sitting there thinking, this cannot happen again. We are going to continue to face the Seahawks in the regular season and likely in the playoffs, as they have something going there that can continue for quite some years. Bring in a guy that can help stop that guy, and Trent McDuffie knows he was brought here for a reason. Jackson Smith and Jigba is probably the biggest reason.
And when you look at this, because these were some big defensive moves that the Rams made this offseason, do you think they have the best defense in the NFL?
I feel that you have to put them in the conversation with the Houston Texans. If I had to pick one over the other, it would be the Rams, but if you said Houston Texans, I could not argue that with you. The Houston Texans last year in that playoff game where they lost, they almost won an entire football game on defense alone.
Yeah.
Like they were punting the ball with like 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter because they would rather have their defense on the field to make something happen instead of their offense. So Houston is a 1A, 1B with the LA Rams. But the fact is, the Rams were probably in the late teens in regards to defensive ranking that I would have put them in last season. So as far as the leap that they took to be up there with the Houstons, significant. So Rams are 1, but if you want to say Texans, I would allow it.
What if Aaron Donald came back?
Oh, yeah, then there is now a significant gap between the Rams and maybe any defense that has ever been played. We need, I keep thinking we need to put pressure on Aaron, but I think the silence on his end is actually a good thing.
It's a great thing.
Because it means that he's contemplating. If he knew he wasn't coming back,
he would have said something.
We would know it by now.
But this is also what, like, Sean McVay, Les Snead, everybody that's close to Aaron Donald, and even that he publicly told a lot of insiders via text message was, I need to see if the fire is still there. I need to see if I'm still hungry, because it's crazy. It was constantly talking about, obviously, this conversation with so many different sports people. And it's like a lot of other sports, you can play like pickup games, right? You can play play pickup soccer, pickup basketball. Like there's no way to really replicate football. Like, yeah, you can toss the ball around, but that's not what he's doing. He's running and hitting guys. Like, is that something that, like, he still has that fire in him after 2 off seasons?
It kind of ties back to the LeBron potentially going to Golden State conversation we had before. Yeah, game 1, this is going to be great. But if 60 games in, you're 30-30, is LeBron and Golden State still a good idea now that
Still
the
fun?
novelty has worn off? Right.
Still happy?
Exactly. So Aaron Donald has to get to a point where, yeah, obviously game 1, game 2, and game 3 are going to be fun, but once the bumps and bruises set in, if I'm not at the level that I feel I should be at, is that frustration gonna crush me? Or if, God forbid, we just aren't that good for the first month of football, right? Do I have enough fire in me to continue to fight through that? Because right now everything seems peachy when it's hypothetical.
Yeah.
But once I get into the grit and grind of a season, do I have enough energy and fight to continue through? So that's what he's figuring out right now.
Which is wild too, because with all these additions, especially we were talking about Myles Garrett, McDuffie, Watson, if Aaron Donald comes back, the only way you would say the season was a success is if the Rams win the Super Bowl.
It raises the stakes for everyone. Every single
You
person
can't just
there.
get there.
Nope.
You got to win it.
Right. Because right now, I mean, before the Myles Garrett trade, the Rams were one of the favorites. Then you had Myles Garrett, and they become the far and away favorite.
Yeah.
Then you had Aaron Donald. Yeah, it raises the stakes for everyone.
And it's crazy, though, because, again, football's a sport where it's like you can have the best players, but
It often does not lead to a Super Bowl. So all the
Which makes
pressure's
me
on
nervous.
them.
It's like
They just gotta embrace
literally
it.
the most pressure out of any team in the league this season is on the LA Rams. You guys, we are getting closer and closer to training camp, which is so exciting, meaning football's right around the corner. All right, don't go anywhere. Hour number 3 coming up next. We're leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So, guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake a hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of Champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're Two truths and What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And World Cup kickoff in LA. The final match here in LA started about 3 minutes ago. Spain against Belgium. Obviously scoreless with we're in the 4th minute of the game, but let's go Spain.
Yeah, we're pulling for Spain.
We're pulling for Spain. And my phone has been hearing us completely just fan over Erling Haaland. And the lore continues, you guys. So I didn't realize there's a couple different things that we watched during the breaks. But the last World Cup, he was the only player on his team because remember, they moved the World Cup to the winter because it was in Qatar and it was too hot, obviously, to be there during the summer. And he was the only player on his team that wasn't participating in the World Cup. And he did all these really silly videos. So he's just been that guy throughout his entire career. But just now, Kygo promised he would do a remix of Haaland's. Apparently, he recorded a song.
Of course he did.
Erling Haaland recorded a song, and Kygo just did a remix, and it slaps.
It does. I did hear a little snippet of it that you were playing, and it goes. And I
thought you were going to hum it. I was like, and it goes like, what, Brock? Drop the beat for us. Do you have a hidden talent I don't know about?
I think... I don't even think it's hidden talents anymore for Erling Haaland. I think we just assume he can do everything until proven otherwise. Yeah.
He just is.
What'd you call him? A walking green flag.
A walking green flag.
He
is the green flag. Every single baddie woman account that I follow is just literally obsessing and fanning over Erling Haaland.
An unproblematic king.
Yeah, it's like I have been a soccer fan for 5 days now. And it's all because of Haaland. Yeah. I don't care. All I care about is that Erling Haaland wins. That's all anybody wants. This man is the epitome of what masculinity should look like. Non-toxic masculinity.
If Man City has any idea what is going on, which I'm sure they do, they have already printed an extra 500,000 Erling Haaland uniforms because that kit is going to start selling like crazy if he can knock off England.
Wait, I've been waiting for a team.
Oh, yes,
I've been waiting for a team.
Wow.
You guys, I've been waiting to feel a connection to a team because I want to fall in love with a player.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Is that what's the history? What's the history of Man City, though?
Man City, they were terrible for a while, and now recently they've been very good, is the easiest way to put it. So you are catching on board at the right time. And
I feel like I need to do a little more research before I jump on the bandwagon, but I'm jumping on the Holland bandwagon. So if that's where he resides, like I'm totally down to just like I follow his career and wherever he goes.
I see.
So I'm a player fan.
Yes, and I see the energy that Erling Haaland brings out of you. I'm voting that you become a fan of Man City. Take your time.
Did we have anybody else within the fan that is a Man City follower?
D-Mac, no. Reiter, no. I think Man City's all yours.
Really?
I think Man City's all yours.
Who's Andrews?
Andrews
Chelsea. Okay.
I think
Who are
Man
you?
City works. I like Chelsea as well.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
They're the opposite.
I need
of
one
Man
of my
City.
soccer people, Andrew, if you're listening, like come in and give me the 411. Like I need to know like what I'm like joining and what I want to be a part of. Because again, I told you, I came into this World Cup saying I want to fall in love with a player who then plays for a team overseas that I can attach onto.
Yeah. I think this is going to work for you.
I
think
feel
you'll have a
like
good time.
a lot of people are going to jump on this fan
That's
wagon.
totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
All right. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And you guys, the Dodgers having their final series before heading to the All-Star break, the All-Star game. Real quick here, though, this was a fun little note. Dodgers third base coach Dino Ebel is going to pitch to Bryce Harper in this year's home run derby. And there's been some like interesting connections between Bryce Harper and the Dodgers because
please lay him out.
More so the support. Okay. Because like when everybody was coming out hating on the Dodgers for spending too much money and buying their players, Bryce has been the only non-Dodger player who has come out publicly and been like, why are you guys hating on what they're doing? Every team should be doing what the Dodgers are doing. They're investing in their players. And when you do that, players want to go and they want to play for that franchise and organization, which is why so many guys go over there. You know, all you other billionaires can do the same thing. So I think it's very interesting that Dino, who is a beloved person on the Dodgers coaching staff, who I believe will be an incredible manager one day. But Dino Ebel is going to be pitching to Bryce Harper in this year's home run derby. And I think it's been like Bryce, he won the derby in 2018 and Ebel pitched to Kyle Schwarber last year when he won it.
So it sounds like if there's no Dodger hitting, Dino Ebel is the man that you want. So did you have any interaction with Dino? Because he spent 8-9 years with the Angels before.
My whole career with the Angels, he was there.
He was there the whole time.
I love Dino with my whole heart. Yeah. He is one of the kindest, greatest baseball minds, and just similar to a Dave Roberts, where any player you talk to has such a deep respect for him. Yeah. That's why I'm like, he is going to be an incredible manager whenever he decides he wants to do that. Obviously, how could you leave a situation that you're in with the Dodgers right now and with Dave Roberts and being in the midst of a dynasty? But he's as good as they come.
And for someone like Bryce Harper or Kyle Schwarber, notably non-Dodger players, clearly that respect resonates across the entire league. That is awesome. So from your experience covering baseball over the years and all-star games, what is the vibe? Like how we were talking to Kobe yesterday and Jovan today about the Summer League vibe. And if you've ever been to an NBA All-Star game, you have that vibe. What's an MLB All-Star game vibe like? Because I only went once and I was like 9 and I do not remember.
Oh, yeah. It's so fun. Okay. It's really fun because obviously it's the greatest players in the game coming together, but they're all fanning out over each other, which is really fun too. And they're really accessible in a way, like where baseball's different from every other sport, because when you're having batting practice, everyone's just out on the field and in the dugout, and opposed to other sports where it's like set times of when you're allowed to talk to players. Right. It's kind of a free-for-all in baseball. You're allowed to go up and talk to them. If they're like out on the field or in the dugout, it's free game, and you really get to build a different level of a relationship with the media player situation, which is why I loved working in baseball so much and being a part of an organization for 10 years. But at the All-Star game, you're seeing the best players in the game do that to each other and talk to each other and be so excited to be playing with each other. And it's a really beautiful celebration. It's also one of my favorite like all-star games across all sports. I think we talked about it earlier this week. Obviously not as much on the line anymore. It's still wild to me that
that was an idea.
Yeah, World Series at home advantage.
If the NL or the AL won, that team would have the home field advantage for the World
Series. That's insane to me.
Had to pull it back a little bit. Just a little bit had to pull it back.
But guys, like, you get the best product in an all-star game because, as I always say, baseball is an individual sport played in a team atmosphere. So you're still going to get the pitchers throwing their best stuff. You're going to get the hitters trying to get on base and hit home runs.
Yeah.
You're not going to get as many, like, sliding catches, obviously, and stealing bases because no one wants to get hurt. But it's really fun, and they do a really great job. And Philly fans, I'm just putting all this together, too. It's Bryce Harper hitting in the home run derby in Philly with Dino throwing to him. Like, that's going to be so cool. Like, Philly fans are, like, the most passionate, aggressive fan base I've ever been around. I love it. I mean, my mom's whole family is from Philly, so we have like Philly ties there, and I really got to experience what the fan base was like when I was covering their World Series run with Fox Sports, and we were out there, and I love it because I just love aggressive passion. Like, it's all in, and I'm here for it. But it really is like such a fun, and again, like any other, like a Super Bowl situation or All-Star games, there's so many events surrounding the actual celebration. Like, what's the big party? I'm trying to think of, because it's crazy. Because it's always right next to Summer League. Who throws the white party? Why am I blanking?
The Fanatics guy.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah, so he has the players party.
Because they do the jerseys for MLB.
So
right,
they
right.
have the players party. So he always throws like a party at Summer League, like this weekend, and then goes right out and throws a party at the All-Star game. And it's wild. The last one I went to, talk about a professional partier.
Jeez, man.
He's incredible. When I was talking to him at the one in Seattle, we got to go to his party. He's like, yeah, no, we were just, it was with like Draymond and everybody out at Summer League. Like, we were closing down Dre's, and here we are. Like, I'm just like, damn, that stamina, that party stamina is next level.
Let's put that effort into making some better jerseys.
Oh my God, I think that was the season 2 where it was like the white pants.
Yes, the white pants.
I was like,
did anybody think about this?
Did you guys like actually take photos of the guys in these uniforms before thinking this was okay?
For anyone who doesn't remember, it was maybe like the second or third year after Fanatics took over.
Yeah.
It was early, and it wasn't just white pants, it was thin white pants,
dude,
which left little to the imagination of the people watching guys wear them. And I think they fixed it before the end of the year.
They did.
But Fanatics,
that was wild. That was wild.
Fanatics was not off on the hot foot there, but there was a great party from what I hear.
Oh my God, that is incredible. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm also excited though, because Dino Ebel, again, pitching to the biggest star in Philly with the home run derby in Philly. Like, if he wins and Dino's there, he's also going to be like, everyone's going to know his name.
Yeah.
Which I love that too. Love
Great
that
point.
for Dino. Okay, let's talk some Dodgers, you guys, because some positivity finally in terms of injuries. Like, I think we're going to get a handful of guys coming back after the All-Star break. And it could not be better timing. I think Will Smith being the biggest one. Like, he's still swinging the bat. He's hoping to stay active, and they're hoping to ramp up his process after the All-Star break. But the other guys to keep an eye on, Glasnow, obviously, he's been out since May 8th with the back spasms. He's currently playing catch. Kike Hernandez is recovering from that oblique strain. He's faced live pitching twice, which is positive. Dave Roberts said his swing and throwing and defense has looked strong and is expected to start a rehab assignment soon. Edwin Diaz, he's probably going to be maybe between him and Will Smith, the first we see back. He faced hitters again on Wednesdays. His velo is around 95 miles per hour, which, like, that's positive.
Yeah.
He said his command was inconsistent, but That's, again, you have to remember this is like he's back to ground one, and this is like spring training.
Yeah.
So we are in like the beginning of spring training for Edwin Diaz. And then similar to a Blake Snell, he completed multiple bullpen sessions. He's scheduled to face hitters Sunday for the first time since he had those loose bodies removed in the surgery. So we're on the up and up.
Yeah.
Which is the most important thing to take away from this.
Yes, and we've also gotten some healthy arms back just in these past 2 series. Evan Phillips returned game 2, and he was put in a very hot situation. 9th inning, and just thrown into the fire. They were down 1 run at the time, I believe, and he got 2 strikeouts, which was awesome. And why that's such a big deal is because Dave Roberts' thing about Evan Phillips is he calls him a foundational piece of this bullpen for the past 4 years. So for someone who has the trust of the head man that much to where your first game back you are thrown in the fire says a lot, and he will be pitching in a lot of high-stakes situations going forward. Brock Stewart has returned. They eased him in over the past couple series, but game 1 against Colorado, where he got 2 strikeouts in a singular inning, that was his moment of officially being back. He was giving up some big shots early on. They were easing him in. But game 1, high-stakes moment, and he handled business. So those 2 guys are back. 2 more are Ben Kasparius. He was put on the 60-day IL. We last saw him April 12th. He is just, quote, expected back post-All-Star break. So that's another arm for the pen. And then Blake Trinan, who was on the 15-day IL, last appeared June 19th, is back to playing catch. I want to go back to the Kike Hernandez thing, though. I have been searching this like every 6 hours for the past couple of days because I can't find the rule or anybody explaining the rule. But they asked Dave, when is Kike coming back? He said Kike is ready for a rehab assignment, but is 20 days away from being eligible to be sent. I don't know what that means. I dove into rule books. I can't find anything, and he didn't really follow up on it. So it sounds like it's more of an administration
so
thing.
what was he put on the 60-day IL?
I don't think so. Not from the oblique.
Like, I'm trying to think of like how, because once you're put on a certain day,
right,
IL, you can't, like, you literally can't do. No, they only put him on the 10-day IL.
Right. So
as of my birthday, May 27th.
Hey, there you go. So maybe it's just a roster management thing. I don't know, but I found that answer to be weird, and there was really no follow-up on it. But for the time being, he will be facing live at-bats against Edwin Diaz, which is a hell of a guy to be facing live at-bats against. If you can
Good for both of them.
Yeah, if you can hit him, you can hit anyone. And then hopefully that assignment will come soon. But so I'm going to continue to monitor the Kike thing until it gets brought up again.
So basically, like, nothing's going to happen for at least 20 days.
But with no explanation why.
Yeah.
But whenever they get Kike back, and we just listed off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitchers who we expect back, hopefully by the end of August. So the Dodgers have yet to be at full strength at any point this season, sitting there at 61 wins.
It's wild.
And it's only going to get better.
Well, I think the most important one on this list, and it's tough because we're getting kind of the least amount of information about his recovery, is Will Smith.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've seen improvements from Dalton Rushing, and we've seen like
as your voice goes up in an octave.
you liked what he did this week in terms of like puffing his chest, Macho Man, when he was blocking the path for, it was the Rockies, right? Rockies player, to come and slide home. Who ended up being safe, tagged him anyway, words were exchanged, benches cleared. I don't like that kind of mentality from him specifically, just because of the situation that he was in with Shohei Ohtani, and obviously a lot of players, the mental coach, Dave Roberts, everybody has come to talk to him to be like, hey, you've been thrust into this starting role that wasn't supposed to be where your timeline had you at this point. Like, Will Smith is the guy. They could not be more polar opposite in terms of personality. So it's tough because we still haven't gotten exact answers from Dave Roberts on Will Smith, and with your neck,
you cannot play games with that.
And it's crazy too, because think about it, he's also wearing an extremely heavy helmet, catcher's helmet, and all the gear. So when you turn, that's not just like, say you're going to make a throw, or you have the lighter helmet, the batting helmet when you're swinging the bat. Like, a catcher's helmet is heavy.
and the violent motion of ripping that
Yeah,
mask
the
off for
neck,
a foul
the
ball.
everything.
There's
Yeah.
so many things at risk. And I did enjoy Dalton sticking up for himself with the Cole Carrig. I called him Corrig earlier because I combined his name. Cole Carrig.
Got it.
Sliding into home plate. If that was the only transgression Rushing would have had, I think everyone would love it. Like, yeah, don't let a rookie say something to you on the sly while he's walking back into the dugout. But because it was event 13 on a growing list of Dalton Rushing things that seem to spiral out of control, I understand why people are getting tired of it. That was the one thing that I did love from it. But no, it is without question a fact that the pitching, the starting rotation, and just the Dodgers as a whole will be happy once Will Smith returns. But Dalton Rushing, all things considered, is holding his own and is doing much more than expected in the situation he was thrust into.
But again, a lot of positive. These are a lot of names on the horizon coming back kind of at the perfect time, that final stretch, the last 2.5 months of the season, which, again, we've heard some of the biggest names in Skubal in the conversation for a trade, and the Dodgers being like, oh, should they be in the sweepstakes? And it's when you look at who they have on the horizon coming back off the IL, in a Glasnow, Anna Snell, you just kind of, I feel like you have to hold on. Yeah. And there's no point of giving up the arms that you have now who have been putting in the work for you. With Robleski, I think would probably be the biggest piece that a team would want if you're going out to trade. And right now, he is your for sure third arm in the rotation heading into the postseason.
If you're the Dodgers, right? If you're the Dodgers, you're sitting here at 61 wins with 80% strength at best throughout this season. Right now, probably closer to 65% strength, and you're sailing fine. So your trade acquisitions are the 6 to 7 healthy guys that hopefully come back.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, excited to have ESPN baseball reporter Alden Gonzalez joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And I am so excited, you guys, to bring in our next guest, ESPN MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez joining the show.
Hey.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing fabulous. Alden, I want to start with the fact that we're finally seeing a couple big names on this Dodgers roster turn a corner. We'll start with Roki Sasaki because before his outing on Wednesday, Dave Roberts was concerned that he was, quote, tipping pitches, and he came out with a solid outing, not perfect, but he didn't spiral when he got into trouble. So how much of his success is mental versus mechanical right now?
I think it's a little bit of both. I do think that once Roki was able to get his fastball back where he wanted to, and then before that, when he was starting to throw that splitter a little bit harder, which means it's now a secondary pitch that he could throw for strikes, I think it raised his floor. And I think there are going to be moments, and just to go back to your original question, I actually think it's more mechanical right now than mental.
Okay.
There are going to be some moments when his delivery is just not in sync. Like he's still not at a point in his career where he's just consistent with that. And so you'll see innings like the one that he had against the Rockies, which is obviously not a good team.
Yeah.
Where it'll spiral for a little while. And look, I agree with you, Alex. Like he was able to get back on track, and we've seen that a couple of times now in recent weeks. It's still not the dominant sort of Roki that people were hoping for with the Dodgers about a month ago when he went on that run. But like I said, the stuff is there. The stuff is closer to what the Dodgers were hoping for. So every time he goes out there, even when it goes bad, even when his mechanics are not in sync, he has a chance to get out of jam.
Alden, there are as many as 6 Dodgers pitchers who are expected to be healthy before season's end. So that being said, what do you anticipate right now Roki's role being when it comes playoff time?
Well, if everybody is healthy, I don't think there's a role for Roki. And, I mean, I don't think that's a stretch to say in any extent. Like, the only reason why Roki was on the playoff roster last year was because the Dodgers had no closer whatsoever. And to his credit, like, the Dodgers don't advance into the NLCS without Roki and what he did in the 9th inning and how he pitched against Philly. And, like, it started to tail off toward the end there, but he was a big reason why they got as far as they did. But, I mean, look, as of right now, Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell are expected to be healthy. I think especially in the case of Blake Snell, they're sort of slow playing him back because he has an injury history. I think the same thing with Tyler Glasnow as well. They have injury histories, and they have the starting pitching depth. And look, they don't care about this time of year. They already have such a huge lead in the division. Those guys should be back. So if you go into the playoffs, you have Yamamoto, Ohtani, Snell, and Glasnow. Like, that's your rotation. There's no room for anybody else. And then you have Edwin Diaz in the 9th. He should be back pretty soon. And you got Tanner Scott and Alex Vesia and Blake Trinan and all these guys. So there's no role for Roki. I would say that if there was a 5th starter needed, it would be Justin Wroblewski. And that guy probably has a spot in the bullpen somewhere. But like we've seen with baseball seasons and like we've seen with the Dodgers, who have literally burned through 40 pitchers each of the last 2 years, things happen. Things happen. And there's a long time to go between now and the start of the playoffs. Anything can happen. And that's why, more so than even signing star players, what the Dodgers do better than anybody is they have great depth. They hammer their depth because they know that they're going to need it.
Alden, which is crazy to think about because you just named all the guys that are on the horizon, almost coming off the IL. And as we talked about, Roki's not pitching at his best. And this next guy we're going to talk about, it hasn't been playing at his best all season. And the Dodgers are still the best team in baseball right now. And they still have all these names on the horizon. But let's talk about the other big name that's really turned a corner. Kyle Tucker is a big one. And you recently wrote an article talking about the extra work that he's been putting into turning his season around. What is been the biggest change that he has made?
Well, it's not so much a change. It's trying to get back to the swing that he has always had.
Okay.
And it hasn't been there consistently for him. He talks about, like, the biggest problem with him, and like anybody who's done like deep dives into Kyle Tucker, will note that his strikeout rate is higher than ever, or he's chasing pitches out of the strike zone more than ever. And the reason Kyle Tucker gives for that is a very simple one. And it's because early in counts, he's missing pitches that he should drive. So the pitch early in a count that he usually hits for an extra base hit when he's going well, he'll like foul it off. And then all of a sudden now he's in these deep counts, and that's when pitchers expand. That's when he starts chasing. That's when he starts striking out. And it all goes back to the fact that his swing is just not right. There have been some really good signs lately that it's almost there. It's not quite there, but, and not to get like too technical, but like he has a very different swing. Like if you watch him swing, it's a very sort of long swing. It looks very different from everybody else's. It's so important for him to stay on the backside of his legs, not drift forward. And he's not a guy, based on what I've been told, who really is super dialed into mechanics or cares that much about that stuff. He operates based on feel. And so he has been spending like these first 3 months searching for a feeling that's just not there. Every time sometimes it comes, but then it goes. And like that's been his sort of internal battle for 3 months. And like I said, like you look at his numbers dating back to, like if you go back to the Saturday in San Diego from then on, like his numbers are great. Now that's like a 10, 11, 12 game sample. It's not a long time, but if he could maintain that, I mean, think about, this is the best offense in baseball right now, based on runs per game, based on OPS, based on the advanced numbers. If you get Kyle Tucker going, like Cal Hernandez told me, like, we're going to be a problem. And like, imagine that, like the Kyle Tucker who showed up for the Cubs those first 3 months, if the Dodgers get that version, like they're going to be almost unbeatable.
Alden, while Kyle Tucker is still searching to find some consistency, one man who has been shot out of a cannon is Tommy Edman. Through 18 appearances, he's batting .351 and averaging an RBI every other game. Are you surprised? But we know that you're happy with Tommy Edmonds. But are you surprised by what he's doing, and can he continue this throughout the playoffs?
This is who the Dodgers, if you go back to like when they traded for Tommy Edman a couple of years ago, like one thing you heard a lot of, and it's very true, is that like the Dodgers have been trying to trade for this guy for years. Like this front office loves Tommy Edman. Like he's the perfect sort of player for them. Hits from both sides of the plate, can bounce around all over the place, can play premium positions pretty well, and he gives you a good at-bat. He's a good bunter. Like he's like the perfect, like any good team would have Tommy Edman like batting second in their line, right? When the Dodgers are fully healthy and right, like he bats ninth. And he is a person that other teams still have to game plan for. I think what we're seeing with Tommy Edman is probably the fact that, and he said recently that he feels like his swing from both sides of the plate are in sync, which for switch hitters is kind of rare. But I think more so like the ankle might finally be healthy. Like that ankle has been giving him problems for the last couple of years. It's been sort of on and off. He had the surgery, was slow to come back. When Tommy Edman was healthy, like we saw what he did in the playoff run in 2024. I think that was the year that he was NLCS MVP. So like that guy is still in there. And I think now we're seeing it probably because the ankle is in a much better place.
So speaking of injuries, how close realistically is Will Smith to coming back? Because we're kind of getting mixed signals and not like full information of, he's fully ramping up. What does this look like? And I know it's kind of tough when it's your neck, but when do you see him kind of back in the lineup?
Ever since he went down, the thought was that this was going to be a relatively quick injury. And it just hasn't been, and there hasn't been a timetable for it. I think he's been hitting in the batting cages and stuff like that. I don't know. Like, it could be, he could come back like right after the All-Star break or not until August. And I don't know that I would be surprised. And I'm not saying that the latter is an option here.
Yeah.
They haven't given any sort of timetable. They've been sort of vague about it. It sounds to me like it's just one of those things where like, maybe one day he'll wake up and his neck doesn't hurt, and then he could start really ramping back up, and there's just no telling when that's going to happen. But look, and I think we talked about this on this show before, Alex. Like the Dodgers are going, like their philosophy is they can't predict injuries and when they happen. the only thing that they can control is making sure players take their time coming back from an injury. So, and they're going to do this with Will Smith. They'll see it as an opportunity to give Dalton Rushing like some real useful time with their pitchers, as we've seen with Shohei Ohtani. And he'll be back when he's ready, and the Dodgers will probably still be in first place anyway. As long as he's right by the start of October, that is literally all they care about.
Alden, what is your analysis of the bullpen? They've had their ups and downs, and they anxiously await the return of Edwin Diaz, Ben Kasparius, and Blake Trinan. But as we enter the All-Star break, what are your thoughts?
I think if you're a Dodgers fan, you have to be very optimistic on what the bullpen has done in general. I mean, to not have Edwin Diaz for a big chunk of it and still like the numbers look as good as they do, I think is a big positive. I think Tanner Scott, this is the biggest one. Like Tanner Scott looks like a completely different version of the Tanner Scott that we saw last year. Like he is somebody that the Dodgers trust to close out games. And then we saw Evan Phillips come back from a pretty lengthy recovery from Tommy John surgery. And, you know, Dodgers manager Dave Roberts was raving about like how good his stuff looked. Blake Trinan, I know he's toward the end of his career and it's maybe a different calculus now, but he should be back relatively soon. Edwin Diaz says he feels good. He should be back pretty soon as well. I think this bullpen is in really good shape. I think if you're a Dodgers fan, you should feel pretty optimistic about it, especially when they get Edwin Diaz and Blake Trinan back.
All right, Alden, before we let you go, Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight. Obviously, he has been dealing with a couple different things, whether it's the knee inflammation, the bicep. I'm not sure if the blister is still there. What's the latest update on kind of where he's at and where he's feeling heading into this start?
I think the bicep's done. He had the right bicep issue. I think it was in April is what he mentioned, and he said it went away pretty quickly.
Okay.
It's been kind of a non-issue for the last few days. I haven't heard anything about the blister. I mean, those blisters come and go, but I assume that's not a problem. I keep saying, though, that the knee is worth monitoring.
Okay.
It's something that requires maintenance for him now. He's had issues with that knee, and I'm sure that he's going to benefit from the fact that, like, he's getting extra time off before making this start. But the knee is, and he has said that it's better. Dave Roberts has said it's better. But still, like, that's, if you're looking for a reason to sort of restrain Shohei Ohtani a little bit, give him extra time off, it's management of that knee, and I know the Dodgers need to be very careful with it.
All right. Great insight. Alden, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate your inside info always.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
You too. See? Should have rested the man. Give him that extra time. That's all of us. And then, okay, during that interview, you guys, we have a tied match.
Both teams scored within that interview. Spain struck first, and then just before the half, Belgium scored off of a beautiful header. Yes.
Jinx, you owe me a soda. All right, we're going to take a quick break here when we come back. The Lakers. They're saying that final roster spot has to matter, and we talked to Jovan Buha earlier, and I'm feeling really good about the state of this Lakers roster. We're going to dive in deeper when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We got a great match going on right now in LA at SoFi Stadium. 1-1 Spain, Belgium.
The first goal that Spain has given up this entire tournament.
Oh, I forgot about that. And it was a great header.
It was a beauty. And I'll tell you what, if you are Spain, you want at least a 2-goal lead over Belgium before Lukaku enters.
Okay, so would this make you feel better if Belgium beats Spain, who was one of the favorites coming into the tournament? Like, okay, maybe it wasn't that bad that the U.S. lost to Belgium.
Yeah, no one wants to admit it, but you want to lose to the eventual champion.
Always.
And I don't think
it's like,
Belgium...
well, at least it was the champion.
Exactly. And I don't think Belgium has the juice for that, but I thought they would get smoked by Spain.
Whoa,
so
we got a bloody nose. Did you see that close up?
So two Belgian players collided with each other, which was kind of funny. Because it was their fault. Miscommunication, folks. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Yes, they ran directly into each other, smacked noses, and now we got some blood on some. Well, at least their jerseys are red.
Well, no, because they're white.
Okay, no. So it was
pink.
two Spanish players actually that collided. I'm sorry.
Well, no. It was a guy in Belgium who had that like giant.
So there was a different collision.
Nose. Yeah.
Okay,
maybe.
So two
I missed
Spanish
this.
players.
I didn't see it.
So if he was wearing a different jersey, two Spanish players collided. I saw that, and their faces, their noses just absorbed all the context. So now we have a Belgium man bleeding as well.
That's how I knocked out my 2 front teeth, because my nose wasn't big enough. So my teeth, I smiled too big, and my nose isn't big enough. So I knocked out my 2 front teeth.
I am kind of surprised that mouth guards aren't a thing in soccer. From like the headers and the crossers. Yeah, but
that's not getting close. Headers it's like up here. It's like your hairline is where you're supposed to head the ball. So it's not close to your mouth. And it wasn't in soccer where I knocked out my teeth.
Oh, I thought you said it happened in soccer.
No.
It just happened in a this whole time I thought it was a non-athletic. I thought it was an athletic event. It was a non-athletic event.
I also did theater. And it was a half day we got out for Christmas break, and I was running. I was in my like Harry Potter cloak for choir, and I was running out of the multi-purpose room to change, and I thought I heard someone call my name, so I turned back around, kept walking full speed and smiling, and right when I turned back around, I walked into a giant cement pole. My teeth marks are still on the pole at MBMS Middle School, Manhattan Beach Middle School. Yep.
I thought this entire time, or rather I assumed it happened on the soccer pitch.
Yeah. No, everyone's saying all I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth to me, because it was a half day we got out for Christmas break.
Did you get blood on the Harry Potter cloak?
No idea, but my sister went back to pick up the teeth. That's all I know.
We might need these.
I was just sitting there crying. Like, my mom picked me up laughing hysterically, traumatizing a little bit. Like, she still has the photo of me just teary-eyed with it wasn't I still have the base, so I chipped them. Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah, fake teeth.
I
teeth
am
life.
so glad we now have that full story.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's talk some Lakers real quick here. I loved Jovan Buha kind of giving us this. He was joining us earlier in the show from Summer League, and we kind of went through the offseason acquisitions, and obviously there's one more roster spot that the Lakers are looking to fill, and we've gotten so many reports that they are putting everything they got into that final roster puzzle piece, and they're making it's a big deal, right? Mm-hmm. And it has to be. This is the summer of 26, which is what they told Luka Doncic in his camp. Don't worry, this is the summer where we turn everything around. And they are backing up, so far from what we've seen, they are backing up what they said with the biggest name that we're all kind of watching right now in Jonathan Kuminga is the name that's kind of been floating around as to who to watch. But then also Jovan said PJ Washington was another one that was kind of keep an eye on. Mm-hmm. But when you hear all this and you see what they've done, you have to feel positive that this Lakers group and the roster that they're putting together, they're giving it everything they got right now.
Yeah, and they are cash-strapped because of the moves that they made. They do not have much trade capital anymore left because all of that has been shipped off to 2032 or whatever year it is. So Pelinka is backed into a corner here. He's given Luka everything that he asked for, so it's not a matter of keeping Luka happy because I went out and got those guys. But now it's a matter of, okay, now how can we maximize what we got Luka? So Jovan brought up a great point in that teams who are currently in the LeBron James sweepstakes also have backup plans, and that backup plan for most of those teams is going to be Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
So if the Lakers can only offer him $20 million over 2 years, those other teams know, well, we can offer Jonathan way more than that.
Yeah.
So they're letting his agent know, don't sign with the Lakers because if LeBron does not sign with us, we would be interested in meeting and discussing with Kuminga. And LeBron can only choose one team, which means there are 4 or 5 teams that may be hitting up Kuminga. So Jovan, he didn't disappoint me, but he shared disappointing news in maybe how far Kuminga actually is from being a Laker. But by adding in the Peyton Watson and PJ Washington possibilities, someone will be wearing that Lakers uniform in that list I just named. Jonathan Kuminga, Peyton Watson, or PJ Washington, just a matter of who.
But the other interesting piece that he said is Looney was kind of like his mentor over at Golden State, which I didn't know, and having that kind of connection to someone who has believed in you, especially since obviously he was frustrated with his time in Golden State, not getting developed or used in a way that he believed he should have. So to have that piece and to have a veteran presence and someone who knows you and believes in you could also be a selling factor?
It certainly can, because the finances aren't going to be the selling factor. The Lakers offer to Kuminga is probably the lowest offer he's going to receive between now and whenever he signs.
He's looking for $15 to $18 million per year range, and the Lakers are offering him 10.
Exactly.
So the only reason and way it works is if the Hawks do a sign and trade.
And Kuminga going to the Lakers and going through with that sign and trade, he wouldn't be coming to LA for the money up front. He would be coming to LA for what essentially would be a guaranteed starting role, for the opportunity to play with Luka and Reeves and Kessler. And if he believes that the Lakers can build something special, he is entering essentially on the ground floor of that thing.
Yeah.
And he's playing with a former mentor in Kevon Looney. He's playing in a system that really benefits him. He won't be the ball dominant guy, but what he provides to the offense, he's kind of the only one who can do that, which is a fun role to have. And just being a place where he's wanted. The biggest thing in Golden State was him not understanding, why did you draft me if you did not want me here?
Yeah. Which is also crazy, though, because we haven't seen a ton of success or like potential, reaching that potential yet in his shorter NBA career. Because remember, he's 23 years old.
Yeah.
So,
crazy young.
Yeah, like that too is just wild. Do you see that being the missing piece? When you look at this Lakers roster, we have the list right here. When you look at this Lakers roster, if he is added to this roster, is this a championship roster?
They enter the championship conversation, yes, because the biggest thing that he provides as well is defensive stability. Luka and Reeves, for the most part, are going to be defensive liabilities. But with the addition of Quentin Grimes, of Walker Kessler, of Kevon Looney, and Jonathan Kuminga, and from what we've heard, Cameron Carr, if they are surrounded with guys who not only can contribute offensively in that pick and roll system, but if they can carry the load defensively and say, hey, Luka and Reeves, you guys focus on the offensive side of things. When it comes to the defensive side, I'm going to guard Shea. I'm going to guard Ant Edwards. Like, you don't have to worry about that. And I feel that elevates Luka and Reeves offensively.
I'm just looking at one of the names on this roster. Bronny James currently on this roster. Do you believe? I don't believe he's going to continue to be a Laker if his dad signs somewhere else. LeBron James.
If LeBron goes to a place that has another roster spot
Cleveland?
available, Cleveland has essentially told Bron we're leaving a spot open. For him. So that opens up another spot for the Lakers.
It just all makes sense for LeBron to go to Cleveland. But again, like, we're having to wait. Like, every other team's having to wait.
Whole world's got to wait. Exactly how he wants it.
Rich Paul told him, take your time. once again.
Congratulations, Brian. You got what you wanted.
LeBron James. Don't go anywhere. We're Brock and Alex. Hour number 4 coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. What is up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And during that break, I got the thumbs up A-OK from our what would you call Andrew? Our soccer
expert.
Yeah, he's like, sure. Man City, there he is. He's walking by right now as I'm talking about him. He's like,
he just said no Arsenal and no Tottenham.
And that's because, well, okay, so the thing is, if I didn't find someone, I have a connection with Tottenham because when the U.S. women's national team went to play the World Cup in France, they trained at the Tottenham Hotspur's facility the week before, so I spent some time at the Tottenham facility.
Nobody likes them, though. That's
Why?
the problem.
Why? Tell me more.
That's a good point. So I root for Chelsea, which is a rival
Arsenal
of Tottenham.
And Chelsea are the two biggest names, right? And again, I feel
it
silly.
depends who you ask.
Okay.
It does depend who you ask.
And Arsenal is the same owner as the Rams.
Yeah, Kroenke is
okay.
He's either Arsenal or Liverpool.
Okay.
No, Liverpool is the Red Sox ownership. So yes, I think you're right. I think it is Kroenke. I don't know why people don't like Tottenham. I was told not to like Tottenham just because I support Chelsea, but I'm sure there's a reason. Harry Kane used to play for them. I like him, so I'm not sure what the big gripe is.
Got a little breaking news here. Shohei Ohtani will not pitch tonight and will not play in the All-Star game due to continued irritation in his left knee.
God is good.
You got I wouldn't celebrate the fact that he has irritation, but we were just talking to Alden Gonzalez about this, and I asked, what should fans be concerned about? And we've all been preaching for the last week, even when we had Jose Mota on earlier this week. We all believed rest Shohei Ohtani. We went through the numbers when we were talking about the Cy Young race. We know that's the only reason that he really wanted to make this start, because he's really, there's a gap separating in innings. But we knew that he was dealing with the knee inflammation, the bicep, and the blister, that it could be done by now. But when we asked Alden last hour, he said the only thing we need to be concerned about is that knee, because it's something that they have been doing treatment on. And Dave Roberts said they are managing, meaning
it's
not good. It is not good. So Shohei Ohtani scratched for tonight's start.
It's a bummer that an incredible athlete doesn't get to display their abilities on the world stage, and I get that, but he will still get the accolade on his resume of how many All-Star games he's been invited to, and et cetera, et cetera. I would hope at the end of the season, when the Dodgers finish off a three-peat and he is the World Series MVP, he can look back and say, you know what, that was the right call. So I'm sure it stings right now, but this is the right move 100% of the way.
Yeah, so the official statement, the Los Angeles Dodger, Shohei Ohtani, will not make his scheduled start on the mound this evening against the D-backs due to continued irritation in his left knee. He will serve as the DH the rest of the weekend, but following the series against the D-backs, he will have some interventions on the knee to put him in the best position for the second half of the season. Unfortunately, due to these events, he will not be able to travel to Philly and participate in the 2026 All-Star Game.
Rest it up.
You know what? This goes back to, like I said, I was like, they should not call it the All-Star break, because the most important people that need this break are not getting a break. I feel like maybe we talked that into existence.
Because
I was like, Ohtani needs, more than anybody, he needs this rest and he needs a break. And now he's going to get it. And they're starting, I think, to look at it in a way that they should have been. That had to have been a tough conversation between Shohei Ohtani and Dave Roberts and the entire training staff, just to put it into perspective for Shohei Ohtani. Because again, remember, this is his first time as a Dodger where he has been fully healthy. And again, I say fully healthy right now in quotes, because he's still dealing with a couple injuries, but where he's been a fully healthy two-way player. The last two World Series runs, the last 2 MVPs, he was still recovering and not back to 100% at the start of the season as a pitcher. And so that's why I think he had high goals and expectations of himself to say, I want to be a Cy Young winner this year. And as much as the personal accolades are incredible, Shohei Ohtani will be the first person to say, the most important thing is making sure that I help this team win and that we help get this team, this Dodgers organization, back and do a three-peat.
Yeah, once you come out of the All-Star break, I keep saying it is go time. And you get to a point where September comes around, any ailment or bump or bruise that you have, from that point on, it's too bad you're playing. Like, this is what we play for, and you are going to grit your teeth and grind through. That's why Kike didn't have surgery until the season was over. Tommy Edmonds' foot was toast, but he kept playing because, no, it's the fall, and I'm going to grind through everything. So to have 3 things now, the blister, the knee, the bicep, of course, the blister we don't expect to continue to be a situation.
Yeah.
But those are things that you have to get as close to 100% before September, because once September hits, anyone who has anything is going to slowly degrade over the course of October, because that's just what you play for, and that is what is asked of you. So you have to take advantage of this time. 14.5 game lead over the rest of the NL West. This is what you do it for, to where, maybe it's a bullpen game today, and maybe a bunch of relievers are going to get thrown into the fire, and they get rocked.
Doesn't
Who
matter.
cares? Does not matter.
Does not matter.
What matters is October.
Protect your man in Shohei Ohtani. And even when we were talking to Alden Gonzalez, ESPN MLB reporter in the last hour, and we were talking about all the guys and the IL that is like the Dodgers IL that is like very slowly making their way back. And my biggest concern and question was Will Smith. And he's like, Alex, the only thing that matters is that he is back and healthy come October. That's really all the Dodgers care about. Because you know what? They'll hold on. They'll still be in first place. The most important thing for this team, and I think Shohei's by him getting scratched today, either the knee is more serious than they were leading on, or he's finally understanding where the Dodgers have been coming from all season of like, hey, I understand that you want to go for the Cy Young, but the most important thing is making sure you are completely healthy come October.
Yeah. Pursuing an award that's quite honestly already signed up and gone.
Yeah. Bye.
For the sake of potentially, I mean, God forbid he keeps pushing through things and isn't available in October, right? Like, what was any of this for if that ends up being the case? No, sit back, relax, or at least try to. I know it'll be difficult for him, but you have a Yankee series that is the kickoff of the second half of the season, and really it's the last third of the season. And it is time to buckle up and go get that three-peat. And the best possible chance that the Dodgers have of doing that is having as many healthy bodies as close to 100% as humanly possible.
I have to say, though, I have to imagine all the players that were excited to maybe play alongside Shohei Ohtani and meet him, and the fans that were excited to be there and see him. Because we talked about the All-Star week in general, and it's like, yeah, you have the Home Run Derby and you have the All-Star game, but there's so many things leading up to that and events surrounding it, which is why it's not relaxing at all for any of these players. And by Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers organization choosing to keep him here in LA and get that treatment, this is the best case scenario for Shohei Ohtani right now.
The only people that lose here are the sponsors and people who had activations who have been saying Shohei's going to swing by here in Philly at 4 p.m. during All-Star Week, and he's definitely not going to be there anymore.
It doesn't
but that's
matter.
Okay.
Man doesn't need the money. He definitely doesn't need the money.
So, literally the only people who lose here are the people who are mad scrambling trying to find a replacement, but they have a couple days to figure that out. So as as the Diamondbacks come to town, I don't expect today's game to be very clean. It's going to be sloppy. I'm rooting for the Dodgers. They're going to grit and grind their way through. But everyone in that dugout knows, you know what? If being caught off guard and having 4 or 5 relievers have to carry us through this as best as they can, I don't care if we lose by 10 runs. This was the right call.
But it's crazy because this will be a full 2-week rest that he'll now get, because his last start was last Friday, July 3rd, and their first game back is next Friday against in New York against the Yankees. That's the other thing too, is like they're like starting the post All-Star break on the road against the Yankees, the Phillies, and
then
the Mets.
So that will also be a little bit of rest. But, but no, you have a big road trip against an opponent in the Yankees that you may meet in the World Series, an opponent in the Phillies you'll probably run into in the playoffs. No, there are much more important things ahead than this All-Star break or this All-Star game.
Okay, very happy about this, you guys.
Fantastic news.
This is an update that I think all of us, including the 2 Dodger guests that we had on this week in Jose Mota and Alden Gonzalez, we all collectively feel the same way as, you know what, Ohtani? You got to protect the player from themselves sometimes. And you have been a big advocate for that. And that's, you guys, best case scenario right now. Hopefully it's not the latter, that his knee injury is worse than we actually thought it would be. But if you're just tuning in, Shohei Ohtani was just scratched from his start tonight due to continued irritation in his left knee. And he will also not travel or play in the All-Star game, so he can stay in LA and get treatment on his knee. And that will give him a full 2 weeks between starts on the mound. He's still gonna hit and be the DH throughout the weekend. However, he is actually going to get a full, like almost full week of rest, which is so important for Shohei Ohtani, especially now that we're in that like final, after the All-Star break, a week from today, that final stretch where, again, the Dodgers have a lot of names kind of on the horizon coming back, which we were talking about with Alden too. It's like this Dodgers team is not at full strength right now. No. And some of their guys are not playing their best right now. We're slowly starting to see what we saw Roki Sasaki kind of have a better outing. On Wednesday, we're seeing Kyle Tucker finally turn a corner, but they're missing their star closer in Edwin Diaz. Obviously, Will Smith behind the plate, 2 of their top arms in Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell. And all of these guys are slated, and Kike Hernandez, Mr. October, just in time for the postseason. All of these guys should be coming back just in time for a playoff run.
If the Dodgers are fully healthy, every man on the 40-man is fully healthy, then and everyone playing at their best, we'll call that a 10.
Yeah.
The Dodgers at the highest this season have been at a 7.5 and currently are probably at a 6.5, and they're leading baseball. So that is what is
14.5 game lead in the NL West.
Yes. That is what is so exciting about it. The idea that Kike Hernandez, Edwin Diaz, Ben Casparius, Blake Trinan, Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, the fact that they've been without Evan Phillips until recently. Brock Stewart had to miss a ton of time. Tommy Edman just joined 18, 19 games ago. Kyle Tucker has been a shell of himself for 90% of the game. Like we are so far from seeing this team at full strength. And while it is difficult to make the decisions that Dave Roberts and Shohei and the various players and Kike have had to make, it is all in the long term of having 40 of the healthiest possible Dodgers playing at their best come October.
You know, the other interesting thing, we were talking to Alden Gonzalez last hour. He wrote an article recently on Kyle Tucker and just the work that he has been putting in away from the game in the cages. And something I found interesting, I was like, well, what has gotten better for him? And he's like, it's not necessarily what's gotten better. It's getting back to just himself as a hitter. And he talked about how it's just feel. So it's almost like a vibe for Kyle Tucker, which makes everything that's been happening at Dodger Stadium and his struggles at Dodger Stadium make a lot more sense, because obviously there's such high expectations when you get a contract like that. But then to get a contract like that with the back-to-back champs, and then to not live up to that contract and be struggling even more when you're at home in front of the home fans and then they boo you, that ain't the vibe. You're not going to catch the feels in that situation. And we're slowly seeing him turn things around these last 10, 11 games.
The first big step was after the White Sox series. Cal Tucker had a mini resurgence there, and Dave Roberts was saying that Cal Tucker was working a lot with the hitting coach and shortening that first step and just getting back to his natural swing. And that helped for a little bit, but obviously more work needed to be done. And these late night cage sessions that he's doing, the beauty of it though, and Alden worded it perfectly, is it's not changing anything. It's getting back to who he is. So I love that phrasing of it, and I hope Cal Tucker also sees it that way, because that just exudes so much confidence. And I know I can do this. I got $60 million because I can do this. I just need to get back to being able to do it on a consistent manner when my team needs it most.
And it's so, the other player we talked to him about was Roki Sasaki, obviously. Having a solid outing on Wednesday after Dave Roberts and the Dodgers coaching staff was saying he was possibly tipping pitches. And they were working on that to make sure he, again, it can be the smallest thing, you guys, from a shoulder movement to your glove maybe moving a certain way when you're getting ready to throw a certain pitch. And whatever they did, it's trying to find that consistency. But the interesting thing, and you asked Alden this, it's what's going to be Roki's role? If all these guys on the IL come back and they're healthy for the postseason, he's there isn't a role for him, at all. Yes, he was such a big piece for the Dodgers in their World Series run last year because he came out and was the closer. Yeah. They have Edwin Diaz, one of the best closers in the game once he's back to being healthy. And the only reason Roki, they're kind of working through, pushing through the situation right now is because they have no other options.
And he right now is pitching not to maintain his role in the starting rotation. That's not going to be a thing. But he's pitching for the remainder of the time that he is in the starting rotation. Proof that if Dave Roberts needs me to do something like I did last year, that he can trust in me, right? There are too many healthy...
Do you trust him right now, though? I don't think he's back there yet. I don't think he's to the place where you can fully trust him.
No. But that's what he's pitching for. If there was a goal for him between now and the end of the regular season, it's I just want to pitch enough good innings to where if Dave Roberts needed me in a random 8th inning of an NLCS, that he can rely on me. And that's just the state of the season for him. And next season, maybe he'll fare better in the starting rotation, but as we are rounding the corner to the home stretch of this thing, that's what's on Roki's dream board.
I love that you already were taking us to the ALCS. 8th inning, the NLCS. It's going to be great. Roki's going to be there. He's going to get called on. It's going to be the situation, you guys.
3 strikeouts.
We don't even need to talk about it. Dodgers are winning the division. They're going to finish with the best record in the National League. They're getting to the postseason. And again, that's what this Dodgers team's mindset always is.
Yeah.
It's I don't want to, again, it's all of our LA teams have those F them picks mentality because it's not about the development in these that's the hard thing though with Roki Sasaki, because this is watching them try to develop a young talent that they thought was already set and good to go in the big leagues. All they care about is winning in October and being healthy for October. It does not matter what happens right now. Yes, they want to stay afloat just above and doing great in first place, and you want to keep everybody healthy, but all that matters is winning in October.
And it'll be here before we know it.
Yes, it will. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, a lot of LA sports names and big sports names are having some fun right now in Lake Tahoe. More on that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Comedy Store a little bit?
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is docile.
Spinal.
Oh my God.
My back. Spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Okay. Keep. Should we do say? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
We're leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmont High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake a hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we love having you a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, we got some breaking news in the last segment, and that's that that Shohei Ohtani has been scratched from his start tonight, and he will also not play in the All-Star game due to continued irritation in his left knee. The Dodgers put out the announcement saying he won't make his scheduled start against the D-backs due to the continued irritation, which is something we talked about with Alden Gonzalez probably 30 minutes before this news broke, when I asked him, Ohtani's obviously dealing with the bicep situation. The blister might be healed by now, but also the knee inflammation. And we asked him, what should we be concerned about and keeping an eye on? He said, bicep should be fine. Blisters, probably fine. But the knee inflammation, since it's something that the Dodgers have been, quote, managing and he's been getting treatment on, it might be a bigger deal than they're leading on. And the fact that they have scratched his start tonight, he will not pitch tonight, and he won't even travel to Philly to be a part of the All-Star game, is the smartest and best decision that the Dodgers could have made.
Tough decision, but it is the right one, and hopefully Shohei fully understands that, even though it hurts right now. Knees, neck, and back. You cannot play with any of those things. And when you get to the fall, you just have to grit your teeth and grind through whatever injury that currently ails you. So you want your body to be in the best shape possible before that point, because you know what is expected to be a lengthy playoff run for the Dodgers. There ain't no rest time in there.
No.
So you got to get your rest now.
And the best thing, this gives Shohei Ohtani at least 2 full weeks between starts.
Which
Huge.
is massive.
Huge.
So what does that mean for the Diamondback series? The Dodgers are 5-2 versus the Diamondbacks this year. Obviously, today will be expected to be a bullpen game since Shohei will be the late-ish scratch. Arizona is second in the NL West, but 14.5 games behind.
Tied with the Padres still, right?
Tied with the Padres, but I
14 and a half
believe they
behind.
have the edge over them.
I mean, it's 14.5 games.
But it's 14
no one
and a half
cares.
games.
That's deep. That's
We're
deep
more
behind
focused
the
on
Dodgers.
first place things, but I do feel still that the Dodgers should go into the series, into this game incredibly confident. The Diamondbacks have had to play 23 games across 24 days. Now, they only ended up playing 22 because the game in St. Louis was postponed due to weather. But that being said, they're tired.
Yeah.
Diamondbacks are tired. They're withered. They're ready for the All-Star break as much as anyone. But the fact is, they have Ketel Marte, was considered an all-star snub. I don't know how he did not make it. Still the best second baseman in baseball. And you still have right fielder Corbin Carroll, who always turns up against the Dodgers. So still going to be an exciting series. Still going to be an exciting game tonight, even though Shohei will not be on the mound. Still a ton to play for.
So much to play. There's a lot of fun stuff, you guys, happening this weekend. Obviously, the final World Cup match in LA is taking place right now. We are tied 1-1 between Spain and Belgium. I also love the fact that we are seeing so much Will Ferrell these days in all of the commercials. He just popped up in another commercial, and I was like, he has a movie coming out, right? The Hawk.
Yes, he is like an old school golfer or something coming out of retirement. I don't know, but it looks funny. Will Ferrell in anything sports related.
He is my favorite. He is my favorite actor. He's the only person I didn't fan out over because that's a rule in our family. It's like no fanning out, like when you meet people. But I met him at a Kings game, and he was coming in to do a skit. While I was sidelined for the Kings and was like doing my prep work in one of the visitors' locker rooms, and he comes in and he's like, "Hey, Alex." I was like, he knows my name. Takes off his hat. And he's like, "How's my hair look?" I was like, "Well, like hat hair." He's like, "Perfect." And he goes and he does his like little sketch. I was like, "Oh my God, I love you, Will Ferrell." But yeah, I am excited. And speaking of golf and older players playing golf, we got to fund the American Century Championship right now. Is this the one that's taking place up in
Edgewood, Lake Tahoe?
Lake Tahoe. And we got a lot of big names, especially LA connections playing there. Austin Reeves. Do you get kind of nervous, though? I guess golf, is that ever a concern for any sports franchise, or is that like the safest thing that you can do? Like, no one really cares if you're playing golf. That's not in any of the contract. Like, he just signed that $185 million max deal. That's not as concerning, obviously, as there's the event that's happening tomorrow in Harbor City with Jordan Love playing in the celebrity basketball tournament. That I think would be a little more.
The city championship.
City championship.
No, golf ranks near the bottom of sports that your current sport would be nervous about you participating in.
Okay, so that LA Connection players that are playing in that: Austin Reeves, Andrew Whitworth, Devontae Adams, Chase Utley, Alex Caruso, Derek Carr. Are you a strong golfer?
Strong golfer. So what happens
strong's
is...
a strong word.
Yeah, strong's a strong word. What happens is the football season ends, and I no longer have to travel a ton, and then I start golfing a bunch.
Yeah.
By the time football season comes around again, I'm really good.
Yeah.
But then football season happens, and so I don't golf forever, and then it's like picking up a club for the first time over. So there are moments where I am a very good golfer, but all in all, I am
I hear
not good.
excuses.
No.
I just hear excuses.
Excuses when the football season starts, but when the football season ends, I'm not letting anybody beat me. No.
Oh, good.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way that your demeanor just changed when I said excuses was like, how dare you, Alex? How dare you doubt my game?
No.
Okay, well, the one thing I love about this whole tournament situation is we're getting some good sound bites from players, Shay. And I haven't heard this yet, but Austin Reeves on LeBron James. You want to play that one for us right now? Did you say yes? 1 second? Okay, not yet. We won't do that yet. We already heard Steph Curry talking about LeBron James and kind of his little elevator pitch, but let's hear Austin Reeves on LeBron James.
Obviously you never want to see, people that you've been with for years, leave. And obviously I don't have all the time in the world to talk about how great LeBron is and how much, he means to me in my career. But, I'm going to miss all those guys, but it's a good opportunity for us to, kind of turn the page and see what's next.
Can I point out something that I love about Reeves?
Huh?
The further away from the season he is, the more his accent comes out. You can hear his southern accent there because he hasn't been in LA with his guys doing LA things.
Play it again.
Play it.
Play it again.
Really listen.
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this.
Obviously you never want to see, people that you've been with for years, leave. And obviously I don't have all the time in the world to talk about how great LeBron is and how much, he means to me in my career. But, I'm going to miss all those guys, but it's a good opportunity for us to, kind of turn the page and see what's next.
Also,
Can
the guy,
you hear it there?
Yeah. Also the guy taking the swing and being upset with whatever he hit. Oh, in the background.
But I love when Reeves takes time in the offseason because that Arkansas twang starts to come out of him, which means we are almost time to get to training camp and get things going.
That's hard. Like, Reeves is in a tough spot because LeBron was obviously one of the greatest of all time.
Yep.
Still, GOAT conversation, still a top player in the league, top 25 player in the league at 41 years old. And he is someone who saw potential in Austin Reeves and really pushed him to be the best version of himself. And then once the Lakers traded for Luka Doncic, that kind of became his guy. And obviously when this became Luka's team this offseason, that was Luka's biggest request besides getting an A-list center is keeping Austin Reeves and do not let him be a part of a trade piece. I want him here. And Austin was kind of like that piece in the middle that LeBron James is a big reason that helped develop and elevate his play and the player that he became to be able to get a max contract. To then now he's a part of the new regime. So he was there at the end of LeBron's and then now is a part of this new regime. And you could hear it in his voice of, gosh, I'm so grateful, but I can't say anything that's going to get taken out of context in a way because now he's a part of this new where their new star put his name on the line for him.
Yeah, and I can understand LeBron feeling, if he does feel away, feeling, whoa, I brought you under my wing.
Yeah.
You having success here changed your life. Not that I want to take credit for that, but I obviously had a part in your success, and now you're kind of leaving me for this guy. It's like two mutual friends meeting and then becoming closer, and the person that introduced him doesn't get invited to dinner anymore, right? It's a weird.
Ooh, I didn't think about it that way. Yeah,
it is strange. But if you are Austin Reeves and Luka and Bron are are passing the torch kind of unwillingly, and there's a changing of the guard, and I have to pick a side. I have to pick the side of the guy who's going to be here long term, and I'm sure there's an age thing as well. Like Luka and Austin Reeves being boys, it makes sense because not only are they teammates, they're around the same age. I'm sure LeBron, as a married father of 3 or 4, I forget how many kids he has, I want to hang out with Luka Doncic, you know? So I get why LeBron may feel the way, but if you're Reeves, it just makes sense to put all your chips in with the new face of your franchise.
It's just wild because, like, again, my biggest takeaway from all that was like, I could, you know, I don't have enough time to tell you like what LeBron James means to me, but you could have at least added a little something in there, like anything, like like I am so grateful for everything that he did for me. Like he changed my like anything. It was just like you know how much he means to me. I don't have time to tell you how much he means to me. And I'm starting to feel, again, like we don't know what went down behind the scenes with the Lakers and LeBron James. All we know is what Rich Paul continues to tell us. But now we're kind of seeing the other side of things, because then you had Steph Curry, on the other hand, who obviously Golden State has been in the LeBron sweepstakes conversation. And this is what Steph Curry had to say on the LeBron James pitch and situation.
I don't have a percentage. It's kind of up to him. I feel like any place he'd call and say, I want to play there, you'd move mountains to make it happen. And I know we're in that boat as well. So the pitch is we want to play good basketball, be around people that know how to play the game, hopefully, raise our floor on our competitiveness this year. There's good golf in the Bay. We're an organization that's been there. He knows that, and that's really self-explanatory. It's just a matter of where he sees himself fitting. And at the end of the day, that's up to him.
Yeah. Do you see it happening?
It would be fun for 2 weeks, but in the long term, it just wouldn't be the celebration that it should be. You bring up the good comparison of it feeling like the Globetrotters.
Yeah.
It's not about who wins or loses. It's about the showmanship. It's about the entertainment side of it. But once that wore off, and once these aging guys start to feel their knees and their backs, and all of them are starting to miss more games as they face the end of their career versus earlier in their career, it would wear off around the second month of the season. And they're not competing for a championship, and I think there would be a point where everyone looks around thinking, this was fun, but this may not have been a great idea.
Yeah. And the more that's coming out about the situation and the conversations around it, it's got to be the Cavs, right? It's got to be the Cavs.
I told you by the end of the show I would take a side. I'm on Philly's side. I want to see him in Philly. I do.
Brock, what?
I know.
Excuse me, what? That was the worst pitch that we saw.
I know.
That was literally the worst pitch that we saw.
It was a terrible pitch. But
explain the pitch, by the way.
The pitch was somebody mentioning that Paul George was still wearing a Philadelphia 76ers uniform, not knowing that Jaylen Brown...
Someone being the biggest streamer in the world.
Yeah. The biggest streamer in the world, not realizing that the guy he was standing next to, Jaylen Brown, was traded for Paul George. So they're not off to a hot start.
Nope.
But thinking of Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, LeBron James, VJ Edgecombe, who was the young superstar a season ago, sky's the limit for him, and of course Joel Embiid, I do want to see it. Does Cleveland still make more sense, and is that the better story? It will always be the best story. But the basketball fan in me, now that I know he's not going to the Spurs, I really want to see him in a Philadelphia 76ers uniform.
Yeah, that's good. Once again, we're on LeBron James watch. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll dive a little deeper into this Dodgers matchup with no Shohei Ohtani on the mound, you guys. He was scratched from his start tonight. He will not be going to the All-Star game, so he can get extra treatment on his knee. More Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And the breaking news that we got about 30 minutes ago now is that Shohei Ohtani was scratched from his start tonight, and he will not play in the All-Star game due to the continued irritation in his left knee. And personally, for both Brock and I, this is great news because this gives him a full 2 weeks to receive treatment and rest his knee. Now, he will still DH throughout the weekend. But, I mean, Dave Roberts even talked about it this week that if he was still going out to the All-Star games, like, he will not be pitching and he'll just probably take a couple at-bats in the All-Star game. But as we were talking about earlier in the show, it's not really a rest or a break because outside of the game, there's so many events. There's so much media availability. There's all these different things where you have these public-facing appearances. That's almost more draining than playing a game.
Yes, and when you think of training rooms and these high-tech, really expensive machines that athletes use to rehab their bodies, you don't get moments to sit in those cryo chambers or those ice baths or whatever you need to do because, well, we have a Fanatics event over here. We have a Nike. We have a New Balance event, and he just needs to be somewhere close to the facility so that he can get all the rehab that he needs.
So, yeah, this is great. This is something that when we were talking to Jose Mota earlier in the week, when we were just talking to ESPN MLB reporter and Alden Gonzalez last hour, and I asked him, it's like, we know Ohtani has been dealing with whether it's the bicep, the blister, or the knee. What should we be concerned about? And he's like, bicep will be fine. Mm-hmm. That's fine. Blister could be healed and done. Knee is what we have to watch out for. And within like 20 minutes of that conversation with Alden, this news came out. And honestly, hopefully it's not worse than what they've been leading on to be. And this is literally just to preserve Shohei Ohtani so he is in his best form and best shape come that last stretch of the regular season and into October. Because you guys, I will continue to remind you, we have never had a completely healthy two-way Shohei Ohtani until this season with the Dodgers. Yes, they've won 2 World Series. Yes, he has won 2 MVPs. However, he hasn't been a fully healthy two-way player. And when Shohei Ohtani sets his mind to something, he's going to accomplish it. And when he came into the start of the season, it was like, I want to win a Cy Young. So even though there should have been starts and outings that maybe he skipped to continue to rest some of these injuries that he had, his main goal was, I need to get the innings. I need to get out there and I want to pitch. So for this to happen and for Ohtani and the Dodgers to realize, I think this was like the realization of like, okay, the Cy Young is now out of the conversation. Mm-hmm. You're already, I think what we were looking at, like 20 innings behind.
So many behind.
Yeah. The top 2 odds winners in the National League. But that's not what your focus can be right now. Your focus has to be us getting you back to 100%.
And for a guy who has been celebrating, oh my God, who just scored?
Is it a Spain goal?
It's a Spain goal. I can't tell who it is. Williams, maybe?
Oh, my goodness.
Spain has
scored in the 88th minute. Wow.
What a moment.
Wow.
So as they are they reviewing it? No, they're not reviewing it. Oh, we have a kid celebrating. He's wiping his eyes.
The tears.
Saying cry
Wah,
about
wah.
it.
Oh my
Good.
goodness.
It wasn't Williams. I can't tell who it is, but Spain is on the board. They now have the lead. I always go back to neck, knees, and back. If you have a lingering ankle, a lingering wrist, I guess, except for if you're a pitcher, a lingering oblique, you can fight through those things. But when you start talking neck, knees, and back, you got to nip that in the bud while you can, because now we're discussing, okay, do you need surgery in the offseason now? Does this affect the trajectory of next season and therefore the trajectory of their career? The thing that's been so great about Shohei in a Dodgers uniform is up until this year, he's been mostly healthy. They took it easy with the pitching in that first year, but he's been predominantly healthy, and that's why he's been playing his best baseball. You don't want to go down the path that he had to go down, unfortunately, while he was with the Angels, which always rehabbing something. Let's do what we can to make sure this is off of the board and not even a possibility going forward. And the best way to do that while also maximizing you at the end of the year when we need you most is to take care of this knee now.
Once again, let's just hope that this is a maintenance and recognizing that you need the rest, opposed to the knee situation. Because again, you guys, this is something he has been dealing with, that he was born with, and he had surgery for it back in 2019 with the Angels. So this isn't a new situation for Shohei Ohtani, but you just hope that it's not as bad as it was the last time that he needed to get surgery.
Yeah, so he was born with he doesn't have two patella tendons, but he has... That's exactly what it is. Instead of having one strong patella tendon, he has two patella tendons. And the same way that... So the more tendons that you have, the more that can get injured, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because there's more of them, there's more that can tear. Like if I have one pizza, I can eat one pizza. If I have two pizzas, I can eat two pizzas, right? Stick with me.
I'm not following
Stick with me, Alex.
you,
Stick
Brock.
with me.
I'm not following
Stick
you.
with me.
Okay.
A tendon typically gets injured where it's connected. So if there's more than one tendon, there's more places for it to connect, and therefore more places that something can go wrong. So he was born with it. It's not his fault, but he does, unfortunately, have to take extra care of it, more care than someone born with a typical singular patella has to.
So you're saying the unicorn, the greatest player of all time, has a weakness?
Oh.
Weird.
It's not his Achilles heel,
No.
it's Achilles patella.
It's his patella. It's his patella.
But it's okay, that was good. That is how you send us out for the weekend. That was solid.
I know. Shay, can you hear us? You never gave us our word of the day. Do you want to close us out?
We got a couple minutes. Let's do this.
What was your Gen Z word of the day that we never got to?
Trust me, guys. Let's save it for Monday because it's a lot. Trust me, guys.
It's a lot?
It's going to be a doozy?
Then let us marinate over it, over the weekend.
So it can mean multiple things.
I feel like all of your
it's
words
something
can.
that you put before a word
This is
to make that word a little bit more. The word
So
is
it's an umph.
skibbity.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need a weekend.
You need
for
a
this.
weekend to get
Skibbity-ibbity.
this, honestly.
Skibbity.
Wasn't there a movie called? No, that was called Skinamarink. I'm thinking of something else. There was a movie called.
You're dating yourself so much.
There was a movie called Skinamarink. It wasn't great.
Skibbity.
Okay. Can we get a spelling?
Yeah,
before we head
in a
out?
sentence or in a sentence.
Shay's got skibbity riz.
Oh, come on.
The way you pump yourself up, Shay, is should be studied. This man has so much confidence in a beautiful
Shay
way.
Has skibbity riz. If you're just talking sentences you never thought you'd hear during your time
this is more
on,
of a Gen
on planet
Alpha.
Earth.
Gen Alpha.
Oh,
thing
this is
than-
beyond Gen Z. This is Gen Alpha. Okay.
That's the generation below you.
That's the next
Yeah,
one.
it's the
yes.
generation below.
And then
That's what
my
they're
daughter
calling
was
them.
just born in the newest.
What are
I don't know.
they called?
I don't know, but she's
the
she's the first
Let's see.
year of the newest generation.
Beta. So it's just like
Beta.
the Greek alphabet. Okay.
Oh.
Beta. Okay.
Okay.
Generation Beta.
Gen Beta. Beta testing. Whoa.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right. Fine.
That's got legs.
Dude, this is insane, though. Spain getting a goal. We're now into extra time here. 7 minutes added. We're in the 93rd minute. And you know what? Belgium beat USA, so Spain, let's go. Do they have their goalkeeper taking the free kick? So no. Okay. For a
Based
second
off
there.
that angle, that is what it looked like. I
Okay.
see why you said that. Spain on a breakaway now.
Oh, this
yeah,
is dangerous.
Spain
you better get it out. Yeah. Feeling themselves.
Spain?
Feeling themselves.
Yes, they are.
If you guys are just tuning in, Shohei Ohtani scratched from his outing tonight. He will not play in the All-Star game due to continued irritation in his left knee. Both Brock and I believe, along with Alden Gonzalez and Jose Mota, everyone that we've had on the show this week, believed he needed this rest. That will give him a full 2 weeks between starts. And then all of the hoopla that comes with the All-Star week, he now won't be dealing with that. He is still going to be the DH throughout this weekend series against the D-backs. But yeah, it's looking like tonight might be a bullpen outing. They still haven't replaced who's going to be on the mound for the Dodgers, but I'm happy about this, you guys.
Best of luck, whoever it is.
I'm happy about this. Shohei Ohtani, heal and take this time. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for hanging out here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next.